Kariana Dragon Queen, the Fated Tales series, written by R.K. Sampson, narrated by Hayla Alawi. For Atlas, may your shoulders rest easy. Content in the Fated Tales series may be triggering for some readers. Reader discretion is advised. Kariana Dragon Queen is Book 2 of the Fated Tales series and should be read after Ember Dragon Daughter and the companion novella Hasley Fateless. Part 1. The Meeting of Fates. 1. Ash Cadence. Kariana, 118 years ago. Fathers shouldn't force their 19-year-olds to pick their life partners in the name of a war alliance to defeat dragons. However, that was Kariana's plan for the following day. If she could help end the unyielding war, she should, right? Kariana had looked forward to the day she would start courting, finding the person who would be her pair, and having all the time in the world to do so. As the second-in-command in Ash Cadence's army, the next in line to replace her father as general, she was a catch. Smart, strategic, attractive, and powerful. She could have anyone. But she had also thought she had time on her hands. There had been no rush. She took a few deep breaths, feeling the damp air in her lungs. Now she wished she had rushed it. Then she wouldn't be in this predicament. A pawn. In all the years she had trained under her father, she'd never thought he'd reduce her to this. The alliance with Feyentu that tied them against Grydasia meant she had exactly 3 options. She could choose between the 2 sons and 1 daughter of their general. At least in that she had options. 3 potential pairs were better than 1. Gazing out over the vast expanse of sea beyond Mount Pieton, Kariana drew her sword and tapped it idly against her thigh. Thump, thump, thump. Knowing she wouldn't be home for several weeks, she spent her last day at the top of the highest peak, even if it meant more traveling to get back to the docks in time tomorrow. Some views were worth it. Mutrine, I don't want this, Kariana said aloud, allowing herself to admit it to their god. If she did so at least once, she reasoned she would feel better. It didn't work. Not that she thought he'd listen anyway. Turning away from the view of the sparkling sea, she teared up. A gust of wind whipped her chestnut hair around her face, and she pushed it back. Looking around, she searched for approaching storm clouds. The clouds were gray, but not the deep dark of the storms that had plagued their skies last week. Kariana naively hoped the rains would return and she could hang up her sword and shield for a few more days and ignore this impending partnership. The wind came not from the clouds, however. A dragon flapped toward her some distance away. Kariana was nowhere near the cannons, the shackles, or the other man-made ships and weapons of her father's design that stood a chance against dragons. She was alone on the top of Mount Pieton with a sword, only suitable for close combat. If I have to die here today, I'll at least take this dragon with me. Kariana braced her feet, determination settling in, and held the sword up with both hands, praying the dragon would land before blowing its deadly fire. If it tried to kill her with its fiery breath while flying, she'd have no chance. If he landed first, she could strike with her sword as he tried to devour her. Her hands shook, but she steadied herself. There was no time to be afraid. She would not run. Running from a dragon when no cover was near held no expectation of survival. She was not her father's second-in-command for the sake of keeping it in the family, she reminded herself. She'd been trained to fight since she could walk. She alone held the charge of saving herself or dying as she tried. Her escorts that morning waited at the base of Mount Pieton, at least a 20-minute climb below her. They saw the dragon, she was sure, but even running as fast as they could, they would not make it in time. They'd only come for the aftermath. The glimmering dragon was mere feet away as Kariana looked the murderous beast in the eyes. Its irises of gold, lined with green, zeroed in on her, squinting as its wings held tightly to its body to pick up speed. Kariana felt a warmth blossom in her chest as the dragon landed before her. The earth shook with the force of its landing, leaving disrupted earth behind it. Its wings expanded again, extending its height and displaying its true size. The dragon's black and blue scales sparkled in the gray sky with bright eyes she couldn't look away from. Kariana's hand lowered, the sword feeling heavier than moments before. The malice left her body and her fear was replaced with hope. It landed. She could fight it, but did she want to? Her intuition stopped her, the inner voice in her cautioning against violence. Why do I feel like I know you? Kariana thought, trying unsuccessfully to pull her sword back up and face her enemy. The dragon hadn't tried to kill her yet, its fire not yet unleashed. Why? She had a chance to fight but couldn't bring herself to move either. The dragon's hot breath stalled, its wings ceasing to flap. Its expression calmed, eyes squinting in confusion as its colossal head bobbed. Something in Kariana's heart cracked and seemed to slow, the rhythm stilted in the face of her likely death. But no, that was not quite right. Kariana knew instinctually this dragon would not hurt her. Its eyes flickered, and its irises grew large, head tilting to stare at her in confusion. It, too, felt something was different. "Can you understand me?" Kariana asked the beast before her, her hand extended without her brain's approval, reaching for her enemy. A pained howl escaped the dragon's throat as if she had indeed stabbed him, its expression turning pained. Its body curled into itself, wings spasming and shrinking. She looked down at her sword just in case, as if she could have acted without thought, but it was as pristine as ever at her side, no blood. When she looked up again, Kariana felt a distinct change within herself. All traces of the fear and determination to fight from moments earlier left her body, and she rushed to the wounded dragon. Forgetting what it was, and ignoring what her father would have done at the sight of a vulnerable enemy, she fell to the ground before the beast. She petted the top of the dragon's head, feeling its ridges and scales, and whispered to it, "I'll be here. I don't know what's happening, but I'll be here." She stroked the dragon's cheek. Her eyes welled, feeling the pain in her heart as if it were her own. The dragon's pupils expanded nearly to the edges, yet its head seemed to grow smaller by the second. It was once the size of her body, yet before her eyes it shrank. Kariana pulled herself closer to the shrinking skull and stroked the dragon's forehead. The beast continued to cry in agony, its body shriveling. She noted the scales growing smoother and duller in color. "It's going to be okay," she whispered to the dragon. She didn't know if it was true, but she hoped it would be. The dragon's groans sounded like a human, and Kariana gasped as its scales smoothed and transformed into sand-colored flesh. It held more yellow tones than the light rose of her skin. "I don't know what's happening," Kariana repeated as a solitary tear dropped from her eye to the skin of a newly formed man with long black hair. It was not pure black, but mixed with a deep purple undertone. Her eyes traveled over his body, marveling at what she witnessed. He was a man, fully and wholly a man, when moments before he was her ruin. Her deep brown eyes looked into his, and the world changed. Rather, it locked into place in the way it always should have. A gold haze erupted from their bodies, and a sense of belonging gripped them both. Sparks came to life where their skin touched. This must be what peace feels like, Kariana thought. The hue expanded from their bodies and outward into the sky, forming a sphere. The sparks matched his eyes, and Kariana found she could swim in them, staring back at him for an eternity. "Hi, I'm Kariana," she said to the dragon-turned-human lying naked in her arms. "Whatever this is, I welcome it." The former dragon pulled himself up, his expression morphing from pain to confusion, and then to resignation, with his lips pulled into a line. He stayed beside her, pushing up on the freshly disturbed earth from where he'd landed, when he had wings. "I am Dracul." His lips moved hesitantly over the words, as if he didn't know he could use them. His eyes searched between them and the gold sphere. "You were a dragon," Kariana said from within their haze of gold. His eyes snapped back to her. "I still am," his deep, rumbling voice replied. 2. Fayin 2. Ember, present day. For one clear moment, Ember could see the potential of her life more than its pitfalls. As she looked out at the bow of her ship, she saw opportunities all around her. The coastline of Fayin was close at hand, and Ember was finally going to step foot on solid land that was not of her birthright. "I never thought I'd see it," said a voice from beside her. Ember smiled at her best friend, now also her lady-in-waiting. "Neither did I, Hasley," Ember said. Hasley had been Ember's only friend for years, but she went missing briefly after Ember stepped into her role as princess. Ember held a debt of gratitude to Amit Keyholder, the province leader of Border Rain, for finding her friend and sheltering her. Hasley was grateful too, as she was now fated to his son. "Nothing can resist the sea, nothing but land," Nor said, coming up from behind her. The line of their destination grew closer on the horizon. "That's beautiful," Ember commented and took his hand. The phrase triggered a phantom tingle in her feet. Ember furled and unfurled her toes in her boots. Ember now knew she was a mermaid in addition to her dragon lineage. Not that she had explored that side of herself much. Her first few attempts to swim with her fin ended in panic attacks. "My parents used to say that as they docked in a new harbor. They told me it was good luck. I wonder how many new sea traditions we'll make, or will all the old ones come back?" Nor pondered. "I could use some good luck," Ember thought. "Good question. I wonder if the scribes have written down the more common ones. How upset are your parents that they couldn't come with us?" Ember wondered aloud. "I'm sure they'll never forgive me, but that's fine. I don't forgive them either." Nor's normally full mouth pinched together at the thought. His parents were a sore spot, and they likely would be for as long as they lived. Nor felt too much expectation from them growing up. His parents asked him to take on the role of his fateless sister's caregiver while they focused on a rebellion against the crown. His sister, Naomi, now had a caregiver from the palace, with Nor's oversight and none from his parents. Ember could see Naomi in her periphery, staring up at the sails of the ship. The other Fateless were with them too, in the accompanying ship sailing a short distance behind them. This trip meant more than just diplomacy. Ember prayed it would help those who deserved more from the royal family that hurt them. Before now, most of the Fateless were murdered. Ember and Nor hoped to correct the mistakes made by her family, even though they couldn't bring back the lives lost. Hasley, before meeting Amit, met a group of priestesses that were caring for the Fateless in secret. Many of those hiding with the priestesses came with them on this trip. While her mother and father asked her to come here to redraw trading treaties and make alliances, Ember's #1 goal was to unite as many of the Fateless as she could. She planned a ball for the Fateless from Fayin and Grydasia to meet and find their pairs. Grydasia had agreed to send their Fateless citizens and representatives to meet her here, ahead of her official meeting with them in their kingdom later in the year. The note in Ember's pocket was a constant reminder of her personal pledge, as were the scales on her chest, that she barely understood. They started spreading when she first transformed into a mermaid, the day after the walls surrounding Ash Cadence fell. Ember didn't want to know what that meant for her future. She had been born with scales on her chest, but they had never expanded before like they did now. Touching salt water for the first time seemed to activate them, not only causing them to advance, but also turning the mostly purple scales green. Would she one day be completely covered in the scales she had hidden for most of her life? A sound pulled her from her thoughts, and she turned from the water to see the captain crying at the wheel of the ship. The captain brushed her brown and gray locks away from her face, tears falling as she steered them into the safe harbor. After almost 2 decades away from the sea, it was an honor to be the first ship captain given the right to sail again. This was the first voyage after the destruction of the wall that protected, or trapped, depending on who was asked, Ash Cadence for all her life. The same wall that kept Ember from knowing who she was. She looked down over the railing to the dark depths, knowing what would happen if she touched the water. Ember pulled away, the sun glinting on her gold and pearl ring, and turned back to Noor. For now, she ignored the unlocked part of her heritage. "We did it," she said, putting all her hopes and fears into the sentence. "We did." He smiled back at her and held her hand as a whole new world opened up before them. "This is home," Arsenio commented, pulling up beside them and Hasley. His wraith, named Amalthea, soared past them with a chirp, seeing its home. "I can't wait to see where you grew up," Hasley said to him, staring up into his gray eyes with a twinkling smile. Arsenio's wavy black hair was pulled away from his face into a high, messy bun. Ember could imagine him happily making these trips on his own, traveling between the kingdoms. Would Hasley want to travel with him? Ember nodded her agreement, glancing between them with a hesitant smile. She, too, wanted to see Feyentu. Most of all, she wanted to help her people, but there was also a mystery that she needed to solve. They would dock at any moment now, with a crew primarily comprising 2 groups of people. One group of people that hadn't ever left their home, and a second group made up of a few people who had, but were denied the right for 17 years. No one knew what to expect when they docked except Arsenio, the only person the merfolk had allowed to travel between them to Ash Cadence. He was allowed to move between the 2 kingdoms, transporting what was supposed to be synthetic dragon blood. There was nothing fake about it, she could tell. Arsenio or someone close to him had already lied to her. She couldn't trust him. The boat docked, and Ember and her companions watched the crowd of people waiting to greet them. Arsenio was getting antsy, jumping up and down. "I can't wait to introduce you to everyone," he said in between one of his wiggles, addressing Hasley. She and Amik smiled at him, feeling more nervous than giddy. Ember and Noor, more reserved, stood beside them. Ember turned from the view to face the crewmates and her citizens, knowing she should say something before they stepped foot on land. "We are about to make history as the first citizens to leave Ash Cadence and step onto foreign land after 17 years. Thank you for being part of this, for trusting me, and for representing our kingdom," Ember said, nodding at the beaming faces around them. "And for all the people that couldn't be here, let's create some epic stories for them to spread across Ash Cadence when we return," Noor said to her right, adding the bit of spark her people needed. She squeezed his hand, glad to have him as a leader beside her. Ember thanked their ship captain for the safe journey and began exiting the ship. "Wally, to me!" Noor called behind him, and both he and Waldorf captain stood on either side of Ember. She smiled up at both of them, hoping to hide her fears. The rest of their party went first on Ember's insistence. They took up the rear, wanting to be the last to walk on land. Their second ship was also docked, but it was determined they'd wait for the initial introductions to fade before descending to meet Fayentu's medical team. Wally had taken to his new status as captain quickly after Amir's death, but she knew it was a hard role for him to fill, especially when Zaev, his fated pair, could not join them on this journey until his leg was healed. Ember walked along the dock, suppressing a grimace as a splash of water hit the aged wood. Her boots covered all available skin, yet her breath held as she walked over the ocean-damp wood. They had practiced this, her and Noor, learning what exposures would and would not trigger her mermaid tail. She was safe for now. She pulled up her gloves just in case, and watched as Hasley and Arsenio met Fayentu's ruling class. "Welcome home," a figure with long red hair said in a light voice as they embraced Arsenio, pulling Hasley into an easy hug next. "A pleasure to meet you, darling." Hasley smiled at the stranger. "And you must be Amic Keyholder. I have heard so much about you. I am Aemon, ruling monarch of Fayentu," the stranger said to him, keeping Hasley and Arsenio in her arms. Ember noticed there were streaks of silver in her hair, which seemed off considering her youthful features. They shone brightly, too bright for it to be her own natural gray hair. They were quite a group altogether, with Hasley's blue locks, this new figure's red, and Arsenio's night sky black. "You took care of my family when I could not. I am in your debt," Amic said. His terracotta brown hair was a shade lighter than his eyes, with tanner skin than his son's. He and Arsenio did not have much in common in terms of appearance. "Being part of Lane and Arsenio's lives has been an honor. I wish she was here to greet you and see her family reunited again," Aemon said. "Me too," Amic said with a watery smile. Lane, his pair beyond the wall, had died before they were reunited. He met his son on the day the wall fell. Ember only knew part of the pain Hasley felt, having seen how torturous her and Arsenio's fading was. Amic went through part of that pain with her. Together, the three had a bond Ember would never understand. But Ember, too, had a connection separate from Hasley and their friendship. She, Wally, and Noor walked forward now, the path parting for their introductions. "I have the pleasure of introducing you to the future Queen of Ash Cadence, Embrance Dragon Daughter," Amic said, functioning as a representative of their home. "Please, call me Ember," she said, hoping to sound as smooth and confident as her companions. "Darling, to be trapped for so many years. How horrible. We are grateful to have helped you and your people escape with our resources," Aemon said with a solemn nod, showing her regard for them while also applauding themselves in the same statement. "Thank you, Aemon Queen, on behalf of the citizens of Ash Cadence. I would love to thank the workers who helped create the synthetic dragon blood during our trip. We owe them a debt, and I'd be pleased to meet them," Ember said. Her primary goal was to help the Fateless in her kingdom, but she could not ignore the mystery of the dragon blood that had destroyed the wall. "Yes, of course, we'll see if that is possible. Their schedule is guarded. And with you, Ember, there is so much to do, discuss, and see in your visit that your time is limited as well," Aemon said, moving her hands around as she spoke. "Though do not call me Queen, my dear. We rule simply as monarchs. No differentiation, and though I identify as female, we do not discern one royal type from another. Call me Aemon," she added with a dip of her head, her smile showing perfectly straight teeth. "Thank you for the correction, Aemon. I missed a lot of my royal education before I knew of my heritage. Forgive my ignorance for not knowing your customs," Ember said with a nod and quick bow, hiding her embarrassment. Of course, Ember. Your surname is Dragon Daughter, correct? Eamon asked. Yes, Ember affirmed. And you? A strawberry blonde male asked Nor, coming to stand beside Eamon. Norworth Knight, consort to my queen, he said, raising his hand to squeeze Ember's shoulder before dipping his head to Eamon's companion. Fade Monarch, a pleasure to meet you both, he said with his own flourish. He, too, had the uncanny silver strands. Ember liked that there was no distinction between the two, no indication of who was born royal and who was the pair. After all, Nor is just as trapped in running the kingdom as I am. The thought sobered her. Now that we've all made the required pleasantries, I simply must share with you what makes our home so lovely. Our children will meet you at our compound. They've been preparing our home for your stay. Eamon led them up and out of the docks to the green, grassy hills beyond. Eamon and Fade both wore long sets of robes that seemed perfectly still in their movements, as if not a breeze could touch them. When they crested the first hill in their short walk, the breath caught in the collective chests of their party. Is this what freedom is? Ember's eyes filled with unshed tears. The rolling hills and expanse of land made the dragon in Ember's heart sing. There was something about the openness of it that she had never experienced before. At first, the sound seemed like a growing beat of drums, as if music was approaching them in a steady rhythm, but as it approached, the beat grew thunderous. A herd of horses and unicorns raced across the expanse of green, a bevy of colors and even some with spots. They ran as one group, seamlessly following an unknown path to her, shifting like water. The sweet scent of grass and wildflowers followed them, mingling with the aroma of the earth pushed up from their hooves. Noticing them, a subset of unicorns broke from the group, slowing down and galloping toward them. Eamon and Fade walked to greet them. The unicorns were comfortable with them, butting heads delicately on their shoulders at an angle that kept their horns from hurting the royal family. There was a bond between these humans and mythical creatures that Ember longed for. Come, Ember, meet them, Eamon encouraged. On trembling feet, Ember inched forward. Her eyes were wide as she extended her hand, palm first and fingers curled in, towards the beast. The unicorn that stepped forward pushed its nose into her palm and licked it briefly before stepping back and tilting its head at her. Ember let loose a happy laugh as the unicorn seemed to consider her with an almost human expression. You'll get to meet the entire herd during your trip. They are looking forward to it, Eamon said while petting the unicorn. How do you know? Wally asked, startling Ember. He was an inch behind her, ready to jump in should the unicorn have disagreed with her extended hand. The longer you are around them, the more you gather what the beasts want or need. Haven't you noticed, Ember? I thought it was a skill of all monarchs related to the first fading, Eamon asked. Ember's gaze tore from the unicorn back to Eamon as she blinked away her surprise. She had noticed that she had inklings of what beast-related animals feel, from the palace anchoress in particular and some of the wraiths. She had also grown fond of her part unicorn horse, gifted by Oma before she knew of her betrayal, but she had so few interactions with animals and beasts in her life that she didn't realize the connection. Eamon misinterpreted her silence. Well, there are no dragons in Ash Cadence, so I suppose we'll never know. And the merfolk thing doesn't really count, does it? If you don't have a tail, you aren't one of them, not like your birth father. Ember didn't know if Eamon meant that to be reassuring or dismissive, and knew that distinction would be an important one in her judgment of Eamon. Ember nodded and followed, not correcting her. The fewer people that knew about her Finn, the better. Part merfolk or not, it was who she was. Ember wasn't ready yet to feel the judgments that may come with it. News of Jedediah's betrayal and Ember's merfolk heritage spread rapidly, but only her royal party and family knew about her hidden Finn. "There is nothing strange about me," the old visage whispered in her mind. She wondered if there was ever a time in her life that it rang true. 3. Grydasia. Karwyn, 18 years ago. "Is this really necessary, Eleonora?" Karwyn asked as her lady-in-waiting pulled tighter on her hair, braiding off the ends. Karwyn fiddled with the black trim of her skirts. It happened to be her favorite color, but wearing it in mourning tainted it. At least Eleonora and Julie were with her. If anything else, she wasn't alone. "Ominox Dragon Queen loves your hair in braids," Eleonora said as she fastened the last bit of length. Eleonora also loved braids. Her cream-colored blonde hair was often braided into intricate designs. They stood in a side alcove, stopping before the main entrance doors. They should already be at the harbor, but Eleonora had pulled her away for this braid. Really, Karwyn theorized she was giving her a private moment to break down should she need to. Karwyn resisted the urge, swallowing the lump in her throat. Her second companion was Eleonora's pair, Julie. She stood close to the hall, keeping an eye on any passers-by. They were fated the first day they moved into the castle to start working as Karwyn's ladies, on the day of her debut ball to society. They'd been inseparable ever since. Karwyn wondered, not for the first time, what it would be like to choose your pair instead of having the gods pick them for you. She was the fourth princess in their royal line since Kariana and the events of the first fating. Generations of people now found their fate without effort. "She also likes it when I'm quiet and well-behaved and I don't follow that advice," Karwyn said with a smirk. "We must pick our battles, dragon daughter. Hair is an easy win," Julie replied from behind her shoulder. "Let's take our easy wins today." "If you insist," Karwyn relented, but smiled at them. Even though they technically were employed by the crown to assist Karwyn in day-to-day life, Karwyn saw them as her genuine friends. It was wonderful to have her friends with her every day. "I hate traveling," Julie grumbled. Eleonora turned and smiled at her, adding, "I think it's romantic." Julie smiled back, tucking a strand of light brown hair behind her ear. Her green eyes stared into Eleonora's brown. "Well, I'm glad my mother forcing me to cross the ocean shortly after my father's death has brought you both a romantic vacation. For me, I have to give speeches." Karwyn mimed a gag and turned around. She ran her hands down her dress and walked back towards the main hall. "Are you sure you're ready for this? It only just happened," Eleonora asked her. She didn't need to elaborate on what it was. "It doesn't matter if I'm ready. What matters is she commanded me to," Karwyn said with a one-armed shrug. She took a deep breath and walked out of her castle home and to the docks. "There you are," a woman with a tired voice said behind her. "There are only two places I could be, Mother," Karwyn answered without turning around. She faced the ship, watching it shift back and forth with the waves. The sea seemed choppier than usual. Eleonora and Julie were already on the ship, getting her stateroom prepared. Karwyn decided to wait on land until everything was ready. Karwyn always felt pulled to the water. Sometimes she ignored the pull on purpose just to prove she could. The ocean's inky depths called to her, beckoning her forward, but she knew that getting on the boat today would not give her the same relief as it usually did. Typically, any opportunity to be away from her mother was a welcome one. But in a few weeks' time, she'd be back, and her father would not be there to greet her. "I came to speak to you for a reason, Karwyn." "And what would that be?" Karwyn asked, turning around to stare at her mother. Omenok's Dragon Queen's hair was as long as hers, tied neatly in a long white braid. Eleonora and Juliane were right about the queen liking her in braids, because it reminded the queen of herself. Karwyn would be nothing like her mother, even if their hair matched from time to time. "You will represent us in Grydasia, and I wanted to stress, again, how important your behavior is on this trip," Oma said. She pulled Karwyn forward with a hand on her chin, forcing her daughter to look her in the eye. Her mother was always demanding something from her. Nothing ever met her standards. "I know, Mother. I am wearing my fancy dress, am I not?" She gestured to the heavy gown, multiple layers of black fabric that were impractical for the weather. However, it did make her look expensive, put together, demure and in mourning. The neckline was higher than she usually wore, and the sleeves stopped right after the elbow. The storm clouds rolled closer during their exchange. A shadow of rain laid waste in the distance. Balthazar, captain, walked down from the ship's steps to join Omenox and Karwyn. He stood shorter than both of them. The command in his presence came from his confidence rather than his stature. "They're almost ready for you, Princess," Balthazar said to Karwyn. "How you look is of the least importance," Omenox said, ignoring Balthazar. Her disapproval was as clear as the upcoming raindrops. Balthazar stayed quiet during the exchange. He was never one to choose a side publicly between his queen and princess, despite technically working for Karwyn. In private, he was more open with his thoughts. "Well, if my efforts don't matter to you..." "Oh, great. If my appearance doesn't matter, then I prefer my hair down anyway. And this extra layer, I don't need it. Tell me, what is of most importance, Mother?" Karwyn asked sharply as she pulled her hair around her shoulder and unraveled the braid. Her mother balked, which only spurred Karwyn on. Hair-free, she reached behind her back for her bodice laces and loosened them. "Karwyn, stop undressing," Omenox said. Balthazar thinned his lips, silent, but Karwyn could see the crinkle at the corner of his eye that meant he was trying not to laugh. "But it doesn't matter, Mother," Karwyn spit back and pulled her topmost layer over her head. Now she had one less bit of fabric holding her down and could breathe a little easier. Plus her neckline was less high. This was one of her convertible dresses that could suit multiple styles. She was still decent for company. Balthazar couldn't hide his laugh any longer and forced out a cough in a poor attempt of recovery. Karwyn did not hide her smile of triumph. Her mother ground her teeth and watched with arms crossed. "You are taking a tour of their kingdom and meeting their eligible sons and daughters. It is important to be courteous, smile, and show your knowledge of Mutrine and Alea. You must make a strong first impression," Omenox said, picking up the bit of fabric from the ground. "You know you can't force me to pair with one of their royals. It doesn't work that way." Karwyn shook her head incredulously. "I don't need you to tell me how it works, dear. I need you to give Alea the opportunity to pair you with the right match. If you can't make eye contact, you can't make a match. That's why you are leaving the kingdom, for an opportunity of the right sort." Right sort, meaning they do what you say when you ask, so you respect them more. "You know eye contact isn't necessary. If it was, the gods would leave all blind people out," Karwyn said impatiently, wanting to call out every incorrect thing she said. It was her right, as her daughter, to correct her. "I am not being literal, and you know that," You have to be in the same place as your pair, do you not? Her mother snapped. See, this is what I don't want, Karwyn. You thrive in disagreement. Show them you are intelligent, not a beast pushing down your enemies slowly and painfully with annoying corrections and a disregard for the rules. Right, I'll be smart but not annoying. That will convince our goddess to pair me with someone I was destined to meet and love, no matter what I say or do. Karwyn's hair whipped forward in the wind that was picking up and pushing the clouds closer. Get inside before the rain starts, her mother said instead of a goodbye, and turned away from her with her nose turned up. Good day, Ominox Dragon Queen, Balthazar said with a stiff bow. He turned to Karwyn and led her up to the ship deck with a soft hand on her elbow. I miss you, Dad. Walking up the ramp, the crew greeted her with a quick bow before continuing their work. The ship captain shared a warm smile with her, as this was one of the many trips she had gone on with him. She tipped her head back and surveyed his ship. Crew members were at different stations, attending to all essential needs on board. She glanced where she knew the lifeboats were and saw the ship captain had started the replacements he promised. Of the two, one lifeboat appeared to be a newer build, with the other an older, thinner wood. It must be next on the list, Karwyn thought, looking up to see that many of the ropes along the ship's sides were also replaced, no longer covered in that subtle shade of green that showed the ocean was starting to take over. A pleasure to see you again. Good work, she said as she passed the ship captain. He beamed and tipped his hat. Balthazar walked her to her room before going back up to convene with the crew. Some time later, Karwyn finished reading another chapter in one of her packed books. She stood to stretch her legs, thinking of going back above deck. She looked at Eleonora and Julinet, playing cards quietly on the second bed in their ocean view room. They snuck glances at her, and each smiled slyly, not seeming to need words to communicate what they thought. Are you two coming up with me, or do you want more alone time? Karwyn said and threw them a wink, getting up and quickly closing the door behind her to give them exactly that. The protests behind the closed door were weak, and Karwyn knew she wouldn't see them again for some time. She skipped up the steps and onto the deck of the ship. It's very windy today, Dragon Daughter. You should stay below, Balthazar said. He spoke from the railing, turning from the view. It seems fine for you, Balthazar, Captain, so I'll stay, Karwyn said with a smile. She stood beside him, looking out over the water. Dark clouds approached with rumbling light between them. I really insist. It's about to get rough, according to the ship captain. I'll go in after the first kiss of rain, Karwyn said, looking up to the sky and lifting up her hands. She embraced the sky, heart more open with her mother elsewhere. Karwyn's eyes stung with the salt air, and she smiled into the sting. You antagonize her on purpose, he commented, shifting back to her mother. She couldn't tell if the tone was factual or judgmental, but she answered Balthazar honestly, as she always did. Of course I do. If she can't handle her 17-year-old daughter, she can't handle being queen. I'm doing her a favor, she said, and began a slow spin, waiting for the first drop to fall. Is she doing you any favors? Balthazar asked. He leaned his back against the railing, watching her turn in slow circles. Not on purpose, no. But I figure she's training me, too. There will always be challenges when I'm queen. It's inevitable. This way, I practice standing in who I am, unflinchingly. It's not my fault she didn't learn that herself, Karwyn said. You may have a point there, but so does she. You may not find your pair on this trip, but you will need to make allies. That means impressing and wooing people, Balthazar said. You're right, and she's partially right. I just don't want her to hear it from me, she said. Fair enough, he agreed with a nod. A drop of water fell onto her forehead, and Karwyn smiled up at the clouds overhead. There was nothing more beautiful than a storm. It's going to be a good day, Karwyn said to the gray sky. 4. Messages. Kariana, 118 years ago. A strange understanding moved through her. He was familiar in a way that should take years to grow, yet it had been moments. The familiarity was not of friendship, but an intimacy she had only glimpsed with a few people who'd come in and out of her life. I don't understand what is happening, Kariana said in a voice barely above a whisper. The air around them crackled with an unknown quality, like a shock of lightning. Dracul's eyes searched hers, wide and unarmed. His vulnerability matched her own, their souls exposed and all their defenses fallen. They sat looking at each other in the dirt. He was crouched like a lion, arms positioned in front of him and his legs settled around them. She couldn't help but notice his nakedness when he was crouched in this position, but she kept her eyes steadily on his. He was close enough that she felt warm, her heart fluttering. I don't know if I want to know what's happening, but they are telling me, he said after a moment, his gaze trailing up to their golden bubble and the sky beyond it. She held her stare to his face, steadfast, unable to avoid the attraction burning in her. They who? Have you always been able to transform into a human? Can all dragons do that? Kariana asked in a rapid fire, trying to focus on what was happening rather than her sudden crush. It looked so painful to transform that she would hate to think he had to experience that hurt often. No, this is my first time being human. I don't know how to put it into words yet. He looked down at his body, touching random spots of skin, as if not believing that most of his scales were gone. His chest was still littered with them, but the rest of him had smatterings of fine black body hair. I'm smooth, he said thoughtfully, before looking around them at the golden lights they now sat beneath. Smooth was not my first thought, Kariana said to herself, daring to look at his chest. You were a dragon, and now you are not, she supplied unhelpfully. He turned his gaze back to her. And now, you are mine, apparently. Excuse me? She said sharply, more on impulse rather than discontent. She knew she should probably be more upset about that statement than she was. What is wrong with me? Mutrine, Dracul started to say. A voice interrupted from outside the golden halo. Kariana second. Are you okay? With great difficulty, she pulled her eyes away from the dragon-turned man to see who had spoken. One of her supporting guards stepped forward, breath coming in gasps like he had been running. His hand reached close to the breaching golden glow. His hand stopped short, eyes wide, taking in the sight. Go away, Dracul growled at the man. They both stood up from the ground, ready to defend if needed. Dracul was slightly in front of her, his muscled back tensed. Kariana found herself nodding, agreeing that the guard should leave. Dracul's possessive tone unlocked something deep in her heart. The man that interrupted them paid her no mind, looking at Dracul instead with a narrowed gaze. Kariana, the guard tried to start again, circling the golden sparks as if there would be a door he could enter. Leave, Kaj, I'll find you after, Kariana said. He hesitated but stepped back, keeping her within sight. Kaj was loyal to her father but still under her command, and he would listen as long as it didn't appear like Dracul was going to hurt her. She could see him behind the lights, but she had no urge to breach them despite the strange occurrence. "What did Mutrine say? How are you speaking to him?" she asked Dracul. He turned to face her. "He just is. He said it was him, and it felt like the truth. He is speaking right now, and he isn't alone," Dracul said. "I don't understand," Kariana said, brows furrowing. They had their books on Mutrine, the god living within everything and everyone, but never had there been an event like this. And how did the dragon know of him? Could they hear what the humans said and held the same beliefs? Was the concept of Mutrine planted into all creatures as an accepted truth? Dracul spoke with an even tone, relaying what he said the god was sharing with him. "Mutrine is no longer alone. There is someone with him," Dracul said. "The world has changed, and we are one of the first on a new path. Now each person has a fated pair, rather than one they choose on their own. And I too have a pair. With you. One of the few beasts chosen for a human, as a co-leader." Kariana's eyes paused on his chest and the scales she saw there, then moved back up to his face. His eyes weren't cruel, and she felt an insistent pull in her chest that she should go to him, touch him. But this was too much, too soon, and too foreign of a feeling. Stepping back, she expected to leave the golden glow, but instead the haze grew with her movement. "I think we should pause this conversation, see if any other beasts have transformed, and talk to my father," she told him. Dracul straightened his back, standing impossibly taller, not seeming to care that he was naked. "I guess dragons never have to worry about that. They're always naked. He probably thinks it's weird that I'm not." "Do you always have to validate information with your father? How else would you explain this?" Dracul said, gesturing to his body and the gold around them. "And this?" he asked, holding a hand over his heart. "No, I don't, but if someone walks around claiming me, getting backup from the leader of an army would be helpful," Kariana snapped, and turned her back to him for the first time. She felt a twinge in her chest when she walked away. "As I said, I'm going to my father. You can come if you want, or turn back into a dragon and leave. Up to you." "I don't think your father is the right person to be around right now," he said, but followed. They walked down the slope of the mountain trail with Kaj following a close distance behind. The gold moved with them, becoming a living thing, like a sparkling wind between them. "And why is that?" Kariana said and winced, seeing Dracul step on a rock and keep going without a glance. Being barefoot on a trail seemed like a bad idea. "He has killed more of my kin than I can remember. Him and the generals before him. Why would I trust him?" he said, walking over another rock. "I see your point," she admitted with a sigh, thinking about how her father would take this situation. She herself was responsible for many dragon deaths, but Dracul graciously did not mention it. They walked silently for some time, stopping at one of the slopes along the trail, and moved into a single-file line. Kariana walked first. Dracul was in the middle, with Kaj in the back. They hadn't reached their horses yet. It was too narrow on this trail for them. "Kaj, do you or the other guards have any spare clothing?" Kariana asked. She heard his muttered yes, that it was with the horses, and they continued on. Kariana couldn't believe what a day it had been. She had started her morning dreading going to Feyentu and her upcoming choices. Now she had a dragon walking behind her with 2 feet, and an alluring physique she tried not to think about. When I agreed to give up my heart for peace, this is not how I expected it to happen, Kariana said to no one in particular. Dracul answered anyway. They call it the fating. They can call it whatever they want. It doesn't make it less invasive, she said spitefully, her eyes narrowing. She had never been angry at Mutrine before, not attributing any of the good or bad in her life directly to him or anyone else other than herself. But this intervention in her life had a direct link she could not ignore. It was another way that her choices were taken from her. First, her father, now a god. I didn't want this either, he said. His tone was lighter than it had been earlier, and more forgiving than she was a moment earlier. She sighed regretfully. This wasn't his idea, she reminded herself. I know, she said, giving him a sad smile in understanding. 5. Introductions. Ember, present day. The architecture of Feyentu was the opposite of Ashcadence. While Ashcadence had spiraling towers and tall buildings, Feyentu showed their wealth through long structures that took up significant land space. There were multiple stables along the sides of the buildings, with important members holding homes on the outside rooms of the royal compound. These members had doors that led out into the fields, so that they had their own exit onto the land with their horses and unicorns close by. Those that were not part of the royal family or their guests had quarters on the intersections of the building, without outdoor access. The living areas and throne room were also on the outskirts with easy access to come and go. This is where you will stay while you are here, Aemon and Fade's son, Coleman, said as he showed them to their own outward-facing room. Ember thought this setup was more a threat than it was a privilege, but maybe having unicorns sleeping outside your door was a theft deterrent. She shivered, imagining a unicorn using their horn in an altercation. They followed Coleman inside, and Ember gasped. Everything to your liking, Ember? Coleman asked, turning at the sound of her gasp. Unlike most people, he accepted her request to call her Ember without trouble. It's beautiful. Before her was a wide-open room with dusty rose walls, a bed large enough to fit 5, and a full bedspread of soul thread. Even the couch had on it throw blankets of the material. There were so few items made of soul thread in her own kingdom, seeing it so readily available startled her. The black material with sparkling silver threads shimmered, reflecting all light in the room. It was almost overwhelming. Almost. There's so much soul thread here. Where did it come from? Nor asked, speaking for Ember. From our unicorns, of course. It's unicorn hair, he said. Ember turned to him, seeing that his own hair had the silver threads like his parents'. Unlike them, his straight hair was shorter, stopping at his chin. They shone beautifully against his lavender strands. I didn't know soul thread was made of unicorn hair. We have some in Azor Orion, but very little, Nor said, stepping further into the room. We don't gift it out much, but I do know our family gave some to Ashcadence after the first fating. It's the perfect gift for a former dragon, he said idly, walking farther in to show them little touches. Why do you say that? Ember asked curiously as he pointed out the bathroom and where extra linens were. It's rare for us to give soul thread away. It's mostly used in our hair and certain other materials. There are only a few sanctioned ways to use unicorn hair, but it makes sense we'd give it to help Dracul Dragon King sleep after he became human. We made sure you had this room, just in case it also brought you some peace, he said with a sweeping gesture of his arm. Ember recalled how the irons in the rebel hideout appeared to be made of the same essence of soul thread as well. If it was soul thread, what were the terms for the trade of it during war? What of the blankets that they found hidden on the day that Emir Captain was murdered? Ember didn't ask. She needed their trust first. She needed the Fateless to have their ball. But she would listen. She would pick up what they said and piece together this puzzle. "What's the origin of having them in your hair?" Noor asked. "Oh, it's a sweet story," Coleman explained with a smile. "Quirivario, our first monarch, was fated to a unicorn and would wear the hair of her unicorn pair in her braids as a token of their love. Over time, it became common for the monarchs to wear unicorn hair to represent our past joined history and our current collaboration with the beasts. Many of the locals also wear threads in their hair, but of different colors for a range of meanings and statuses. Only the royals wear real unicorn hair." Thank you for sharing that with us, Coleman. A lot of our history is no longer taught, both of our own first fading and that of the other kingdoms. I feel the trading of information stalled after the wall went up. I'd love to borrow any books or records you have of those times while we're here, Ember said, knowing it would help her quest to read their interpretation of events. "I have just the book for you. I'll bring it to dinner," he said warmly. Ember wondered what Kariana would do in honor of her pair, or did she even want to be with a dragon? She knew that she herself wanted to be with Noor, but everyone in the first fading didn't know what was coming for them. Ember knew what it was like to have the act of making a choice taken away from her. She thought on that a lot as they settled into their room that afternoon, waiting for their joint royal welcoming dinner. What would I choose if I had a choice in how I wanted to live my life? "Ember, what is it like being the next queen of dragons?" Eamon asked. "And merfolk, too!" a party guest said with a boisterous laugh, as if it were so preposterous, slapping their hand on the table. "What an idea! A throne of coral!" another guest exclaimed. "I wouldn't know. I've only known I was the princess for a few months," Ember said in between bites, chewing slowly and glancing at anything but the surrounding faces. Eamon shushed those that spoke out with a look. "It's wonderful," Fade added. "It's almost like we are back at the beginning, when the first true royalty was made rather than born. You have both destinies in you, someone chosen and someone born." He drank more red wine. Ember held her breath, for a moment thinking of her scales, the death of her moms, and an ocean between where she was a few months ago and now. Noor gripped her hand under the table, feeling the tension rolling from her. "We were all chosen and continue to be chosen, those years ago during the unyielding war and now," Eamon added. "Our family as the first of Feyentu, and yours of Ashcadence. In 2 days you'll meet Grydasia's head family. There are quite a lot of them, though only a few of the brood will come to the ball. The rest must watch the kingdom," Eamon said, and some around the table laughed, including Arsenio. Ember didn't understand the joke. "Of course, there is so much to do to prepare for the ball. I very much hope in the time between I can get further tours of the kingdom and meet your people," Ember said. Yes. Speaking of kingdoms, why didn't your mother come? I'd think she'd want to leave after being behind the wall for so long," Eamon said, changing the subject. Her eyes focused on Ember as her glass paused at her lips. Ember took a bite of her food, taking a convenient moment to chew and swallow before answering. "As you said with Grydasia, someone had to stay in the kingdom." "But surely your dragon matron could have run things. I heard she was heavily involved," Fade commented. Where would he have heard that? Oma hadn't traveled since before Karwyn met Mirandus, right? Omanok's dragon matron passed away recently, before the wall was removed, Nor replied for her, gripping her hand under the table. They had not told anyone about the former queen's involvement in Karwyn's imprisonment. There was enough throwing Ashcadence's citizens out of balance with the betrayal of Jedediah Knight, now called Jedediah Pretender, and the introduction of Mirandus. The removal of the wall brought in more joy and prosperity to her kingdom. Nothing else should distract from that. And thankfully, Jedediah agreed to take the fall for Oma's actions. "What a baffling time this has been for you, darling. My condolences for your loss," Eamon said with a hand on her chest. The clamor of forks and past dishes sounded around them. "Yes, our princess has surprised us all with how well she has acclimated to her new responsibilities, while maintaining such a kind heart," Amick complimented her. "Ember is one of the strongest women you'll ever meet," Hasley added, tucking a strand of blue hair behind her ear. Ember smiled at her and Amick. A person is only as strong as their friends. "I disagree," Coleman said from across from her. Seated beside him was his sister, Kaylin. They were twins, but other than their lavender hair, the brother and sister didn't seem much alike. Kaylin appeared much more serious than Coleman. The light in her eyes was dim in comparison. Other than their introduction, she hadn't said a word. "How so, Coleman?" Arsenio asked. "Strength should always be derived from oneself. Friends can change, family trust and support are not guaranteed, but in your own self you can find a steadiness to rely on," he said. She watched him as Coleman spoke, wondering who let him down. 6. Endings. Karwyn, 18 years ago. "It's raining! Come back inside until we dock," Julinet said, coming out from below the deck. "Yes, Karwyn, maybe we can practice all the names of the princes again," Eleonora suggested with a chuckle. "There are so many of them, it's exhausting. I'm glad there's only one of me. It makes the whole matter easier," Karwyn commented and turned away from the water. "Indeed, it does," Julinet said thoughtfully. "Having 2 of you would be too much to handle, let alone 19 of you." "You didn't have to agree," Karwyn said with an exaggerated expression. The ship rocked violently, and the 3 of them tumbled into each other. They laughed in their heap. "At least Blythe will be there. You did like spending time with him during the last visit," Eleonora said as they righted themselves. "He certainly is fun. Loves a good prank like me. But he also was the only one staying in the capital when I visited, so who knows if I'd like one of his siblings more. But meeting his 18 siblings sounds like a chore. How did they even have enough rooms?" "Their castle was not much bigger than ours," she commented. "Right, no more talking, girls. Let's go inside." Balthazar ushered them back toward the stairs. In the background, the crew of the ships ran to their stations across the deck and started pulling on the ropes of the sails. Inside their room, Julinet and Eleonora resumed their card game, while Karwyn looked out at the dark sea and crashing waves from the porthole. Their room's window was positioned so their view was half the sea and half the sky, both worlds together. A flash of light caught Karwyn's eye as something darted past the porthole. It looked like an elongated, fish-like tail before it vanished into the shadows. Karwyn blinked, not sure if she had really seen it or if it was just her imagination playing tricks. In the dark water, it was impossible to get a good look. Her heart quickened as she stared out the porthole, hoping for another glimpse, but the shape did not reappear, leaving her to wonder. "I thought I saw something in the water," she whispered after a moment. "What?" Eleonora asked, glancing up nervously to where Karwyn sat. A long fishtail. It's dark, but I swear I saw it, Karwyn said with excitement. I wonder if it's a merfolk. It was too long to be a regular fish, but not smooth like the larger ocean creatures. Merfolk mostly leave people alone. If there was one, it's already swimming far past the ship, Julinet said factually. Karwyn knew she was likely right, but she still felt a longing tug toward the porthole. What does a merfolk home look like? Karwyn wondered. Her eyes lingered on the window and her gaze shifted out into the sea. Thunder sounded in the distance, and the boat rocked again. Eleonora and Julinet left their bed and sat beside Karwyn. This is probably the biggest storm we've sailed through, Eleonora said with a tremor in her voice. Julinet reached for her hand. How long do you think it'll go on like this? Karwyn asked. The candle on the other side of the room flickered. Hopefully not long now. We're only a few hours from shore, Julinet said. With each rocking motion of the ship, water surged over the top deck and down the stairs to their room, coming in from the crack below their door. That looks serious, Karwyn muttered, pulling her legs up on the bed. Dragon daughter! Balthazar called as he sprang into the room, water dripping from him and lightning illuminating his tanned skin. You are to join the guards on the lifeboat, he panted, hands on his knees as air puffed in and out of his chest. Let's go! Why? Karwyn asked loudly over the crash of waves. Is she in danger? Julinet asked, standing and holding out one hand for Karwyn and then the other for her pair to get up off the bed. The ship captain is worried we might capsize. We are to sit in the boats just in case, Balthazar said, pushing dripping hair back from his face. Come, Karwyn, Eleonora said and pulled her towards Balthazar. Do we need anything in this room? Julinet thought aloud, picking up some odds and ends and dumping it into a bag. Give her anything she needs to have with her. Staff will be on the second boat, Balthazar said, his breath more even now while he held open the door as more water splashed in. Flaming stars they won't! Karwyn yelled and turned around, grabbing Eleonora and Julinet with both of her hands. She had seen the second lifeboat and would not trust it with anyone. That boat is due for repair. We don't have enough room on the first boat, Princess, Balthazar replied, brow furrowed. We have to split up. His eyes glanced between the three of them, knowing what that might mean. My ladies are as important as the guardsmen, Karwyn shouted over the sound of crashing water. I agree, he said, but it doesn't change the fact that there isn't enough room. Even with both boats, there isn't enough room for everyone. We're running out of time. His wide eyes pleaded with her. Karwyn, it's okay. Nothing's going to happen anyway. Just sit with the guards until the storm passes, Eleonora reasoned, wringing her hands. Right, it's a precaution, Julinet attested, but Karwyn noticed how she inched closer to the other half of her soul. Karwyn looked between her two friends and her captain as more water from the raging sea rushed into their cabin. The cold water sloshed over her feet and shocked her into action, a plan forming in her mind. Come with me, she yelled and raced up the stairs, her three closest friends following behind her. She hit the deck and witnessed the chaos that surrounded them. Members of the crew were running across the ship. A large group was focused on untying the two boats that were at the front, with others pulling the sails of the ship to stop them from expanding. As the wind gained strength, it whipped through the air, rattling the ship's rigging and making it difficult for the crew to secure the sails. Karwyn stood in the middle of the chaos, turning in a circle looking for the opportunity that was slowly cataloging in her mind. There's no time for this, Balthazar cried as the rain pelted their faces. This way! She pointed and ran without looking to see if they followed. On the west side of the ship lay spare rope and empty barrels. Lightning crashed in a spider of silver across the sky. Balthazar, Julinet, start rolling the barrels towards the boats. Eleonora, help me with the rope. Karwyn's voice screamed over the churning sea and salt air. Eleonora pulled with her as they carried the waterlogged rope, the weight of the water making the task difficult. A few of the crew noticed their efforts and ran to help, pulling up barrels from other rooms and areas of the ship, as others helped with the ropes. Karwyn hoped they'd have enough rope to make this plan secure. "Val, push the boats away from each other and push the barrels in between. We're anchoring them together. The barrels will float," she explained. "We'll tie them all together and people can lie atop of the barrels or hold on from the sides." Her hair and dress were sopping wet, making it hard to maneuver quickly in all the layers. She shivered, her teeth clattering as the chill of the water settled into her bones. Julienne and Eleonora continued tying the ropes, their braiding skills working well with the sailing knots the crew were tying on opposite ends. Half of the barrels were strapped in, the 3 in the middle between the boats were complete, and now they worked to fasten barrels along the outside of the boats to widen their makeshift raft's berth. Karwyn would be nestled in the stablest boat, should anything happen, but this way the vulnerable boat had more strength, and the barrels gave more room for those that didn't fit inside. Karwyn exhaled, her breath watery and her body exhausted from the exertion. She looked behind her and saw Balthazar rolling one last barrel over to them. She steeled her remaining strength and ran to help. "This is a good plan. Leave me to finish this last one. Get in the boat!" Balthazar yelled to her, pushing her away with his shoulder as he rolled. He was making steady progress, but they were still halfway across the deck. She ignored him and pushed alongside him, increasing the speed by pushing together. Her arms burned. The sound of the wild ocean seemed to grow quiet, and Karwyn saw a shadow in her periphery, her head instinctively angling towards it. Waves gathered together as one, creating a swell larger than the rest. Karwyn heard her name being called distantly. Balthazar stopped their rolling and pushed her behind him, as if he could hold the wave back on his own. "Princess," he started, as if to say more, but he was at a loss for words. She looked towards her friends and saw Julienne trying to run to her. Karwyn shook her head no as Eleonora reached out, stopped her pair, and pulled her into the boat instead. Julienne fought her, as Karwyn expected she would. Eleonora won in the end, and they held onto the ropes, other crew jumping in or staring at them in horror. Karwyn hoped it was enough, that she had saved enough of them, because it was too late to do anything more now. When the shadow of the wave reached halfway over their ship, Balthazar grabbed her arm and ran towards the lifeboat. She knew they wouldn't make it in time. "Thank you," she told him, in between her racing heartbeat and ragged breaths. "Thank me later," he said, pulling her arm so hard as he ran that she thought it would come out of the socket. "Thank you for always believing in me," she said anyway, not sure he could hear her over the rushing sound of oncoming water. She had to tell him, at least once. They were mere feet away from the lifeboat when the wave crashed down and the world grew cold. 7. Together. Kariana, 118 years ago. "It's happening everywhere," the innkeeper repeated. Her voice sounded mystified. "I've never seen anything like this before." When they arrived at their accommodations for the evening, the innkeeper explained that several people had experienced the same phenomenon in her inn that morning, even 2 of her neighbors. She was scandalized to say that some of them started kissing on the spot, unable to stop themselves. Kariana refused to look at Dracul as the innkeeper spoke. Kaj eventually interrupted the innkeeper's gossip. "We need rooms, okay? Do you have any of those?" There were only 2 rooms available, one for her and the changed dragon, and another for the guards in her company. Well, technically Dracul and her guards were going to stay together, but Kariana insisted he stay with her. The innkeeper was rapt at the development. "We'll have to stay here for the night, together, before going to my father in the morning," Kariana said again, and gestured to the rented room. There was a lit fire, a lone bed, and an oversized windowsill that doubled as a reading nook, not wide enough for anyone to sleep on comfortably. Its blue-painted walls added to the charm of the little inn with lace curtains. She felt out of place in her leathers, like she did not belong in a place like this. "Why not have me sleep in the second room with your guards?" Dracul questioned, not looking at her. He wore a spare gray guard outfit, but on him it looked anything but stuffy. His top buttons remained open, his scales visible to her. They did not have spare shoes, so his feet remained bare. She noticed his toes flexing often, not used to having flesh instead of claws. "Because they may kill you in your sleep," she answered without hesitation. She was not someone who sugar-coated information, and he needed to know what was at risk. His nostrils flared, spine straightened, his movements more predatory than human as he took in her thoughts. Because he wasn't one, she reminded herself. "Then why don't you sleep with them, and I bunk alone, for your safety? Surely they don't want you here with me." His voice vibrated out of his chest with such a tremor. Her heart stirred. The golden sparks had faded after an hour of riding. They had reached the inn late in the evening, with part of the knights arriving ahead of them to deliver the horses. A few guards walked slowly with them since Dracul couldn't ride. The horses were too scared of him. His energy was not something she had ever experienced before. The power coursing through his body was palpable, even when just standing next to him. But she was not scared. She felt something else entirely. "I don't want you out of my sight," she said, biting her lip. There was something vulnerable in her response that she didn't feel brave enough to address yet. "I can understand that. You have no reason to trust me. I shouldn't be trusting you either," he said, with an open and curious expression that was so different from the aggression he'd shown mere hours before as a dragon. She noted that statement implied he trusted her anyway, despite his better judgment. He surveyed the room, windows, and the bed, turning his gaze back to her every few seconds, as if to verify she was still there. Kariana never looked away as she stood beside the door. "It's not that," she said as her eyes traced his body again. She gathered her hair behind her back and braided it, purely to distract herself. "It isn't?" Dracul asked, raising a black eyebrow, inviting her to elaborate. "If you aren't with me, it's likely my guards will kill you. Whether I'm alone and you're with them, or you are alone and I'm with them, it won't matter. They can gang up on you, or someone can sneak away and kill you. I don't want that. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that you are safest with me." Kariana shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal, wanting to protect a dragon that claimed she was his. "But wouldn't that make things easier for you? If they just killed me? It's not like the life you planned for involved a dragon." He walked out of sight, and Kariana heard him fiddling with the sink, grunting in annoyance. She stifled a laugh when she heard the water come on. When he came out, his feet were clean, but wet. "Sit," she told him, gesturing to the small windowsill. He sat while she went and got a towel from the bathroom. She knelt before him and took one of his feet in her hands, drying it with the towel in gentle pats. Kariana looked up, finding his intense gaze meeting hers. "I'm sure my conflicting thoughts aren't one-sided, Dracul. Despite what I was raised to believe about dragons, or what my father planned for me, that's all out of the window now. Nothing will be the same again. There are no more plans, she said, reaching for his second foot. We're fated, as you call it. I doubt Mutrine and this new god, whatever their name was, are going to change their minds. Thank you, he murmured when his feet were dry. If you need help, tell me. I've been human longer than you, after all, she said with a short laugh. You may have some information conveniently dropped in by the gods, but I can fill in the gaps, okay? He nodded but changed the subject, not yet ready to address his feelings for his enemy. Would your guards kill me even if you told them not to? Possibly. If I'm close by, maybe not, but if I told them not to hurt you and left your side, I think they'd kill you anyway. She stood up and walked back to the center of the room, needing space. Do they not trust their second? Dracul questioned, surprise lacing his voice. Most of them do, but they want my father's praise more. He will likely want to kill you on sight, just as you wanted to kill me. If they do it for him, they'd get his favor. She imagined Dracul wouldn't find that surprising, but she held her breath regardless. And would your father listen, if you said not to kill me? Whose praise does he want? Dracul asked, leaning his elbows on his knees. The question made her pause. Would he listen to her? Reluctantly, she had to admit he might not. In a war strategy decided on a table, far from battle, maybe he would listen, but with his enemy standing before him and staking a claim on his daughter, I don't know. We're in a risky position here, Dracul, she stated. How strange it must be to be raised by a murderer, he said, eyebrow lifting at the word claim. He stood from the window seat and turned, looking out the window. It was too dark to see anything but the stars. How strange it must be to be one, she retorted, her eyes on his broad back. Am I more or less of a monster than him? Than you? Your hands are not clean. He closed the curtains. When war is all we know, all we are born into, how can we do anything different? Kariana countered. She knew what she had become and what she was raised to do. She hoped he would disagree, helping her feel like her life had more choices. We are different now. We must be, Dracul said, walking away from the windowsill and standing before her. She backed up a step, her legs hitting the edge of the bed. Does it hurt, being human? Kariana asked, her hand reaching for his shoulder, hesitantly. He did not flinch away. His hand covered hers, warming them both. His grip was tight, unused to his strength. Yes, should it not? Dracul asked, his gold and green eyes searching hers. Depends on the person. Goosebumps lifted the hair on her arms. Does it hurt for you? His voice softened as if he genuinely wanted to know. She hoped he did. Every day, but in different ways. Tell me, he demanded, not unkindly, loosening his grip and laying his other hand on her shoulder. They were so close now. If she leaned in an inch more, they would be chest to chest. Emotional pain hurts differently than physical pain, she said. The words hung in the air, the weight of her statement sinking in, etching lines of contemplation on his face. He seemed to chew on that answer before replying, I'm not a good person. It was a vulnerable appeal for acceptance of the emotional pain he, too, felt, like a silent desire for someone to look past the outside view and embrace what was. Kariana found she related to that. In that moment, she made a silent vow to stand by him, feeling the weight of their shared journey ahead. for in the realm of emotional pain, scars are hidden. "You're not a person," she quipped unhelpfully. She knew it wasn't the most eloquent thing she could say, but she understood what he meant. Her mind kept drifting back to the thought without her permission. I was supposed to leave on a ship today, to choose my pair. Instead, my pair came to me. "I know. I feel that. And I'm not handling this well," Dracul admitted with a sigh. The powerful line of his shoulders slumped for the first time since she met him. "I'm sorry I haven't made this easier for you. You became human against your will, and I forced you to come with me to your mortal enemy. I just don't know what other action to take right now," Kariana said, looking around the room again before gesturing to the bed. "We should sleep," she said. "I would normally say one of us should sleep on the floor, but I don't want your first time sleeping in a human body to be on the floor. And honestly, I don't want to sleep on the floor either, so let's share." Kariana edged away from him, took off her shoes, and unbuckled her pants. She did all this very quickly, talking as she did so. "I don't sleep in pants, it's just not comfortable. I've already seen you naked, so seeing my underwear won't be a problem, right?" "That's fine. I've never seen a naked woman before. Only myself. I wouldn't know what the problem would be. Dragons don't wear clothes," he said, his eyes lingering on her as she quickly removed her pants and climbed into bed. Sitting up, she took off the outer layer of her armored vest and threw it on the pile of clothes on the floor. She wore a long-sleeved dark shirt underneath. He followed suit and took off his shoes, shirt, and pants before getting in beside her in just his underwear. His pile of clothes joined hers on the floor, closer to his side of the bed than hers. "You'll likely learn a few surprises and fun uses for your human body," Kariana commented without thinking, then blushed. It wasn't like she had never been in bed with someone before, but she had to remind herself that this was not a normal situation. She rearranged her body to stare at him rather than the ceiling. His hand reached for her collarbone, one finger trailing the bare skin above her shirt. "I look forward to that." She shivered against the touch. "Did Mutrine say anything else?" Kariana whispered. "Nothing else for tonight," he said, but she felt hesitation in his voice. They both were tired, having a lot of things rapidly shift in their lives, so she didn't push it. Not now, anyway. There would be time to talk. "Then we should sleep," she said, barely breathing as his finger moved to trail up her neck to her ear. "Okay," he said. His hand retreated, and he rolled onto his back. The bed had little room, but there was enough where they could awkwardly lay next to each other and stay very still. Or they could cuddle. "Do you think they will sneak in and try to kill me while I sleep?" he asked the ceiling, his hand resting above his pillow. The thought was at odds with his relaxed posture. "Good question," Kariana said. She pushed up and reached over his body. Her braid tickled his chest as her arm pulled something from her pile of clothes. She unsheathed her trusty blade, the size of her forearm, and showed him before putting it back into the sleeve and placing it under her pillow. "I'll be ready should they try," she said, lingering close to him. "You are terrifying," he commented with a smile, pulling her into his side. Her mouth quirked against his chest. "I could say the same for you." She felt his chest warm at the statement, unsure whether she imagined it or if it was a lingering power from his dragon side. Was it a good thing if his chest really did warm? Was that how a dragon blushed? Her mind entertained the thought until her eyes drifted closed. 8. Heir of. Ember, present day. I never thought I'd see anything like this, Ember said in a hushed voice. She, Noor, and Wally stood with Coleman outside their rooms the next day. They had just finished breakfast together. Coleman stopped in to drop off the books he forgot to give them last night and stayed to eat with them. They pass in a herd here every morning, Coleman Monarch said, but even seeing it all my life, it still takes my breath away. The hooves of the unicorns drew closer, a beating sound like a crowd of thunder. Sounds broke free from it, off rhythm, and Ember wondered if rain would delay their morning tour. She lifted her gaze from the creatures to search beyond the rolling hills. She didn't see a cloud in the sky. It's the Howling Mountain, Coleman said, pointing to a hill that held more clusters of trees than the rest. Why does it howl? Wally asked as he adjusted his captain pin. This was earlier in the morning than their typical adventures, and the lack of sleep was visible in his shadowed eyes. There is a system of caves in the mountain where air whooshes between them, creating the howl, Coleman explained. It used to be louder, but some caves collapsed over the years, and the pattern changed, making it harder for the wind to flow through. No one can visit it now other than the miners, just in case more caves collapse. Ember's ears perked at the mention of the miners, thinking, now that the supposed synthetic blood must have come from this mountain. Now she had a location. She'd have to visit it in secret if they refused her plea to see the workers again. How can wind flow through if there aren't any outward cave mouths? Wally questioned, squinting to see it in the distance. Good question, Ember thought. There were many trees along the mountain, but she couldn't see any entry points. It's smaller cave mouths, like little mountain freckles, Eamon said, meeting them outside their door. She guided them to the path, her hand wrapped in the crook of her son's arm. Really, mountain freckles. That's adorable, cute little mountain, Noor crooned. Ember kept staring at the mountain until they turned a corner and it was out of sight. I am overjoyed to share with you the wonders of my kingdom, dragon daughter, Eamon said with a sweeping smile, patting Coleman's arm. We'll begin at the capital square, circle through the neighboring shops, then head to the docks to welcome Grydasia's ships before continuing again tomorrow, she said, as they walked towards the carriages. The Grydasian leaders have been to our humble home before, of course, but I know they'll want to join many of our tours purely for you being here, dragon daughter. I cannot wait to meet them and learn what makes Feyentu so unique. Will we also be getting a tour of the mines? I owe them my thanks, Ember asked. Yes, I would love to see that as well, Amik said. What an asset they were to our wall dismantling. Without her mother and father there, she grew a quick trust with Amik, and the strength of it surprised her. We will arrange for a representative to meet with you before your trip is over, but as for the mines, they are off-limits to everyone but the workers, Fade explained. They have been working in the mines for generations, passing down their skills to their families, and we respect their need for secrecy in their art. Do they let you in on their secrets, Fade Monarch? Amik asked with a conspiratorial tone. Arsenio looked towards Eamon, and Ember couldn't help but notice he was curious about the answer as well. Noor pumped her hand, signaling he too had noticed the change. I'll admit I know a few, Eamon said with a bowed head, but they remain unspoken. We do not even tell our children, not until the crown is closer to their heads. I understand, and there must be some safety concerns as well from what Coleman has told me. I can't wait to meet the representative. Do let them know we will adapt to their schedules. I do not want to inconvenience their work, Ember said diplomatically. Whose blood is on your hands, monarchs? Lovely. Let's continue on. We are on a tight schedule. They separated into the carriages and made their way into town. "I'm happy for you, Hasley, really," Ember assured her. They sat together on a small bench outside the eatery, their last stop before turning back to the docks. "It won't be forever. Arsenio and I want to try living in both kingdoms to see where we should settle. We're starting here since I couldn't be outside of Ash Cadence before. We'll go back in a few months and then make our decision," Hasley said, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "That makes sense," Ember said, doing her best to hold Hasley's eye contact. "You need time to decide what is best for you both as a pair. I didn't expect everyone to stay in Ash Cadence now that the walls are down." "I know, but I feel bad. You need a lady-in-waiting to help you, and for me to leave so soon," Hasley trailed off. "Hasley, I've been a princess for less than a year, and you'll be the second lady-in-waiting to leave. Nothing in my life has been that stable, even before all this, so this feels normal for me. Don't worry about it. Seeing you happy is more important. Now," she said, looking for a way to end the conversation, "we have to go inside before our men eat all the food. Who knows how long it'll be until dinner, and I need the energy. Don't you?" Ember stood up from the bench and brushed off imaginary dirt from her long sleeves. A breeze pushed from the west, blowing her hair as she walked forward. Hasley hesitantly followed behind her, still clutching her hands. "You okay?" Nor asked when she joined him at their table. "Of course," Ember said with a tight smile. Nor glanced at Hasley for too long a look, Hasley returning it before moving to the next table. He already knew. Ember felt a tightness spread across her chest. She buried the feeling and turned to pay attention to the owner, who was explaining the importance of their unique fishing practices. Afterward, the group had looped through town and back to the docks. With so much hands-shaking and speaking, Ember was exhausted. Yet Nor seemed energized. It was no surprise to Ember. That's just how Nor always seemed to be. He thrived in the spotlight. Ember liked it from time to time, but mostly it exhausted her. Hasley and Arsenio separated from them an hour ago so that Arsenio could introduce Hasley to his friends and fellow traders. She doubted they'd be back before nightfall. "It's beautiful," Wally said as they watched Grydasia's ships come into the harbor. Ember silently agreed. It was a large, well-crafted ship with intricate carvings. Their ship told a story. She could see the depiction of griffins on the front of the hull, where she would typically see a merfolk. "Just wait until you see their libraries. They have carvings like that made of stone," Coleman shared. "Have you traveled often to Grydasia?" Ember asked him. "Every once in a while. Part of the territory of being next in line." Ember laughed bitterly. "I wouldn't know." "You will, now that you are free," he assured, sharing a small smile with her. The ship docked and the kingdom's second group of visitors started down the deck to meet them. "Princess," Amick whispered to her. It made her pause, thinking of Amir Captain again. While Amick and Amir had similar names and were both trustworthy, they were otherwise very different personalities. Amir would often call her princess, and although that is what she was, the thought didn't come naturally to her. She missed him. "Yes?" Ember asked, with a question in her voice as the group grew closer. "Blythe. He is their king, walking along the center. His griffin, which I can't believe his boldness in bringing him, is the one that carried your mother back to Ash Cadence, after the fating with Mirandus," he whispered. "I thought you'd want to know. Maybe there will be time to discuss that, when you are able to get him to a more private location." With Ember's opinion of the king sufficiently ruined, she nodded to Amick. "Thank you for that information." The man he pointed out would have been easy to spot, regardless of Amick saying a word. He stood tall among his group, 5 inches above the second tallest man. He had a kind, oval face that seemed softer and less defined than the rest of his dark-skinned and toned body. His long silver earrings with green dew-dropped gems drew her eyes to his exposed collarbones, visible under his thin, strapped shirt. Beside him was who she presumed was his son and, like Amick mentioned, a griffin. "I've never seen one in person before," Nor whispered, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. "It's wonderful," Ember admitted, "seeing all the beasts. Except my own." The griffin stood at the same height as its king, tufted with brown feathers along the lower half of its body, with a white feathered head and neck like an eagle. Its dark, clawed front feet clicked on the wood as it walked, feathers fluffing as it adjusted to being on land again. Meanwhile, the hind legs resembled a lion with matching brown fur. Its beak was the same color as its eyes, a pale yellow. Ember shuddered, thinking about what damage its claws and beak could do. She knew as beautiful as this creature was, it was also dangerous. The 2 species folded into one beast perfectly. They all walked to join the monarchs of Feyentu, who were greeting the arrivals as old friends, before turning to Ember, Nor, Amick, and Wally. "A pleasure to meet you at last, Ember's dragon daughter. I apologize my pair could not be here. She was needed at home. I am King Blythe of Grydasia. This is my son, Prince Luke of Grydasia, the eldest of my 7 sons, and our honored griffin from our first fading griffin family line. He goes by Colonel." "I am honored to meet all 3 of you," Ember said. The griffin nodded in response. Ember blinked in surprise before turning to introduce her family. "This is my pair, Norworth Knight, Wally, our captain, and Amick. Amick's family lives here in Feyentu, but he serves us as a province keyholder in Ash Cadence," Ember explained as she gestured to each of her companions. Nor reached to shake Blythe and Luke's hands, grinning. He nodded to the griffin, as he had no hands to shake. "I believe you know my mother, King Blythe. It's a shame she couldn't be here to see you again," Ember said with a bit more snark than necessary. Blythe didn't notice. "Oh, yes," Blythe said jovially. "Your mother was always a wild one. I loved her spirit. I hope we can be reunited soon. I'll have to tell you all my embarrassing stories from when we were teenagers." "And yet you didn't help her? Did everyone believe Ominox's lies blindly?" "It would be an honor to hear those stories," Ember said. Though she was upset, it was still a true statement. "I didn't grow up with my mother, so knowing what she was like when she was younger would mean a lot to me. She isn't able to travel right now, but I'd love to arrange for you to visit us in Ash Cadence when things settle." "I look forward to that day," Luke replied in lieu of his father. She turned her attention to him and noted his eyes slipped past her, looking into the hills. She turned, too, seeing the unicorns rush forward. "It never gets old," Blythe said, and slapped a hand to his son's back. "And Luke hasn't been to Feyentu in about 10 years. He's used to feathers, not horns." Eamon and Fade spoke to the king and prince, bringing them up the same path Ember had traveled the day before to greet the unicorns. She joined them, not yet used to the sight, agreeing with Blythe that it was a sight worth celebrating on many occasions. "How did the griffins gather?" Wally asked, looking to Colonel as if he could answer. "That's a good question," Nor commented. Ember toned them out, distracted by the sight of the unicorns running together as one. Their hair was a blaze of streaking silver against the green plain. They roamed ever closer, rushing forward like waves, yet changing directions fluidly, like a flock of birds. Did the griffins act like birds in the sky? Or did they appear more aggressive in flight, drawing on the predatory nature of their lion legs. As before, a small group broke from the rest of the unicorns to greet the visitors. When they did, a gasp sounded behind her. I know, it's indescribable to see them up close, Ember thought, imagining Luke must have been as surprised as she was. But something more magical had happened instead. The unicorn approaching them broke into sparks of gold, now running faster with new purpose. It stopped before them. Ember's hand shot to cover her mouth, knowing the gasp behind her was not meant in awe of beauty, but in an understanding of a life now irrevocably changed. My fate, Luke said. Nor held her hand, pulling her back to make way for the unicorn. It shot forward, body transforming seamlessly from beast to human, as if it were born to do so. The unicorn screamed through the transition, but kept moving forward. Its long silver hair reached down to its navel, covering the peaks of breasts. The former unicorn crashed into her new pair, holding him close as tears streamed down her face. She lost the use of her limbs, shaking at the transformation, and Luke picked her up without hesitation. I was not expecting that, Blythe said, dumbfounded. He dropped the reins of the griffin with a clank. The large, bird-like beast tilted its head, examining the scene, but didn't leave Blythe's side. Fade's reaction was not as calm. His voice creaked, an unrecognizable sound rushing out with his breath. His voice was devoid of color, the blood rushing to the core of his body as he collapsed to the ground. Eamon stared at him for a moment, wide-eyed, before dropping to his side and calling for her guards. "Help! He fainted!" she exclaimed, and put her head on his chest to listen for his heartbeat. The griffin fluffed its wings in distaste. We better head the party back to the compound, Coleman said, as he glanced between his sister, parents, and the shaking unicorn now human, frozen despite this statement. Yes, Amick agreed, stepping into action and helping steer their new guests as if he were in charge while Eamon fanned Fade. The guards asked her to move so they could help carry him. The griffin walked away from Blythe with a nod to him and started pushing other Grydasia visitors along to Amick. The guests seemed used to the beast hurting them and showed little hesitation. Amick helped Colonel lead them away. Kaelin looked to the new couple and then to the crying king of Grydasia and said, "Congratulations." The envy in her tone was unmistakable, but she was a child of royalty and would say the right thing. She stooped to help her mother up. It happened again. What does it mean? 9. A Princess at Sea. Karwyn, 18 years ago. Karwyn had only a moment to hold her breath before the wave crashed down upon her and the world tumbled upside down. The boat careened with her and every person in the crew. The breath she held did not last long, as the pressure from the ship barreled down on her body. Karwyn opened her eyes to the salt water, blearily making out other shadowy shapes tumbling with her. The salt water stung her eyes as she tried to bring her surroundings into focus. Her ears filled with water and sound garbled around her as her body twisted and turned with the destruction of their ship. Which way led to her salvation and which to her death? A large cylindrical shape floated toward her, giving her a clue of which way was up and down. She avoided the object, realizing it was the mast of the ship, and swam upward. The pressure in her chest built without new gulps of air to renew her. Each arm stroke was torture, her heavy water-laden dress adding to her weight, but at least she had stopped tumbling in the destruction of the ship. I have to make it. I have to. Dark figures in the distance grew closer, zipping by like underwater shooting stars towards other struggling bodies like hers. She wasn't sure if they were large animals or whales, but No, they were too fast for that. Karwyn opened her mouth after the burning in her chest became too much to bear. The sides of her vision began to blur, and she didn't feel any closer to the surface. No. Is this the end? Karwyn wondered. I'm not done yet. This can't be it. Were Eleonora and Juliane safe on the lifeboat? She hoped their progress with the ropes wasn't ruined by the ship capsizing. As her limbs grew tired and her vision grew darker still, Karwyn had no strength left to keep pushing. She had so much left she had wanted to do, and it looked like there would be no time to do it. Her feet stopped kicking, and her arms floated loosely around her. The long mass of her hair she had regrettably unbraided continued to have its own mind in the water of the deep. I'm so tired. A touch came to her elbow, and her eyes snapped back open. Widened pupils of gold stared back into her own. Suddenly, drowning felt like the best experience she could ever have. As if this being carried a lantern with him, she could now see flickers of gold. She felt warmth instead of the bitter cold of just moments ago. Karwyn searched his face and found him to have a clenched jaw and a concerned expression as he surveyed her. He looked at her face, her chest, her arms, as if he was inspecting for danger or illness. He seemed to not understand her distress. Karwyn reached for her throat, touching the hollow spot above her collarbone, reminding the stranger that she couldn't breathe. How could he breathe? Why was he not gasping as she had been? She could see he was safe, and that seemed more important to her in that moment than having answers to the question. His green hair was half as long as hers, reaching just under his collarbone. Or so she guessed, as it waved as wildly in the current as hers did. His jaw was set in determination as he watched her hand tell him what she needed. He understood her movements and his eyes widened. He blinked several times as if coming back to awareness and leaned forward. His lips touched hers and her chest was able to expand with air once more. She sputtered water into his mouth, but he didn't seem to mind. Little bubbles escaped from slits along the side of his neck. Gills. Gills? With her lips still attached to his, she glanced down. Where legs should be, there was a fin. She looked to his hands next, but there was no lantern to explain the golden glow. Her eyes locked back onto his, and she realized what her body and her heart already knew, but her mind had yet to understand. They, together, were the golden light. Here, under the deep of the sea, her fate had found her. This merman was the missing piece to her soul. He was here with her, breathing for her, an impossible oddity as others around them could be on death's door. And yet she felt happy. Purpose. He was hers, and she was his. Gripping his shoulders, she felt safer than she ever had before. She found him, or rather, he found her. The kiss was a surprise, but it kept her alive. She sucked in a breath through his mouth and held it, letting him go. He reached to pull her back, but she halted him with a hand to his mouth. She looked around her with renewed urgency. Karwyn searched the water for her ladies-in-waiting, her guards, anyone she knew. There were fewer forms in the water now. With her extended view, thanks to their golden fading glow, she could make out other merfolk in the distance pulling people with them to the surface. No human was abandoned, but also no other human glowed gold with their saviors. Everyone else was safe. She smiled and looked to her saving grace. She smiled at him, forgetting again that she needed to breathe and let the air out. His hand came to her face, bringing them together again, gentler this time, and he pushed in another gulp of air for her. Karwyn pointed up when he pulled back, asking to breach the surface with him. He nodded his head and wrapped her arms around him, making sure she was secure. When he swam, it was faster than she thought possible. They breached the surface, and Karwyn found her shipmates all held afloat by other merfolk. One by one, the crew turned with the merfolk to stare at Karwyn and her fate, each drawn to the golden light. The glow beneath the water had exploded into thousands of golden sparks as she looked back at the green-haired man before her. The rain had stopped with only one victim, the boat. The storm brought me to you. Thank you. I'm Mirandis, he told her, his voice vibrating chest to chest. Karwyn Dragondaughter, a pleasure to meet you, she said, while holding her arms around his neck. He gripped around her waist, keeping them both afloat with the power of his tail. She felt it beating between them, keeping them both above water, and her body reacted unexpectedly. A dragon, he whispered. Didn't expect that, nor a princess. His eyes twinkled. A merman is quite a shock, too, she said frankly, her long black hair pooling around them. Merfolk swam towards them one by one with their guests. Voices murmured closer. She didn't note them until one familiar voice spoke. Karwyn, Balthazar said. She dragged her eyes away from Mirandis and found Balthazar staring back at her, a mermaid holding him afloat. It's happened, he said, eyes wide as he took in the scene. She heard the mermaid address Mirandis to her left. Yes, she replied breathily, just as shocked. Then she remembered what she should say. Balthazar, Captain, meet our new knight, Mirandis, she said in introduction. Whispers grew closer, hushed sounds climbing in the background. She didn't hear Eleonora or Juline yet, but she glanced around quickly to see if she could spot them. A pleasure to meet you, Mirandis Knight, Balthazar said, slack-jawed and dripping wet. If she weren't so surprised herself, she would probably laugh at her captain's current predicament. Thank you, friend, for being important to Karwyn, Mirandis said. She looked up at him, mesmerized by his kindness. He bumped his nose against hers in a nuzzle, and she sighed. She felt a contentment so foreign that Karwyn considered if she had indeed died at sea and this was a dream. Karwyn pushed back a strand of wet green hair from his face. He adjusted his grip to hold her up in both arms, hooking one beneath her legs, so she no longer dangled in the sea. How did you know to be here? Karwyn asked. You saved my family. Alea and Mutrine said we were needed. I almost didn't come with the group, but I was told to, he said. They knew about the storm? Balthazar asked. They know all. Miranda said it with such certainty. It must be true, then. The merfolk could still speak to the gods, like the beasts in the first fading. I would not want to know what was going to happen next, Karwyn commented instead, for that power seemed tragic. The storm, now distant from them, unleashed a lightning clap as piercing as a scream. 10. Queenship. Kariana, 118 years ago. Fortunately, Kariana didn't have to defend Dracul from a midnight assassin. Instead, they were awakened by her guards at dawn, demanding entrance. The wraiths they had sent with notices to her father had come back with a reply. They were to leave and get to the castle as swiftly as possible. The demand had not surprised Kariana. When they arrived, what did come as a surprise was that several couples in their castle were not yet fated, or were fated to different partners. It seemed only about half of the couples had chosen who their gods would also have agreed with. Her father and mother were also not in the 50% success rate. Kariana held no surprise over that revelation, but it brought her worry over what could happen next. Despite Kariana's wish to check on her mother, her father's guards ushered her and Dracul straight to her father's office when they entered. Kariana whispered quick castle introductions to Dracul as they went, concealing her nerves with trivial information. Where do dragons live? Caves? They don't know about stairs, Kariana reasoned to herself when she shared everyday items as if they were treasure. When they reached his office, the guards opened the door for them to enter without a knock. The door shut behind them just as swiftly. Kariana's father sat rigidly behind his ancient desk. Its surface was littered with a chaotic array of papers, seemingly unorganized to others, but Kariana knew her father was aware of what was in each pile. He tightly gripped the table, his knuckles turning white. The room was cold and lifeless, with no decorations except for the papers and the larger table that held an array of maps and books. Besides the brown grain of the wood and white of the paper, there was an absence of most color. Even when she admired her father and what he taught her as a child, she hated coming into this room. "No," Kariana's father said, his eyes moving back and forth between them. A ray of sunshine came in directly from the open window behind him, highlighting the streaks of gray in his short black hair with a halo of gold. Dracul stiffened behind her. "No, to what?" Dracul asked, his voice punctuating each word and his eyes narrowing. His animosity was clear. Kariana already knew the answer to his question, but the thrill of Dracul speaking back to her father tickled something deep inside her. They stood behind the guest chairs, choosing not to sit, which was a small act of defiance in itself. "I'm supposed to believe you are a shape-shifting dragon who talks to gods and that this," he gestured between his daughter and the dragon, "is our path forward," he said, and braced his hands on the desk to stand. "I know it sounds crazy, but since when has that meant something wasn't true?" "No, you aren't supposed to believe this is fact simply because a stranger says he can talk to Mutrine," Kariana interjected. She folded her arms across her chest and moved one step closer. "But you are supposed to believe me. You are supposed to believe that with my own eyes, I saw a dragon transform into a human, and that, like the dozens of other people you've undoubtedly spoken to today, gold light surrounded us. I can't explain it, I just know it's real, and that Dracul and I are supposed to do whatever comes next together." The general's nostrils flared as his eyes trailed between his daughter and Dracul. His jaw clenched. Before he could say more, a knock sounded, and a rushed voice spoke through the door. "Xander General, you are needed on the front steps." "For what?" he bellowed, the T in what having a distinctly sharp edge. "I can't say," the guard hedged, his reluctance carrying through the door. "Another gold incident, but someone you know." "Understood." Xander walked around his desk toward the door. "The fading," Dracul said, not turning his head to follow Xander. "Excuse me?" the general asked, hand on the doorknob. Kariana watched the two men hold a standoff in 2 words, neither wanting to give the other any edge. "The gold incidents, as you call them, are actually called fadings," Dracul said, as if it were obvious. Kariana knew it was not. "As if I give a flaming star what it is called." He snorted and forcefully shut the door. It rattled on its hinges, leaving Kariana and Dracul alone in the office. "That went well," Kariana commented dryly, adjusting her wrinkled shirt. "I hope Father didn't notice that." "About as good as you expected," Dracul said, his hands gripping the top of the chair, fingers going white. "Are you okay?" she asked him. "I'm used to the sky. This place feels tight." "Follow me," she told him, and took his hand, opening the door and leading him away. "Where are we going?" Dracul asked after a few minutes of walking. He kept his hand in hers, his grip changing often as if he didn't know what was appropriate for a human hand. "My tower," Kariana answered, leading him down another hallway. "You have a tower?" Stereotypical, putting the daughter in the tower like all the storybooks, but I think you'll like the view, she said and smiled. They reached the entrance and started climbing up. The stairs were narrow, so they walked up single file. This is quite a way up, Dracul said. You get used to it. It's good exercise. When they finally reached the top and stepped into their quarters, Kariana didn't waste any time showing him around. They breezed through the hallway and into her room, where she gestured to her open balcony, and he walked out onto it, inhaling deeply. From so high up, they could see not only a lot of the province beyond, but also the ocean. Does that feel better? Kariana asked him, looking at his face instead of the view. Much better, he said, and took in another deep inhale. His hands reached up to the sky, stretching with his chest pushed upward. Kariana could see in Dracul a beast that soared above it all, so at peace with the sky in a way she would never know. She prayed her love would not be its cage. They sat peacefully on the balcony floor, backs leaning against the wall, and faces angled toward the sun. He interrupted with a statement she was not expecting. You know, there is a reason I was coming to kill you today. Kariana coughed in surprise, turning to him with wide eyes. Oh, okay. I suppose you want to tell me about that now? I think it would be wise to talk about being mortal enemies, since we're in this partnership now, he said. Yeah, a partnership. She glared at the sky. That's why I wasn't too concerned about your reasons for coming to kill me before. We are at war, after all, and I was lamenting the end of my freedom before you came to breathe a fiery death upon me. If I had died then, it would have made sense. Why did you say your freedom was on the line? I can't imagine you as anything but free, he asked, dropping a hand to the empty space between them. Glancing at his hand, she remembered their night together. Cuddling. She cuddled a dragon. Her cheeks heated, and she looked away when she answered. My pairship was up for grabs. I was leaving that day to Feyentu to choose between their general's 3 children and solidify an alliance against Grydasia. My father arranged the whole thing. A tear rolled down her cheek. The dragon watched it fall, seeming to ponder what it was. Well, do you want to know why I had chosen you to kill you that day? Dracul asked again. With an ironic laugh, she pushed back her tears and turned to face him, crossing her legs. Sure, why not? Let's add this bit of information to the dramatic shift my life has taken this week. He paused, waiting to see if she was serious or didn't want to know. She released a heavy breath and nodded, clarifying, Yes, tell me. He nodded back and said, Because you are stronger than your father. Kariana rolled her eyes. That's not true. You saw how unsure I was that my guards would listen to me. I'm not their leader. Have you ever wondered why those guards were chosen for you? My father chose them, she said slowly, looking back to him in realization. Your father is keeping you small by putting you with people loyal only to him. You just said he was selling you off. He was muzzling you because you are a threat, he said, one hand clenching into a fist. I'm his heir. That is a certainty, not threatening, Kariana reasoned and stood up, walking to the balcony railing. Dracul joined her, and they looked out onto Azor Orion. It was near nighttime now, and the soft blues of the evening skies were melting into orange as the sun set. I'd like to believe that, but I don't. That's why I came to kill you instead of your father. Not to hurt him, but to weaken his strength. If your father fell, we'd have to deal with you scorned, and I don't think we would have survived. You've always been the key, and Alea and Mutrine knew that. Is that what you think? That is why Alea and Mutrain chose us? Yes. I think they knew you were the leader your people need. And what do you need? She found she desperately wanted to know. To talk to my family, to let them know I won't be coming back. You can still visit them, Kariana insisted. You should go see them tomorrow and tell them what has happened. Warn them not to come back until we can arrange a ceasefire. See, that is why you were chosen. We haven't even talked about the war yet, and you are already planning how you can end it. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. In either case, it wouldn't be okay for me to visit. It would be confusing in my situation. And what situation is that? Kariana asked, thinking about how little she knew of him when he seemed to know so much about her. I am their king. When I return to them, I'll have to choose a successor to take my place. I cannot live between both lands and cause discord with my successor. Also, my home is not safe for you. If I were to visit, I would have wanted you to come with me. King? Kariana stammered, distracted from the sad notion of him leaving his family behind. Yes. My full name is Dracul Dragon King, he said, as if it were as simple as his name, rather than a title that held such weight. As in, you rule the dragons? She asked, looking down to process the information. She saw his feet, forgetting that this whole time she had paraded him around the castle without shoes. And that makes you, he said, Kariana Dragon Queen. Oh, she repeated with a swallow. That's unexpected. Her hands grew cold. General wasn't that different from king or queen in their current structure, and Grydasia already called themselves royalty, yet it felt different to call herself that. No, it's not. Not when I think about who you are and what we can accomplish together. It sounds like a lot to give up. Leaving your life, destiny, and family behind. Why would you do that for me? Kariana asked, her chest tightening. How about I answer that question with a question? Have you ever felt like there was something else out there for you? Something so big that you can't understand or predict, but you feel its potential simmering in your soul all the same? Dracul asked. I feel that every day, Kariana answered. That's why I'm saying yes to this, and not fighting it. I've fought for a long time, longer than you've been alive, and I don't want to do that anymore. This is my opportunity to find a life bigger than I've ever lived before. I won't let that go. Kinship swelled in her. I understand you, her heart said to his heart. She knew why he wanted to accept this new direction, because she too felt the expression of untapped potential in every fiber of her being. You said we can accomplish a lot together. I like that idea. What are we going to accomplish first? She smiled at him, agreeing to accept the opportunity alongside him. This was a new beginning. He smiled back as the wind picked up, pushing his long black hair into his face. He growled at it, pushing it back. Kariana laughed and slipped the band from her hair, reaching for him. May I? She asked. He accepted the help and Kariana reached above his shoulders, gathering his hair behind his neck and into the hairband. Her fingers brushed his nape, and he shivered. She no longer felt the cold. Instead, only her anticipation and thundering heart. You aren't worried that one day I'll just turn into a dragon and kill you? Dracul asked when she stepped away, his hair secure. No, I'm not, she said with a shake of her head, answering with a quick confidence. When did I put my whole trust in a stranger? A weight seemed to lift from his shoulders, and he pulled himself up straighter, looking away from her to the skyline. "Okay," he said slowly. "You should leave tonight to tell your family and come back tomorrow. It's very chaotic right now, so it would be better to make sure things are safe and secure where you are from. Land at the beach, down there." She pointed to a strip of sand in the distance. "I'll dismantle the dragon weapons there just in case. I'll leave clothes for you, and shoes this time, on the rocks if I'm not there, but I'll probably stay close." She shared the plan quickly, detailing any important points she could remember. He turned toward her, and they stood close, the sun falling behind them. "I'll be back," he whispered, eyes searching hers. His gaze settled for a second longer on her mouth before looking back up at her eyes. "I know," Kariana said. 11. A unicorn. Ember. Present day. Their odd mix of royalty and guards moved together back towards the compound. They gathered in the dining room, where a table had been prepared for them to have an early dinner. Now it was a celebration that felt forced and unnatural. Hasley will be upset to have missed this, Ember thought. "I think we are all a little surprised by these turns of events," Coleman said with pursed lips, taking a sip of his tea after they settled. He was used to entertaining royals and political guests, but this was a different situation entirely. "You can say that again," Kaylin said, her eyes trailing back and forth between all parties at their long dining table. Luke and his unicorn pair sat towards the middle of the table, gazing at each other and holding hands. They each seemed to open their mouths to speak at different intervals before closing their mouths again, silent, pondering each other. Ember recalled how she felt with Noor, like there was so much to say yet nothing at the same time, for they each felt overwhelmed with the fading settling into place. "Definitely surprised by these events," Noor reiterated with a grin. Her hand gripped his under the table, his thumb running over the top of hers. Ember's energy was a blend of nerves and excitement. Coupled with her mother's fading to a merman, this was a purposeful trend that the gods were working through them to create change and connection across kingdoms. Did every 100 years need a reset, or had they gone so far away from the wishes of Alea and Mutrine that this was forced on them? "Colonel, you aren't going to find your pair on this trip too, are you?" Blythe asked. He turned to the griffin, who had its beak deep in a large soup bowl. It fluffed up at his insinuation before going back to eating. Few people had started eating the food graciously placed before them. The griffin, however, had no qualms about it. "I'm speechless," Fade said. Eamon hovered close to him, a hand on his arm as if he may fall off his chair. The eyes of both monarchs did not leave the unicorn. Eamon reached with her free hand to touch the strand of unicorn hair woven into her own. The being before them had a full head of that silver hair. It was nearly blinding. Her skin nearly disappeared into her hair, but for the pink flush contrasting her cheeks. "What's your name?" Amek asked the unicorn, helping the couple get the conversation going. "The monarchs called me Sonia, but I go by Willow." Her voice was whimsical, twinkling across the table with little effort despite its light quality. Her eyes briefly followed each person at the table before settling on Eamon. "It's delightful to know you and speak to you, Willow, after so much time," Eamon whispered. "And to you, too. I've known you for decades, and now we can truly speak," Willow said, turning back to Luke. "But I will admit that my priorities have shifted." Luke was the shortest at the table, a little below Ember in height. His hair and eyes were brown, complementing his deep tan skin. His eyebrows stood out on his face, not only for their black color, but for the sparse hairs trying to connect the two brows together above his nose. It wasn't a full unibrow, but enough of a shadow to say that it qualified as one. It added contrast to his otherwise unassuming face, and Ember found it suited him well. They engaged in a quiet conversation for several minutes about their own fating stories, as was inevitable when a new pair was discovered, touching on the lore behind the first fating. The new couple spoke amongst themselves, soft touches exchanged between them. Blythe kept looking back at his son, but didn't interrupt the private conversation they were all in close proximity to. He didn't, at least, until the first unicorn pairing was brought up. "Does this make my son the new ruler of your continent, as well as the future ruler of my own? Since the first unicorn to pair with a human ruled here, and now he is the second," Blythe asked pointedly. Luke pulled out of the conversation with his pair to glare at his father. "Don't be ridiculous," Eamon snapped, while Fade gasped in indignation. "My father's just joking," Luke insisted with a placating tone. "That is not what I want. One kingdom is enough," he insisted. "He better be joking," Kaylin said. She stood from her chair, her long red dress trailing behind her as she walked steadily to her parents' side. Wally's eyes tracked the movement from where he stood guarding the entrance. "I don't think anyone has to worry in this situation," Ember interjected, reaching her hand up to grip Nor's forearm. "I haven't known King Blythe long, but I can see he isn't serious about this comment. Right?" she asked him with a raised brow, encouraging him to agree quickly for all of their sakes. "And as you all know, my mother's true pair was a merman. Now, does that make me the queen of the sea? I hope not," Ember added, knowing that would add some doubt to the situation. The sea, after all, if considered a kingdom, would be the largest of all. Blythe merely raised his eyebrow back at her, assessing her more purposefully than before. "Well said, Princess of Ash Cadence. I agree with your assessment. It's fine, Mother. No reason to continue the conversation. Let's celebrate Willow's happiness. In a way, she is now a sister to us, and we are so grateful to meet one of our unicorns now turned human sitting with us today," Coleman said diplomatically. He took a sip of his soup and lifted his spoon towards the others to encourage them to eat as well. "I will let your comment slide for now, King Blythe," Eamon said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "But know that I do not take being threatened lightly." "Neither do I, Monarch. Neither do I," Blythe retorted. "Let's turn back to the goal of our reunion, the Fateless Ball happening next week. There are still a few outstanding decisions that our cohort waited for you for, King Blythe," Emmett called from his end of the table. Some people just needed attention more than others. Unable to sleep, Ember got up and stared at the howling mountain, barely visible from their window at this time of night. They had only been here 2 days, and no matter where they went, Ember could feel the pull of the howling mountain. It was a subtle feeling at the back of her mind, but nevertheless present. No stars shone in its silhouette, but she did note that vaguely where she remembered the clusters of trees to be, the darkness was slightly less dark. She narrowed her eyes. Was she imagining it? She couldn't look away. The nagging feeling that kept her up formed into a theory she couldn't ignore. Ember walked to Nor's side of the bed and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. He didn't stir. On the table beside him was the latest project update letter from Jade. It arrived right before their trip, and Nor had been poring over all the details, writing his feedback for the return note with supplemental ideas. They trusted Jade and her former rebel advisors to help improve what problems Oma's reign had let fester. Jade had been their leader when Ember secretly joined the rebels a few months ago, and now she was on the new Improvement Council for Ash Cadence. Jade would not agree with Ember or Nor just because they were next in line to rule, which was exactly why she was picked for this job. "Nor, wake up," Ember said, giving him another shake. His eyes had barely blinked open before she was sharing her theory. "Both Ash Cadence and Fayentu have defining mountains with historical significance. Mount Piaton happened to also have Pyridune inside. What if there's something like that in the Howling Mountain? Could that be where the blood is? She asked, her voice faster and higher pitched than normal. It was jarring for a wake-up call. Nora's sleepy eyes focused on her, moonlight illuminating her face-framing shoulder-length hair, and the scales that now slowly grew along her chest and shoulders. She had returned to hiding her scales, unlike when she first started doing official princess duties. Only Nor saw them now. He thought for a moment, heavy eyes moving up to her face, hand reaching up to stroke the growing scruff on his chin. Ember followed his hands with her eyes. "You think there are dragons in the Freckle Caves?" Nor asked, voice groggy from disuse, and his eyes gazing at her white silk nightgown. Even in his tired state, Ember felt the heat in his stare and blushed at the attention. She stood to pace the room, leaving his lingering stare to walk back and forth past the window and the twinkling stars. She did not want her thoughts distracted right now. No, there couldn't be dragons in there. That would be very difficult to hide. But maybe it's a blood river, and it's the blood I feel connected to, Ember said. And rather than wind and tunnels making the howling, could it be an active stream making the sound? I don't know. Maybe it's not really part of a dragon, and it is something similar to their blood like they claim. What does unicorn blood look like? I have no idea. It has to be something they don't want us to know, and we already know they don't want us going to that mountain. Her babble continued. Nor sat up in their bed, the corners of his eyes crinkling in silent laughter at her ramble. Either way, she continued, I think we should try and find a way to visit those caves after the ball has passed. Why after the ball? Nor asked. I can't jeopardize that. The Fateless are our main priority. I don't want anything to get in the way of people finding their pairs. After, we can explore this theory, Ember said, hands on her hips in determination. Okay, I agree. They don't want us to go there, which immediately makes me want to go, Nor said with a grin. Now come back to bed. I love the rebellion in you, Ember said with a half smile, eyes twinkling in the dark. She laid back on her side, snuggling in close to him. I love the strategist in you, he said, and turned to hold her, his head and nose nuzzled into Ember's neck. His lips trailed down her skin, soft breaths brushing over her scales, and she shivered. She closed her eyes and smiled softly as his hand reached to pull down the strap of her nightgown. 12. A merman. Karwyn, 18 years ago. The merfolk left them on the shore of Grydasia, where their ship would have docked if it had made it. Being transported by merfolk was faster than by ship, it seemed, as they arrived before nightfall, when they weren't expected until the next morning. The merfolk carrying humans to the dock caused a commotion with the crew managing the space. Soon after, wraiths were sent with news to the castle. I don't know what to do now, Balthazar said, staring at the water in bewilderment. Julinet and Eleonora stood beside him, their own dresses drenched in ocean water. They glanced between each other, guardians and friends to their next ruler, treading into the unknown together. Omenok's Dragon Queen can't find out before we get back. We have to cancel this trip and go back before the news spreads, Julinet consoled him. This pairing does not work in favor of her plans, Balthazar commented. No, it certainly does not, Julinet scoffed, and pushed back her damp hair. It looked near black when damp, not like its usual medium brown. We need a new boat, Eleonora said, ever the voice of reason. Her own hair and skin matched the sand they now stood on. She reached down to pull off her waterlogged shoes. What is Villar King going to say? Whose side will he be on? Balthazar questioned, knowing his disposition to be more like Omenok's. Hopefully he's on our side because, boat, Eleonora said, only partially joking. Julinet continued to speak with Balthazar as Eleonora stepped back into the water, walking to her charge. Karwyn sat in the shallows of Grydasia's beach, dress soaked through, shivering. As she sat, the water lapped just above her stomach, jostling her. Mirandus reached his arms up to hold her and share his warmth. "You need to leave," Mirandus told her in a gentle tone, stroking her hair. "I can't," Karwyn whispered back. Her eyes stared at him glassily, afraid to look away. "You have to," he explained patiently. "You aren't made for the water." "But I was made for you. They wouldn't have paired us if this couldn't work," Karwyn pleaded, her teeth chattering. He nuzzled into her neck, sighing into her ear and leaving a light kiss. "We'll figure out how to make it work. We'll build a system of pools in your castle and rivers connecting them so I can be with you every day," he said patiently, an arm around her shoulder. "You'll have the strangest castle there is, I promise. But that will take time. Don't make yourself sick before then." "Princess," Eleonora said, crouching in the water beside them, "we'll figure this out. Alea chose you both for each other. There is a way this will work, but we can't figure it out in one day. We need to get you inside and have a doctor check you out. You're freezing and have been in the water for too long. Let's get you warm, and we'll come back tomorrow." Water splashed behind her, and Eleonora turned to see Julinet reaching them. Julinet put her hand on Eleonora's shoulder before speaking to Mirandus. "You'll meet us here tomorrow, right?" Julinet asked him. His tail splashed lightly as he nodded, eyes wide with worry. "I'll be waiting," he said. Karwyn pulled him closer, wrapping her body around his torso, his powerful tail between them, keeping them steady even when leaned against the sand. "We just found each other," Mirandus said, "and we have to separate, but it's only for tonight. You'll find me here tomorrow, I promise." Balthazar kept the rest of their crew from approaching as they spoke, the ship captain coming forward to help him with crowd control. Many inched out onto the sand from the covered dock before he pleaded with them to grant the couple space. Everyone in their party had seen their miracle, and an argument unfolded because they were kept from it. Karwyn pulled herself away from Mirandus, knowing delaying the inevitable would only hurt her more. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said with a croak, her throat closing up. "I'll be here," he promised. Tears swarmed her eyes as the determination hit. "This will not break me," Karwyn promised herself. "Mirandus and I are fuel to a new fire." "Let's do some damage control," she said to her ladies-in-waiting. She stood, water dripping down her hair, chest, and heavy skirts. Pulling them up to her knees, she marched forward, pulling off her shoes along the way. Eleonora held them for her as Karwyn walked ahead onto the bank of the beach. "My people, come here," she called to the crowd. Balthazar turned around and ushered the crowd forward, including the royal family of Grydasia who had just arrived. She looked at each of them in the eye, noting who she assumed were the royal children of Grydasia beside their king. Grydasia was the opposite of Ashcadence when it came to heirs. They took great pride in having many to lead each province and extend their reach. Ashcadence had only one heir at a time, and it was unknown why Mutrine blessed each family differently. She nodded to her friend among them, noting Blythe was present as well. He nodded back and raised an eyebrow with a glance to the merman she knew was watching in the water behind her. She shrugged, with a wide smile. He was mine. The world will fall in line or perish. "We have all survived something horrifying, a shipwreck at sea, thanks to the heroics of the merfolk today," Karwyn said. Murmurs broke out amongst the crowd, many shivering as much as she did. There would have been no chance of survival if the merfolk hadn't helped them. She sent a brief look to the sea, where Mirandus watched and waited, with the other merfolk farther out in the sea like a gate in the ocean around them. They were too far to hear her words, so she touched her heart and dipped her head in thanks. "It has been long said that the merfolk are more beast than human," Karwyn said, turning back to her people, "and that many find the mix unholy to nature. I am here to tell you it does not matter. No matter the thoughts you have had about the merfolk, they have saved you today, and we also have a history of blending. My line, that which you have honored as rulers for 100 years, holds its power in the might of dragons. Our power grows bigger today, joined by the rulers of our untapped and unexplored oceans." Karwyn spoke with a confidence she knew would be remembered. She had given many speeches in her life as princess, but this one held a weight she knew would change their lives. "I ask you now to keep this power between us until we return home," she continued, "and to not spread this news across the kingdom we have so graciously been allowed to visit. For I, myself, wish to be the one to tell the queen of our new destiny." She looked to Blythe, King Valere, and the other members of their court, giving them each direct eye contact before smiling at her people. "To our future queen!" someone called from the audience. One after another, the crowd bowed to her. Karwyn couldn't help but glance behind her. She swore she could feel the pride thrumming through Mirandus's heart as if it were her own. Until tomorrow. 13. A dragon. Kariana, 118 years ago. "I'll be back in a few minutes," Kaj said from behind her. Kariana nodded, and he turned to walk back to their carriage, giving her privacy. She had wanted to come alone, enjoying the walk to their beach, but Kaj was hovering closer than ever. Her father was upset. Everyone knew that truth. In response, her own guards clung to their duties even tighter. More of his soldiers became faded by the day, some even leaving their service to visit each continent to try and find who was chosen for them. In a few days, so much had changed. Before the fading, the life she had thought she wanted had become more like a prison. And now, continuing on her previous path was unimaginable. She imagined their people felt the same. Everything was new again, but when she thought of her dad, she still felt those trapped feelings. But apparently the gods were on her side. They had given her a partner who felt like a necessary ingredient in her life, without her input. She could not be without him, not anymore. Whether it was the magic of the fading forcing it, or that this divine intervention was correct in choosing him for her, she wasn't sure. But in many ways, it didn't matter. The longer Dracul was away, the more she felt the pull to something larger within her, throbbing like a fresh wound. "This is insane. I barely know him," Kariana told herself, staring out at the ocean. She knew if Dracul followed the plan they discussed last night, he would be back soon. The sun was starting to climb the sky, chasing the stars away. She watched them twinkle and then fade in quick succession, leveling her breath and unexpected anxiety. Her heart unclenched when she saw the form of a dragon in the sky, coming toward her. She smiled, waving as if Dracul could wave back. She believed he would be there, yet it was a relief to have her trust confirmed. She had yet to memorize all the different flecks in his scales and the differences between him and other dragons, but he was unmistakable in the sky. He was broader than other dragons, with blue and black sparkling scales. Even his gold eyes stood out from farther away, and she could feel him. Somehow her heart knew. He transformed faster this time, landing and becoming human in less than 30 seconds. It was harrowing seeing the transformation at such an accelerated speed. She balked at the way the mass of his body seemed to shrink to the form of a powerful man. "You transformed so quickly," Kariana commented, hands wringing together. "I've gotten a handle on it, though it still hurts. My family asked me to do it dozens of times, so there was a lot of practice while I was gone." He shrugged with a smile, as if it was normal, silly antics. "No wonder you got good at it. What did your family think?" she asked. "They think it's crazy, but Alea and Mutrine warned them when I hadn't come back. It's different seeing it in person, though. They want to meet you, when it can be arranged safely. We need to solidify the ceasefire first," Dracul said. She nodded and handed him the pile of clothes she had with her, blushing. The shoes lay on the sand beside her. Why did Alea and Mutrine talk to your family but not mine? What do gods sound like anyway? It's not a sound, more of a distinct knowing, a thought that feels heavier. As for why not your family, neither of the gods can talk to humans. And as a beast, they could talk to me, he said, pulling his pants up. I hear them louder when I'm in dragon form. When I'm human with you, it's harder to know what they are trying to say. Are they always talking? Telling you what is to come? There is a lot I need to know, and I don't like that it's all separate from me, out of my control, and I just have to come along for the ride, Kariana said with a huff. She took off her shoes, settling them beside his. She let her feet touch the sand and curled her toes, taking a moment to breathe. No, of course they aren't sharing everything. Other than explaining what happened, they have been quiet. I only heard Mutrine one other time in my life before this. And why control life? There'd be no fun in that, Dracul said, his voice muffled as he pulled his shirt over his head. There is plenty of fun in getting what you expect, Kariana grumbled, kicking the sand. Expectations have nothing to do with control. His large hands dropped onto her shoulders. She turned around, finding him clothed but still without shoes. Why are you doing this with your feet? Dracul mimicked her toe flexing, burying his toes deeper into the sand. It's grounding, calms my senses, Kariana explained. He repeated the motions for a moment. It works well, he whispered. She closed the gap between them, hesitantly wrapping her hands around his neck while his rested against her shoulders, thumbs grazing her collarbones. His scales poked through the thin material of his shirt, showing ridges. I want to kiss you, Dracul said to her, eyes searching, but I don't know how. I'll show you, if you want, Kariana said back. He nodded, and Kariana licked her lips. His eyes followed the movement. It's simple. I'm going to press my lips to yours, and then we'll move our lips together, she explained, inching her lips up to his. He instinctually leaned down to her. They met with a soft pulse, brushing together. He sighed into her mouth, and she smiled against him before pulling back. It was quick and soft. Kariana didn't know what kissing was like for dragons, but she didn't want to scare him away with her eagerness. Don't go, he said involuntarily. She couldn't help but feel her heart flutter at his request. Never, she agreed and reached up, on tippy toes, leaning fully into him. He gripped her lower back with a soft tremor in his hands, not wanting to disconnect. This time, he leaned forward. As their lips met, a surge of electricity coursed through their bodies. Dracul's initial uncertainty melted away, replaced by a growing confidence and a hunger for more. Their kisses deepened, becoming more intense and vulnerable. Time seemed to stand still, until she reluctantly pulled herself away. Her bruised lips mourned the loss. I don't mind being human as much as I thought I would, he admitted. Her eyes sparkled, glad to have given him a good impression of their pleasures to come. Do dragons kiss? She couldn't help but ask. No, but we do this. Dracul said and leaned forward. He nuzzled his head into her neck, caressing her with his nose and sighing roughly with a vibrating force. She felt his warm breath and leaned into it, relishing the touch. Kariana could imagine his beautiful scaled body leaning into another dragon and breathing this way. She closed off the thought, not wanting to imagine him being with others before her. From now on, he'd only be nuzzling her. "I see the allure," Kariana said, her heart pounding so hard that she knew he could feel it in their embrace. They held each other, content together, until a cough sounded behind them. "We should go," Kajgard said. Kariana had forgotten that Kaj was waiting with the carriage. She pulled away from Dracul and they put their shoes on before walking back with the guard. "I have a list of things to talk through with you and Xander General about the ceasefire and release of prisoners," Dracul said. "Of course. Let's go over it together and figure out how to present it to him. And we'll make a list of changes to the castle to accommodate your shifting," Kariana proclaimed. Dracul gazed at her with gratitude, holding her hand tighter. The guard looked at them from the corner of his eye, fist clenching and unclenching. They did not notice. "There is something I must tell you before you go back, Kariana," Kajgard said. "Is everything okay, Kaj?" Kariana asked. "A wraith delivered a note from the castle while you were occupied. Your mother was paired with your father's knight," Kaj said, continuing to walk straight ahead. "Oh," she said, head swimming. "Is she all right?" The first question that came to her mind was her safety. How did her father react to this? "She and Bemerol Captain have moved to a different section of the castle for now, while your father decides what to do," he explained. Bemerol's place in their army was only one below hers, so to move him to a new section of the castle away from Xander was troubling. Was he simply going to remove him from his service, or something else? Another person close to him has changed loyalties because of the fading. What must he feel about that? "There is nothing he can do. It's done," Dracul said, stopping before the carriage. Kariana knew Dracul and her father would never get along now. The impression of him was shot from the first moment her father challenged her. Part of Kariana liked that, to have someone on her side and hers alone. She relished in the pressure of his hand. "He can kick her out, and you along with her. It is his right. Ashcadence is under his rule," Kaj bit back, looking Dracul up and down. Kariana narrowed her eyes. "Stand down," she said, her voice leaving no room for negotiation. She released Dracul's hand and brought her hands to her hips, gripping the hilt of the blade on her right. "Yes, Kariana," Kaj said, and inclined his head toward her, but his eyes still beat into her pair with a menacing gleam. "That is Kariana second to you, your ranking officer. With Dracul at my side, he also outranks you. Don't forget that, Kajgard, or soon you'll find your ranks even lower," Kariana said, admonishing him, and got into their carriage. Kariana and Dracul stood in the hallway to the tower that was opposite of hers, where her mother and her new pair were banished. This was possibly the farthest point they could be from her father. Kaj told her it had happened yesterday afternoon, during the meeting she and Dracul had with her father, but the aftermath and their move across the castle had taken all night. The guards that had witnessed it were sworn to secrecy until her father and mother settled on what to do. Apparently that was now, and why she was summoned by Wraith. "Ready?" Kariana asked her pair. She was nervous to see her mother. Kariana had not had the chance to see her since all of this happened, and now she, too, was paired by the gods. Kariana's mother took care of the castle and citizens, while she and her father focused on army matters, which often kept them apart for days. "Ready," Dracul affirmed, his hand squeezing her waist. She loved the sting of his physical strength. In the few days she had known him, she noticed he would grip a little too hard at times, but Kariana found it oddly comforting. She smiled at him, and they walked up the stairs that led to the twin room that looked like hers. "Kariana!" her mother called when she opened the door. She pulled Kariana into the room and hugged her in a tight embrace. "Oh, is this him? The dragon?" she mock-whispered, staring between Kariana and Dracul. "Yes, mother. Meet Dracul, Dragon King. Dracul, this is my mother, Lorraine Matron." "A king? But that means—" Lorraine's jaw slackened, eyes wide as she glanced at her daughter. "A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the family, of course. I'm a little shocked, but happy to meet you." "Yes, it was shocking to me, too. There has been little time to process it all," Kariana said, with an unreadable look at Dracul. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. There was a lot happening. I know Father told you what happened with me, but I doubt it was a very balanced explanation. I imagine you know now, better than he does, because it's happened to you too." "Well, Kariana, having a dragon transform into a human and finding out you are bound to him forever is very different than becoming fated to my longtime friend. But I do know what you mean," Lorraine said. "The way your feelings evolve so quickly is beautiful." Kariana hugged her mom back, holding on tightly. She knew her mother would feel positively about this, and she welcomed the breath of fresh air. "What are we going to do about your father?" Lorraine asked, running her hands up and down her daughter's back. "I don't know, Mom. I don't know. But first, where is Bemerald?" Kariana pulled back, looking around the room. "Over here." He stepped in from the hall. "Bemerald, I'd say I was surprised, but I'm not." Kariana smiled fondly at the knight, having known of his poorly hidden affection for her mother for years. Finding out that they had fated was truly the best-case scenario for her mother, though a dangerous one with how commanding her father could be. He smiled and scratched his head. "My feelings were pretty obvious, huh?" "Obvious to everyone except me, it seems," Lorraine commented. Bemerald held her hand. "Congratulations," he said to Kariana. "You are the first person to tell me so," Kariana replied with a watery smile. Bemerald had always been there for her when her father couldn't be, which was often. He had been serving their family since before she was born. "Well, then a lot of people owe you an apology, your father included," Bemerald said. A throat cleared behind them. "You will wait a long time, then." Xander General walked into the room, looking his former pair up and down before turning around to view the whole room. He centered himself in the middle, the most important person in the room. Kariana knew he believed it. "Hello, Father," Kariana said. Dracul stepped toward her, placing a hand on her forearm. She glanced at him but didn't question it as he angled their bodies toward the door. Bemerald had a similar instinct, angling himself in front of Lorraine. "Now that everyone is here, I have some news. We will have visitors soon. The planners are working it out now, but we are throwing a ball to celebrate this special occasion in 1 month. Our partners from Feyentu are coming with their own beast, I am told." Xander sneered at the group. "Why would you want to celebrate this with us?" Lorraine asked, staring at the pair that their deities agreed was not right for her. "Regardless of what catastrophe I believe this is, Lorraine, there is a dragon among us now. That is a position of strength to many. Ash Cadence must not be forgotten in this shuffle from the gods," Xander explained, hands folded behind his back. "And as I am the Dragon King, I take it your daughter being queen will also be celebrated at the ball?" Dracul asked. "A queen?" Xander shared a short laugh at his daughter's expense. "Careful, dragon," Xander warned, his voice low. "We'll be seeing a lot of each other, Father, and we'll have to decide how to present a united front to our people and our allies. Will Quiravario, Linray, and Rahul be coming as well, or just their parents? Kariana asked. All of them. It is Quiro bringing the unicorn, he said stiffly. And what expectation do they have with the visit? Kariana asked. They are aware of the pairing of you and the dragon, so you are not on their current menu, Xander said crudely. Kariana flinched. Her father had never compared her initial planned alliance with the sons and daughter of Fane to as food before. Where had the guise of strategic advantage gone? Good, Dracul growled. She shouldn't have been a pawn in your game in the first place. The hand around her waist gripped tighter. Kariana leaned into his strength, suppressing a shudder. If I were you, I'd want to be in my good graces. You still have captured subjects under my command, and as of yet, I rule Ashcadence, regardless of these new developments, Xander said. I am immensely glad that I am me, and that your thoughts of what I should be doing have no weight whatsoever, Dracul said. Father, you can't keep those dragons captured any longer. They are part of our family now. If you want the world to see my pairing to a dragon as a strength, as you say, then you can't treat dragons as enemies any longer, Kariana interjected. Yes, Xander, keeping them would make us look like we didn't trust this gift from the gods, Lorraine reasoned. I do not trust this gift, as you all insist on calling it, Xander said. But you are right. I'm already arranging it. The dragon prisoners will be free by this afternoon. You can see them off if you'd like, Your Highness, he sneered. Thank you, Xander General, Dracul said. Despite Xander speaking in malice, Dracul was grateful for the decision. Xander straightened his posture and walked between the two couples and out into the hall. He stopped and turned around to address them again. Bemerald, you are still our captain, and I expect you to act as one, regardless of the new position my former pair and you are now in. Understood? Purpose is purpose, and that has not changed. Understood, Kariana affirmed. Is Grydasia coming as well? No. They are throwing their own ball and thus declined. Ours must be better, Xander said. Naturally, I'll make sure of it, Lorraine added, used to her former pair's competitive nature. Xander ignored Lorraine and continued talking to Kariana. And you, daughter, are still my second. A dragon queen is never second, Dracul insisted. Her father shifted his stare between them, eerily still. A moment later, he left the tower without another sound. That's not how I expected this morning to go, Kariana said as they left a few minutes later, walking back down the stairs. I wanted to see his reaction to being threatened by you. We needed to know if he is trustworthy. He reacted how I thought he would, unfortunately, Dracul said. Why wouldn't he be trustworthy? I'm his daughter. Kariana already knew the answer but would not admit it to herself. Her father was not trustworthy when there were people in his way, and this time, she was part of the problem. The world changed and his power is threatened, Dracul explained, keeping a grip on her hand, even when walking single file. Losing power makes people do crazy things, and we saw today his denial of his new position with your mother, and with you. He needs to be watched. He is backed into a corner. Will this hurt or help us? We'll see. But soon it'll be up to you to take the new seat. Seat? She asked. As Queen of Ashcadence, Dracul said matter-of-factly. They stopped in the hallway at the end of the stairs, pausing their conversation as a guard walked past them and up the stairs they'd just left. When it was quiet again, Kariana leaned closer, whispering, I'm going to kiss you again. My queen, Dracul murmured, before his lips touched hers. Part 2. The History of Lies. 14. An Evening in Gold. Ember. Present day. This will work, Hasley said to Ember, and squeezed her hand. Both she and Hasley wore gold, like every other paired attendant. Those without a pair were to wear black and all enter at the same time. The hope was dozens of golden glows would pop up shortly after. The 18 years the wall was up had changed so much, not only for them but for all kingdoms and citizens. Not everyone would be paired at this ball because of what Jedediah had decreed, the killing of the Fateless that were caught in Ashcadence. But they had to try. Their past was bloodied, and she prayed that this would be one of the many steps in their path to make up for it. I hope you are right, Hasley, Ember said, adjusting the strap of her shoe and standing. She turned to the mirror, surveying the gold dress selected for her this evening. To make the dress long-sleeved and cover her chest, she requested last-minute alterations, which was difficult to convince the designer to do without seeing Ember in it. In the end, her status as a princess got him to agree. Her scales were still visible at the top of the neckline, but less of them, so that no one who saw her in Ashcadence would notice the differences in them. Ember couldn't bring herself to tell Hasley her scales were growing. After all Hasley had already been through, and her decision to leave Ashcadence and stay here, she didn't want to worry her best friend. You forgot this, Hasley said, handing Ember a box. Hasley's gold dress was similar to Ember's, but with more of a bell-shaped skirt and without the sleeves. Lifting the lid, Ember gasped in awe. Inside the velvet-lined box lay a dainty crown, encrusted with purple amethysts and deep blue sapphires. She brushed her hands along the stones and lifted the crown. It was surprisingly light, not what she had expected. Help me put it on? Ember asked Hasley, who was happy to oblige. Taking the crown from her, Hasley pinned it into Ember's hair in multiple sections, making sure it was secure. Perfect for our next queen, Hasley said when she was done, her hands on Ember's shoulders as they looked in the mirror. Ember's usually subtle rainbow-hued undertone in her black hair was visible at this angle, highlighted by the crown's purples and blues and her intricate gold dress. The mention of queenship did nothing to settle her nerves. Let's go stun our pairs, Hasley said, stepping away. Ember curved her arm around her friends, and they left the room, finding their pairs and guards waiting for them in the hall. Noor's mouth hung open when she came into view, and Ember burst into laughter. He shook his head, snapping out of it. You look even more stunning than usual, though I was hoping for a better reaction than a laugh, he joked, giving his own outfit a twirl. His gold suit was perfectly tailored to his form, with metallic accents lining the pockets and tie, and a simpler crown resting on his head. Arsenio's outfit was similar to Noor's except for the accents and crown, a simpler version, but still one of important standing. He took Hasley's arm and whispered in her ear, her resounding giggle echoing in the hallway. Wally and their company walked behind them in their usual purple, the guards needing to be discernible should anything come up. Together, they entered the ballroom to wait for the ball to begin. It's going to work. It's going to work, Ember repeated to herself. It was almost time now. Ember stood with Noor, Fade, Eamon, their children, and Blythe at the front of the room, stepping onto a stage above the rest. Luke arrived with Willow a few minutes later, both of them wearing outfits that matched the group of royals perfectly, despite the design team creating them in less than a week. The first guests to enter were those invited that were already paired, also dressed in gold. They sat in the designated chairs at the edge of the room, keeping the center of the floor open and clear. Hasley and Darcinio sat there with Amick, who wore a more muted gold to honor the passing of his pair. The guards stood at the entrances, windows, and beside the front stage. Once the first round of guests entered, Fade and Eamon addressed them. Ember couldn't pay attention, and any time she tried to focus on their words, the rapid beating of her heart drowned them out. At the signal of the Fey-Intu monarch, the guards at each entrance swung open the doors, welcoming the Fateless from each kingdom. Seas of black came through the doors with select handlers in white trailing those that needed more help. For a moment, nothing happened. Ember sucked in a breath. When she exhaled, the first exclamation echoed across the room. Ember's eyes shot to two individuals in the middle. Gold sparks surrounded them. Then, another. A mixture of shock, joy, and disbelief washed over her, causing her breath to catch in her throat. The room seemed to blur as more and more people were enveloped in the shimmering cascade of gold. Ember's vision clouded with tears, and Noor held her close, his body shaking. His eyes were focused on one person in particular, his sister. Naomi was walking along the edge of the group, her curly orange hair a few shades darker than the explosions of gold. Daring to hope, and high on the success of the many newly paired couples, they watched Naomi look each remaining person in the eye. When the illumination of the fading settled in the room, the new pairs separated from the crowd. In the middle stood those that did not yet find their match. Naomi was one of them, her eyes closed, as if in pain. Ember's stomach sank. Guards from all three kingdoms walked toward the remaining Fateless, intent on escorting them back to their handlers. Naomi startled when a guard put a hand on her back, asking her to follow him. When Naomi turned to see who addressed her, the spark ignited. Naomi had not paired with anyone from the Fateless, instead finding her home in a guard wearing Ash Cadence's colors. Ember gasped, and Noor jumped down from the stage. When Ember caught up, she found she recognized the face. Coralie, one of the guards from the castle. Amir had trained him, and he often covered for them when they went to visit the rebels, before Ember found out and joined. "I don't know what to say," Coralie told Naomi, holding both of her hands in his own. "That's part of the fun," Naomi said, the mischief in her voice apparent. Naomi was meant to go to Azor Orion with her brother, meant to meet one of the guards and become his heart twin, but she had stayed where she was, perilous. Tears swam in Ember's eyes, but she blinked them away. She walked off, giving Naomi, Noor, and Coralie time to talk. Kaelin and Coleman joined her as she greeted the remaining Fateless. Most that were left were older and less lucid. A part of her knew it was not likely they would find their pairs, that they could be dead, but she couldn't let that voice win, not when today held so much good. "Do you remember when we danced like this?" Ember asked Noor, moving with him across the floor later that evening. There was a glow filling the room, faded fadings keeping them swimming in an amber hue, and the band played lively music. "I do. I was pretty scared," he commented as he twirled her, her dress swaying with the movement. "Really? You seemed so calm and sure of yourself," Ember said as she twisted back to him. "I'm glad I hit it well," he said and smiled. "I was terrified. There was a lot to consider, and I didn't know how I was going to handle it. I thought it was just me. I was happy and paralyzed, like suddenly a whole new life was starting and I didn't know what to do next." They both had secrets and much left to learn when they met, after all. "It's never just you. It's always you and me," Noor said, bringing a hand to her cheek, stroking her face and tilting it up. There had been many kisses exchanged between Ember and Noor over the past months, but there was something magical in the air that night. It was as if all the happiness, sadness, pain, fear, and exhilaration of the fadings, failed pairings, and memories swam together. Not unlike the night where it all changed for them. The song changed to a slower rhythm, and they held tight to each other, moving gently side to side. Their bodies moved in sync, the world fading away. Hearing a familiar voice, they looked up several songs later. "Can I cut in?" Hasley asked. Ember opened her arms and said, "You better." "What about me? Who do I dance with?" Nora complained with a pout. "I'll be your partner," Arsenio said with a flourish, bowing and extending his hand, as gentlemen do. "An honor," Nora replied and took it. They spun away, Ember giggling in Hasley's arms. "Hey, stop having fun without me," Wally said as he walked over to the group, swapping his shift with the next group of guards. "We would never do such a thing," Ember said, feigning outrage, but she couldn't keep the scowl on her face for more than a second before they were all laughing again. 15. Loyalty. Karwyn, 18 years ago. "I can't help but wonder how cold your underwater cave will be," Eleonora said with a twinkle in her eye. Julianae snorted in response, which sent both Karwyn and Eleonora into a tizzy. Julianae so rarely broke her composure. "I'll make sure we move to a cave near a hot spring," Karwyn said when their laughter settled down. Together, the three sat in their guest quarters after debriefing with the current king of Grydasia and their quick baths to warm back up. Eleonora wanted to fuss over Karwyn's hair, but she pushed her away. She wasn't in a touchy mood. Laying down in the center of the long bed that seemed like it was made for giants rather than visitors, Karwyn burrowed until she was covered in the blankets, with only her face popping out. In a whisper, she asked her companions, "What am I going to do?" The tears welled, and she angrily swiped them away. She was used to getting things done, being in charge, being defiant, as her mother called it, but now she didn't know what to do. "He lives in the ocean," she added, as if they didn't already know. "I can't actually live in a cave." Julianae and Eleonora sat on either side of the bed, cuddling in the sheets beside her. "We'll solve it," Eleonora said. "I'm sure Kariana Dragon Queen felt similarly with the whole dragon she had to fit in a castle," Julianae commented. "Yes, but the beasts in the first fading transformed into humans. My pair is already half human, but not the half that can walk around in castles. I'll need to make him a fish tank," Karwyn grumbled, tears falling free. Julianae laughed again. "It's not funny," Karwyn said with a shriek. She felt defeated, with no path forward. "It's a little funny when you put it that way," Eleonora said from behind her hand. Karwyn groaned and threw the blanket over her head. Eleonora and Julianae dropped under the covers with her. In the dark, Julianae said, "Fate finds a way. This couldn't have been predicted. If anyone in all of Mutrine could handle a pairship like this, it's you." "She's right," Eleonora said. "There is no one stronger than you. You can handle this. We'll be there to help along the way." "And what about my mother?" "I worry about that, I truly do. But all we can do is focus on what we can control. We can't control her reactions, but we can try and control how she finds out. Leaving tomorrow is the right thing to do. As for the king and queen of Grydasia, you need to get Blythe to talk to them and convince them to side with you should anything come up." "What do you mean?" Eleonora asked. "Right now, we are in their company. The power is in their hands. If they don't approve, or see this as a threat since it's the first beast fading in nearly 100 years, who knows what they will do," Julianae said. "Let's go to bed, and I'll talk to Blythe first thing in the morning," Karwyn said, aiming to close the topic. They agreed, turned off the lights, and grew quiet. Karwyn's thoughts were swimming with the danger of their situation, her heart responding with a rapid beat. The worry gnarled in her gut, and she couldn't shake it off. Once she was sure they were asleep, she tiptoed out of the room. Each step she took felt like a tightrope walk, with her whole life in the balance. The hallway seemed eerily silent, only one of her guards in the hall on watch. If he was surprised to see her walking to Balthazar's room in the middle of the night, he did not show it. She took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. Balthazar's room was a smaller version of hers, with simpler furnishings. His clothes and bags thrown about, but his window was positioned to better see the night sky. Moonlight spilled through it, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. Balthazar was in a deep sleep, unaware of her presence as his candles continued to burn. His face was pressed into his pillow as if he wanted to suffocate himself. "Balthazar, I need you," Karwyn whispered, shaking his sleeping form. He startled awake, pulling a dagger out from under his pillow and pushing back the sheets in one swift motion. Karwyn jumped back, avoiding the blade. "What is it? Are you in danger?" Balthazar's eyes were wide. He wore a soft shirt and shorts, his legs pale in the moonlight. No danger here. At least, not at this moment. But I need your help," Karwyn said. "Anything. What is it?" Balthazar asked, looking up at her. "Can I sit beside you?" Karwyn gestured to his rumpled bedspread. He looked around, just realizing the mess and his disheveled state. Blushing, he nodded, and Karwyn sat down beside him. "First, I have a question to ask you, and it is blasphemous, Balthazar Captain. I know how important you consider your duty, but I need you to speak honestly, for my sake," Karwyn said, fiddling with the sleeve of her long sleep dress. He tracked the motion and took her hand, squeezing. "Ask it." "Do you believe Dad died of natural causes? Old age in his sleep? Like Mom said?" Balthazar inhaled sharply, looking away. Karwyn rubbed her thumb along his hand and tucked her long hair behind her ear with her other, waiting for his answer. He released a slow breath and turned his eyes back to her face, seemingly gathering his resolve with a frown. "No, my princess," he said in a whisper. "I believe Omenok's Dragon Queen murdered Daemon Knight. I'm sure of it." A tear trailed down her face. She suspected it, but had tried to ignore it in her grief. Karwyn didn't want to believe her callous mother was capable of those extremes, but the signs were there, and Balthazar must have seen them too. "That's why I need you to stay," Karwyn said. "Stay? Stay where?" he asked, letting go of her hand and turning on the bed so he could more easily face her. "Stay in Grydacia. Leave right now. Get out of the castle and hide in their provinces. Stay here while I go home." "No, I couldn't. You need me to keep you safe," he said, shaking his head. "Do you not believe I can protect you? Is that why you don't want me to go back to Ash Cadence?" "I do believe you, Balthazar. You are the bravest and best soldier we have. But my mother?" She paused, wrestling with what to say next. "She will not accept Mirandus willingly. I need someone away from home that knows what she is capable of, away from the fire." "Why not Juliane or Eleonora?" Balthazar asked, though he knew the answer. "They will follow me and will not split up. You know that," Karwyn said, not unkindly. He nodded solemnly. "Does my mother suspect that you know?" "I think she does, but I hadn't been a threat to her. She knows I'm loyal and wouldn't do anything to endanger you," he said. Knowing that he suspected her mother but had not said a thing, never gave away an inkling, bolstered Karwyn. He guarded me and protected me while trying not to hurt me more with the emotional burden of who my mother was. That is why I need you to get away and stay away from my mother's influence. My mother may kill me because of who I paired with." Balthazar opened his mouth to interject. "No, you know it is true, Balthazar. And if she plans to do so, nothing will stand in her way, not even you. If you are there with me, she'd probably kill you first before coming to me." "She would fail," Balthazar said fiercely. "She commands an army. We'd be outnumbered," Karwyn said, but smiled at his passion. "What I need is you safe, away from that, ready to help who succeeds me, should it come to that." Balthazar thinned his lips. "You just met the guy and you're already talking about your future child?" "Shut up, Balthazar," she exclaimed and hit his shoulder roughly. "I am the heir to my throne. I'm supposed to think about the next heir. Also, it's not like any of us can help it. The gods decide. What if they decided I'm getting pregnant tomorrow? I have 3, well, 4 now, I suppose, people in the whole world I can trust, and you are the only one who can escape my mother." He rolled his eyes and said with a watery smile, "Fine. I'll go against all my better judgment and hide away for you. I'm like an odd secret weapon, chosen because everyone else you trust is too codependent to leave." She smiled at him. "That's all I ask." They stood up from the bed, staring at each other in the dark. "If I could choose my pair, I would choose you, Karwyn. I would choose you and never leave your side," Balthazar admitted, taking her hands again. Her heart broke at the proclamation. Not long ago, she felt the same. "Me too, Balthazar." Karwyn smiled at her protector. "But that's not what Mutrine and Alea have planned for us. Thank you, for all you've done for me and for our kingdom." Balthazar went to the bathroom to get dressed before he repacked the clothes he had thrown around the room. When they left, Balthazar asked the guard on duty to forget that she was here. With a curious look between them and the packed bag, the guard nodded, and Balthazar left to parts unknown. 16. Fate. Kariana, 118 years ago. There were very few occasions that Kariana was willing to wear a dress for, and her coronation was one of those few exceptions. Dresses were not her preferred choice, due to limited mobility and lack of weapon access, though she could admit they were beautiful. Sure, she had a dagger sheathed to her calf, and Dracul had one under his dress shirt that he could reach if need be, but it wasn't the same as having a belt of knives or a sword strapped to her back. "There is something about being a human that is more..." Dracul seemed to search for the right word as his eyes trailed up and down Kariana's figure. "Primal than being a dragon." She turned from the mirror, smoothing her hands along the green, sparkling bodice of her dress and smiling nervously. "What makes you think so?" "The urges are stronger. I can't seem to stay away from you." He got up from their chaise lounge and prowled to her, pulling her by the waist to his chest. Kariana leaned into him and he purred his delight, chest vibrating and warm. He kissed her pulse point, and Kariana sighed. "I don't want you to stay away," she said. Who knew dragons were actually possessive cats? After a few minutes of appeasing her dragon, Kariana pulled back. "We have to go, get a handle of the setup and meet the others before things get started." He sighed but nodded against her. It was remarkable how the fating had changed them and brought enemies together with little hesitation, seamlessly creating an alliance after decades of death. Kariana knew some citizens hated that fate could create such a bond, especially pairs that were separated and one was left without a new pair. They didn't feel it yet, didn't understand, and that had caused some discord. Everyone would come around, she was sure. Guards met them in the hall, and together they climbed down the long stairs, her dress and their boots leaving noise and history in their wake. The next time she walked these stairs, she would be Queen of Ashcadence. She was grateful for a moment of silence before the planned ceremony and introductions, as the ball was set to start in an hour. The news that Grydasia and Phaintu had also had beastly fatings made her father oddly happy. He said their dominion over dragons was more impressive than unicorns and griffins. Grydasia's controversial decision to prioritize her child's royalty over the army and home was the tipping point for Xander Knight, formerly general, to succumb to Dracul's plan. Phaintu established their monarchy next. Father did not like being shown up. Dracul was already a dragon king. Xander had reasoned to Kariana, Dracul, and her mother, as if it were new information he was blessing them with. Positioning his daughter as a queen made their standing more legitimate than the other continents, who had fated to regular beasts, his bigotry and pride deduced. Dracul clenched his jaw, keeping his opinion to himself. As long as they recognized Kariana as queen, he was unworried. It had only been a few weeks since the first fating and the end of the war. And so the first celebration of Alea was planned and tied to the coronation of Dracul Dragon King and Kariana Dragon Queen. The other monarchies were invited, as was Ashcadence's newly established kingdom, for all were to witness their power. Xander gifted himself the new title of Knight, a guardianship over the monarchs with a position only slightly below Dracul and Kariana. Kariana's mother was also repositioned, despite no longer being paired to Xander. She represented the first dragon matron, a figure that had little control other than being available for guidance. Lorraine was unsurprised when Xander explained their places. After some further discussion with Dracul, the line was established. Their children would be designated dragon daughter or dragon son. Xander was happy to keep dragon in the name as often as possible, to differentiate Ashcadence's superior monarchy from the others. Kariana was happy to have made it so she would not be the one giving speeches tonight. Public speaking was not something she wanted to do. Dracul and her father would handle that tonight. Dracul squeezed her hand tighter as they got closer to the room where the ball would be held. Soon, the doors would open, and the murmuring citizens outside would pile in. She wondered if her home would ever be quiet again. Doubtful. When they entered the ballroom, it was decorated with more natural decor than she had seen at previous balls. One of the coordinators told her the theme would be nature, but Kariana hadn't understood how it would pan out. Around the door frames were archways of twined branches. Candles stood in glass by the dozen on each table, with small trees and decorative pots around the perimeter. It was like a magical forest. "Kariana, come and meet our guests," her father called from a few paces away, a small gathering of people behind him. So much for a quiet moment. "Kariana, this is Quiro," her father said. "Quiravario, Queen of Grydasia, but simply Quiravario is fine," the guest corrected. Kariana walked forward, Dracul a step behind with a hand to her back. "I'm so glad to formally meet you, Quiravario. Who did you bring with you?" Kariana asked, glancing to the person directly to her left. "Hello, I am Foxglove, a unicorn. And yourself?" The person stared at Dracul rather than Kariana through the introduction, as if she could tell who exactly was also transformed by the gods. "I am Dracul," he said with a bow to Foxglove, before turning to Quiravario to do the same. "A pleasure." "And my siblings, Rahul and Linray," Quiravario introduced, pointing out each sibling. Rahul had deep blue eyes and black hair. Linray was red-haired and dipped into a curtsy at the introduction. She seemed to be the youngest, having a plumpness to her face that did not match the more hollowed expressions of herself, Quiravario, and Rahul. She had known these two in war. Kariana felt envious for a moment that their sibling had been spared. As an only child, that was never an option for her. She had to lead in battle, and that held a cost. Thank you all for coming today. We are honored by your presence and to usher in this new age together, Kariana said. They echoed the sentiment, and Lin Ray said, We have something for you. Really? How kind? Kariana said with a dip of her head. That was not necessary. Our people have started a new tradition. When someone has been fated, we create bracelets to signify their pairing after the golden glow has finished, Lin Ray said, and opened a long black box, handed to her by a nearby attendant. Inside was a silver chain with a single gold bead hanging from it. The bead shimmered with such brilliance that it almost seemed to glow. There were 2 of these bracelets in the box, presumably one for her and one for Dracul. Kariana smiled down at the gift and took the first bracelet out. She reached for Dracul's left hand and ran her thumb over his warm skin, adding the gift around his wrist. Without hesitation, Dracul reached into the box and repeated the motion on her. Something sparkled between her heart and his in that moment. She was sure of it. Lin Ray cooed, holding the box under her arm to clap in excitement. And this, Rahul said, taking a bigger box from the guards hovering around them. Dracul accepted the box this time, opening it to reveal a blanket. The silver thread in the black material had a glossy sheen. It's beautiful, Kariana said, touching the luxurious fabric. It's meant to have a calming effect on dragons, Foxglove said. Dracul spun his head to the fellow half-beast. Why do you think I need to be calmed? The restlessness. Surely you feel it too. All in the first fading are going against our base nature and adopting a new one. I hope this can help, Foxglove said. Dracul placed his hand in the box, touching the fabric as Kariana had. He did not marvel at the softness, the beauty, or the kindness of the gift. He simply stared, with his hand on the blanket, taking in deep breaths, a look in his eyes like resignation. Lin Ray clapped again like every interaction between them was the most important event of the season. The sound broke the spell, and Dracul closed the box, handing it to Kaj to take to their rooms. Dracul took his pair's hand, and she gave his a reassuring squeeze. That was very thoughtful, Kariana said to the group, noting that Quiravario and Foxglove wore matching bracelets as well. When she looked up to her father, she could see the glaring contempt in his eyes. Let me show our guests where they will be sitting, Xander said, giving them a tour and sharing the positions of honor, as he called them. Kariana and Dracul watched them leave before Dracul guided her onto the empty dance floor where the band was warming up their instruments. The musicians seamlessly transitioned into a slow song. Kariana swayed with him, one hand flexing on his chest as he held her waist. Which one would you have chosen if we hadn't met? Dracul asked her after a moment. Does it matter now? Kariana replied. No, but I am curious, he said, his grip on her waist steadying. Quiravario, Kariana said after a moment of thought. She didn't know any of them well, but the middle sister seemed to be the wisest and most headstrong, like her. I thought so, he said with a smirk. How so? She asked, curious about how he arrived at this conclusion. She is a leader. She was chosen for a beast, as you were, he said, not unkindly. There was no judgment in his tone. It was simply an agreement that they were well suited. I also liked her breasts, Kariana said crassly, only partially joking. What a coincidence. I like yours, too, Dracul countered and pulled her closer. Kariana felt the heat rise in her face and ducked her head down. Dracul leaned in to nuzzle her neck, whispering in her ear, I'm glad you didn't choose her and her breasts, and instead have me. I'm glad too. We were meant to be. I have no doubts, Kariana said. He pulled his head back from Kariana, staring at her. Me neither. He dipped his head to kiss her, and she met him in the middle. They separated at the sound of a clearing throat, interrupted only seconds later. Are you two ready? Lorraine asked. The guests are lined up and ready to come in. Yes, thank you, Mom, Kariana said, leaving their embrace and brushing non-existent dust from her dress. My queen, Dracul said, and gestured to the thrones positioned at the end of the room. Thank you, my king, Kariana replied and took his arm. They ascended the steps and sat together. Lorraine and Xander sat on either side of them, with Bemerald standing behind Lorraine. Kariana fidgeted on the throne. Her parents' changed pairship worried her, as her father was not civil at the best of times. But if he invalidated his former pair's destined fating, he would also throw into question the supposed gift of power his daughter was granted by being paired to a dragon. For public perception, he would do a lot of things he would not do in private. It's going to be okay, Dracul said. He reached out and took her hand, squeezing it. I have to give a speech, Dracul. It feels very not okay right now, Kariana said in a whisper as the doors opened and guests entered the space. We practiced it, he reminded her. It will go perfectly. The sounds from the crowd grew louder as everyone filed into the ballroom, anticipation filling the air to meet their king and be reintroduced to Kariana as their queen. Kariana's knuckles turned white as she gripped his hand tighter. I don't think I can do this. Kariana, you can do anything you set your mind to. You've commanded armies. You are now the savior of dragons. And in a few moments, you will officially be queen of Ashcadence. A speech to the people you have protected for years is nothing. He turned in his seat to face her. But you are no longer alone. We can split the speeches. I'll take this one and cover all that you wanted to say, and you can take the next one. My father won't like that, Kariana replied, heart clamoring in her chest. Who cares what your father likes? Dracul winked at her, and Kariana stifled a giggle. Thank you, Dracul, for being my pair, Kariana told him. You know Alea is responsible for that, Dracul said. No, she isn't. She picked you because of who you already were and who you would become. It's all you. I'm grateful, she told him, leaning in to speak without raising her voice amidst the noise. Dracul brought her hand to his lips for a kiss and smiled. Likewise, my queen. After all the guests that could feasibly fit into their makeshift ballroom did so, Xander stood to begin the proceedings. The unyielding war is complete, Xander said. Our mission ends with us joining our enemies. Ashcadence leads the charge through our mighty bond with the dragons, the fiercest among the beasts in honor of our strength. Kariana resisted the urge to roll her eyes, keeping her composure and posture still as she waited for him to finish. Our guests today are our people, welcomed to meet and dine with the start of our newly ascended monarchy. For while the other sectors have also instilled their beastly pairings to thrones, Dracul, our new co-ruler with my daughter, is a king in his own right, Xander said, with a hand pointed at Dracul. Dracul has left the dragons he led to become our leader here. A true monarch rules over Ashcadence, and we welcome him. The crowd cheered, but Kariana noticed the Feyentu visitors weren't as excited about her father's comment on their ruling system. This was where she and Dracul were supposed to stand up, him giving his thanks, and she continuing the speech from there. Instead, Dracul stood on his own as she smiled and dipped her head at him. "Thank you, my dear father in fate. Hello, I am Dracul Dragon King," he said, and turned to the crowd. "Not long ago I was an enemy to Ashcadence, just as you were an enemy to me. Thanks to Alea and Mutrine's creation of the fading, we have realized that we all had something missing. And now we have found it. We've come to find a new sense of peace and an understanding of our former adversaries." He looked at Kariana with a smile. "There is a new bond between us all, as God-given rulers and God-destined pairs. We've been circulating what we know, what Mutrine and Alea have told us, so that there are no secrets between us and what has happened. We are a world changed. Thank you for trusting the gods, for trusting us, and for helping our scribes pass on this information." He gestured to the group of honored scribes at the event and invited another round of applause. "There will be an adjustment period as our generation grows accustomed to the fading and the blessings to come," Dracul continued. "But every generation afterward will have this certainty built into their lives, and for that, we rejoice." The crowd applauded, smiling at their soon-to-be king. "Now, I was the king of the dragons. By choosing to live out my life as a human with my pair, I am now choosing, with Mutrine and Alea's guidance, to be king of Ashcadence instead. Kariana II and I will be crowned today to rule this land as Dragon King and Dragon Queen in our first annual Alean Ball. What do you think of that?" The acceptance and excitement from their guests was palpable. Kariana stood and clapped with them, knowing that even if her father did not support the union, he would always side with public perception. And their people? They wanted this. It took several minutes for the cheers and thunderous clapping to settle enough for the proceedings to continue. When Dracul and Kariana sat back on their designated thrones, Lorraine and Xander stood. Bemerald walked forward with 2 crowns resting on a ceremonial pillow. With the guests bearing witness, the first official Dragon King and Queen of Ashcadence were inducted. The celebration continued far into the night. Kariana was sure that by the end of it, they had met and spoke for several minutes to every person that was granted access to the ballroom. When the music stopped, the food ran out, and guests, along with her family and guards, left, she and Dracul went upstairs to a balcony. They looked out and welcomed the dawn together, noting the parties of their citizens in the streets. Dracul and Kariana retired to their room, holding the gift from Feyentu and exhausted from hours of dancing. Dracul said, "I'd be happy to never see those 3 again." "Which 3?" Kariana asked, though she had an inkling who he meant. "The siblings from Feyentu." "I thought you liked them," she commented, putting her brush down and standing, following him from her sitting room to the bedroom. "No, I tolerated them. I can appreciate that Quiravario will be a good monarch with Foxglove, and that Linray and Rahul seemed kind enough, but I kept imagining you being with them if I weren't here. It made me feel more dragon than human." Dracul took his shirt off, throwing it haphazardly towards his closet. His scales sparkled in the low light of their candle-lit room. "You are a dragon in human form. Did you forget?" Kariana joked, wrapping her arm around his neck, feeling his scales press against her. "No, really?" he said back with a grin as his hands trailed down her back before gripping her waist. As your dragon, I have to tell you that you have become my treasure. Mine, he growled softly. I wanted to touch you, possess you, and hold you close to stake my claim on you in front of everyone. I'm finding that I don't mind that, she whispered to him, shivering in his arms. Good, my queen, he said, his hand trailing up her back to pull at the strings holding her dress together. 17. History. Ember. Present day. The Fateless ball had been a triumph, with more successful pairings than she expected. She knew she wouldn't be able to help everyone, not with her kingdom's former policy of death to all the Fateless, but she owed it to her citizens to help as many people as possible. Getting to know the people of Grydasia the past week was interesting. She didn't realize how much seeing them would anger her after all that she knew about their betrayal. Blythe's parents may not have agreed to fight the merfolk, but they had been complicit in kidnapping a helpless princess, using the same griffin that strutted along the halls to do so. She would never know what it was like to be raised by her biological parents because of Oma's betrayal, and Grydasia's royal family and beasts were part of that. Despite the challenges she faced with her moms, Ember knew they cared for her just as much as she cared for them, but she always wondered. If not for the kidnapping, her moms would be alive, still best friends with her biological mother. They would have all been a family. Ember unfolded the letter she kept in her pocket. She read the last portion again, trying to imagine what a hard choice this must have been for Karwyn Dragon Queen. Alea had given us all pairs, and we trapped people without the means to find them. We are called Fateless, but our fates are waiting for us. They are out there. They are waiting. They are suffering. They can't get better, not while the wall stands. She built our curse, claimed a sickness had come when there wasn't one. Then it was real, so real. It started with me. May the gods forgive us. And Jedediah became my knight, a fool's knight, a facade. Mother controls everything, controls him, controls the guards and the servants. If you don't bend, she breaks you. I couldn't let them break you too. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive. Forgive. They are taking you now. Safe. Safety with them. I promise she won't have you. Safety. Forgiveness. My remembrance. My fire. You'll be what is left of me. I won't forget you. I promise I won't forget you. Remembrance. My embrance. Please forgive me. Ember refolded the letter, a tear running down her face as it always did when she read it. She put it back in her pocket, squared her shoulders, and went back to her rooms. In the day since the ball, she and the other royals had discussed much, working on her trade mission from her mother and establishing exchange rates. It wasn't the kind of subject she was best at, but she had good advisors in Jade, Noor, and Amik. She had their notes and opinions to guide her. Mentally exhausted from the topic when she made it back to their rooms that evening, she launched into a problem she was more passionate about. Now that the ball is done and trade is back on the table, let's go scope out the mountain, Ember said excitedly as she walked into her temporary closet. Tonight's the night? Noor asked, following her in. Yes, it's just about dark enough and we had an early dinner so no one is expecting us tonight. Let's go ourselves and see what clues we can find, Ember said. She rifled through the week's worth of clothes they brought with them, deciding on an all-black, warm outfit. I should have trusted my gut about my mother from the start, she murmured a few moments later. What do you mean? Noor asked, picking a matching outfit. She thought back to their first strained conversations at the palace. Though her mother had seemed erratic, Ember had thought there was something odd hidden between her words. But surrounded by guards and royal duties, it had been easier to brush aside the unease. After a lifetime of secrets, she had enough. If Ember had listened to her instincts, she could have helped her mom and learned about her heritage sooner. With stakes so high for the dragons, she had to confront her fears and pursue the truth, no matter where it led. She didn't know if any were alive and what tie they could have to this mountain, but the draw she felt when she looked at it was enough for her to know that she had to dig deeper. Ember laced up her shoes and grabbed a hairband to tie up her dark hair. The events with Omo could have been different if I trusted my thoughts sooner. I could have helped my mother sooner. Maybe Amir would still be alive, Ember speculated. There is something going on here, and now that the Fateless are safe, we're going to solve it. I won't be idle anymore. I feel the same way. No more ignoring our intuition. It's never worth the cost, Nor agreed. What have you ignored? Ember asked. Nor had seemed confident from the start, but she knew he could hide his feelings in humor. I wanted to trust you from the beginning. When we were first fated, I was so scared to confide in you. About my sister, my parents, the rebellion. I thought you would hate me. That was a mistake, he said, taking her hand. I should have told you everything from the beginning. I forgave you a long time ago. I understand why you waited, and I don't hold it against you. We needed to get to know each other first. I didn't know you were kind and clever, and someone who always fought for others, she told him, meaning every word. I don't know what I would have done if you told it all to me on that first night. We can't be sure how it would have gone, but it's in the past. I just had to tell you. If I could do it again, I would have trusted you from the beginning, Nor said, and pulled her into a hug. I'm going to get one of our emergency backpacks and bring it with us, just in case. Why don't you check if the coast is clear and get some horses ready? Ember agreed, eager to solve this mystery. Are you sure we should do this alone? Nor asked again, his hand supporting the small of her back as they climbed the steep slope ahead of them. They had tied the horses to a tree that she hoped they could find later in the dark, as the path was now too steep for them to ride along. It took over an hour to go the long way, avoiding the clearly marked paths for the miners. They couldn't get past those checkpoints without royal approval, which they obviously did not have. That also meant they couldn't go through the carved entrance at the base of the mountain and had to find another way in. Who would we have trusted? Ember asked with a hushed breath, feeling the burn in her thighs. Sweat trickled down her face. Wally, of course, and you've always trusted Hasley, Nor noted, noticeably less exerted than herself. Zayev is finally well enough to make the journey here with our next ship. I will not put Wally in danger just as his pair is coming back, Ember said. She did not want to separate any pairs. And Hasley and Arsenio are paired. Since he had the dragon blood, we can't trust his loyalties. Not yet, anyway. It's better that she isn't in the middle having to choose, just in case. And she wouldn't choose me, just as I would choose Nor over her. Just in case the Fae and two royals turn out to be betrayers and murderers, Nor finished for her. Yeah, we don't want to be caught unaware again, Ember said, thinking of her grandmother and Jedediah. After so long, she didn't know what to call him other than his name. There was a time he could have been her father, even if she didn't like him or believe in what he did. As they continued up the slope, the only sound was their labored breathing. When they made it up the steep path to the patches of trees they could see from their window, they collapsed to the ground, staring up at the stars. This section was more leveled, easier to walk on, and a good place to start their investigation. We haven't been on a date in a while, Nor commented, reaching for her hand. Eyes trained on the stars above them, Ember smiled. Outdoor adventures and romantic stargazing should count as a date, I think. Catching their breath from the long climb, they inhaled deeply. The smell of damp grass and a smoky essence filled the air. When they got up a few minutes later, they walked between the trees, looking for any entrances to the caves. The royals seemed to imply there were multiple cave mouths, small ones just big enough for the sound to filter through. "There!" Nor exclaimed, pointing to a part of the mountainside that was darker than the rest. They inched closer to it, and Nor pulled out 2 candles and a glass holder for each to catch the wax from his backpack. Lighting them, he handed her one, and they held them up to the openings in the rock. "They weren't kidding about the mountain freckles," he joked, but his tone divulged his unease. Before them was a small space, big enough that they could crawl through. As they angled the light, they saw other holes along the sides, some smaller and more shallow, others merely divots that didn't go all the way through. What could cause something like this? Nor stuck his head and his candle through the closest and biggest hole in the mountain. About half of his body went through. When he pulled out, he looked at Ember with a torn expression. "What is it?" "It doesn't go too far. I think we could crawl through to the cave on the other side. There were some lights far away, but I couldn't see from what. If we went through this hole, we may be able to climb down and back up, but I can't know for sure unless we go in. I can't tell if there are guards or people near the other side." Ember contemplated their options. They could go in now and risk getting caught, or come back later and still risk getting caught. But now it was dark, most of the workers would be gone, and who knew when they could next come by and make the trek. "We can turn around, we don't have to go in," Nor said. "Yes, we do," Ember said. "Or I do. I need to see all that I can right now. If you're worried, though, you can stay outside. You don't need to follow me in." "Do you honestly think I'd let you go into a dangerous situation on your own?" Nor asked, brow raised. "No," Ember admitted, smiling sheepishly at his face illuminated by firelight. "Exactly. I'll go in first. You follow," Nor said. Crouching down again on his hands and knees, he held the light with one hand and shuffled in. Ember followed slowly behind him, awkwardly crawling with only 3 limbs while she held the candle with the 4th. In the cramped space, she inched along and winced as sharp rocks dug into her legs through her pants. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, broken only by the golden glow of the trembling candle flame in front of her and Nor's a few feet ahead. Shadows danced and leapt as she moved painstakingly through the claustrophobic passage. Nor reached the end of the opening, asking Ember to wait while he first checked their surroundings. A minute later, his face popped back into her candlelight. "Come out, but be careful where you step. There's a ledge 4 feet ahead of us." She held Nor's hand as she exited the crawl space and looked around them. Fractals of light shone in different spots, illuminating dark shapes and separate cavernous rooms. Spots of red and blue puffed at uneven intervals, labored and irregular. They inched further along the ledge, looking over into the dark. There were a few areas with torches, showing the depth of the howling mountain to be hollowed. There was layer after layer, like they divided it into floors with a big hole down the center. At the bottom was the biggest mass of all, something moving in random spasms. There was a silver sheen that reflected around the distinct piles of objects whenever there was a puff of that red light. The air was hot, like a heavy blanket wrapping around them. When the rush of blood through her veins calmed, she could hear more around her. The sound of a rhythmic whoosh filled the air in an ebb and flow. "Do you hear that?" Nor whispered. They exchanged wary glances and backed away from the ledge. "Yes," she whispered. "It sounds like breathing." 18. Shadows. Karwyn, 18 years ago. The decision to seek Blythe in the dead of night was not one she took lightly, but the urgency of their situation demanded immediate action. With Balthazar now safe and away from her mother's reach, she needed to get a handle on what Grydasia planned for her. Hopefully, by the time she made it back to her sleeping ladies-in-waiting, she'd have the support of Grydasia in her pairing with Mirandus Knight. If they sided with her mother's likely displeasure instead, their diplomacy when she became queen would be as effective as someone trying to douse blood fire with water. Karwyn felt the weight of her mother's actions rest heavily on her shoulders, knowing there was only so much she could prevent, but that she had to try. With Balthazar's confirmation that he also believed her father's death was on her mother's head, she had to be vigilant. Mirandus was on the line. Her soft shoes barely made a sound on the stone floor. A guard she had yet to get to know trailed far behind her with heavy boot falls. She knew his uniform to be from her guard group, but he wore a cloak over top for the cold, with the hood up. Karwyn pulled her robe tighter around her, thinking that maybe she should have brought her cloak too. It certainly was colder here than at home. She glanced back again, noting the man wasn't the guard Balthazar talked to. Even without a good look at his face, she could tell the guard was taller than who she saw earlier. They must have just switched shifts. She was used to guards following her everywhere. That was the reality of being the princess, but she preferred it when she knew the guards. Night seemed to magnify the urgency she felt, as it also did her worries. Their entire entourage, including this guard, had watched as she was fated to a merman, and her mother was not going to like it. The torches lighting her path flickered, casting shadows as she walked. Karwyn's silhouette grew long and short as the light hit her movements. Finally, she reached the hall that she remembered was Blythe's from her first tour of the castle. The hall held not only Blythe, but 3 other siblings she had yet to meet. A guard stood at its entrance, just like they would in her home. The Grydasia guards did not wear purple like her own. Instead, they wore a deep green so dark it was nearly black. "Hello, I need to speak with Blythe," Karwyn said, her voice echoing loudly. "Please," she added as an afterthought. "Prince Blythe of Grydasia is unavailable. He is with the king and queen," the guard said. She fit the uniform well, her chin-length black hair accentuating her cheekbones. Karwyn noted the snide way she reminded her of Blythe's title. "At this time?" Karwyn asked. "Dinner must have been hours ago." "You are also awake and visiting people at this hour. You tell me, is that odd?" she asked. "I officially wish this was my guard. Great retorts, I respect that." "Good point. Have a lovely evening," Karwyn said, putting her hands in her robe pockets and walking out of Blythe's wing. She stepped toward the throne room, knowing she would never be allowed in the king and queen's private rooms at night. It was already a stretch that she'd be allowed in Blythe's. Hopefully the royals were in a public space talking with him. If not, she'd have to admit defeat and head back to her room, unprepared for whatever tomorrow would bring. Talking to Blythe before his parents was her preference, but if he was present during the conversation with them, it would likely help smooth things over. As she walked, Karwyn had the feeling that she was being watched. "It's just the guard," she thought. Turning to look behind her shoulder, no one was there. Where did he go? "It's late. I'm imagining things," Karwyn thought. Shaking her head, she continued on with heavy steps. A moment later, the feeling returned, and footsteps echoed swiftly behind her. She quickened her pace, turning around a corner, only to hear the steps grow louder and more persistent. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and a sense of unease settled deep within her. She was certain she was being followed, and not by someone that just wanted to chat. Surveying her surroundings, Karwyn spotted a decorative suit of armor. She hid behind it, waiting to see who would come looking for her. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, the loud whoosh of blood deafening her to other sounds. Karwyn pressed trembling hands over her thundering heart, willing herself to be quiet. Several minutes passed, but it felt like hours. She peeked her head out of the hiding spot, looking left and right. Nothing. Karwyn got out from behind the armor and turned back to her room. "Give up while you are ahead, Karwyn. Go to sleep," she chided herself. She pledged to get up closer to dawn and try to find Blythe then. As she turned back down the hall to her room, a metallic clang startled her. Glancing around, she saw a shiny dragon brooch on the floor. Where did that come from? She bent down to pick it up as a shadow passed over her. Her heart jumped into her throat. Getting up slowly, she ignored the brooch. The shadow cast across hers, overpowering it. "Who's there?" she asked, staring at their mingling shadows in the torchlight. "No one," a sinister voice rasped, cold and bone-chilling. Karwyn turned to find the cloaked guard towering over her, face hidden in the darkness of their hood. They lunged forward before she could scream, covering her mouth with a damp cloth, a sickly sweet scent filling her nose and lungs. Karwyn thrashed in her attacker's iron grip, but her limbs grew leaden, and her vision blurred with dark spots and tears clouding her sight. Karwyn's last thought before the emptiness took her was of the way Mirandus held her tenderly in the water, like she was his home. She hoped she'd get to feel it again, one day. 19. Blessed. Kariana, 118 years ago. Many things happened in the weeks following their coronation. Her father hated all the changes, but Kariana and Dracul held steady in what they wanted for Ash Cadence. Being part of a united unit was something foreign to Kariana. Years ago, when she first started attending province and army meetings, she agreed with her father on many matters, but discussion was not allowed. He simply stated what he wanted to those in the room, and they had to adhere to it. No one dared speak out against him. In her youth, she thought that spoke to power, but now she understood it was arrogance and tyranny. With Dracul, it was the opposite. He liked to consider each angle, get multiple opinions, and specifically sought out the thoughts of people that disagreed with him. In most cases, that was her father. Kariana began emulating Dracul's style, not because he was her pair, but because she saw the power move his actions truly were. By considering other opinions in a public setting before deciding and collaborating on a path, he positioned himself with respect, and the thoughtfulness spread. Guards that used to be loyal to her father now listened to others and gave thoughtful arguments. A slow revolution of the internal workings of their new kingdom further unraveled Xander day by day. The dragons he had kidnapped were free, the weapons designed to kill them were dismantled, the roof was being remodeled into a landing strip for Dracul, and war meetings now discussed poverty and rebuilding efforts. Xander Knight was out of his element and not humbled by the experience. Kariana placed her hand on Dracul's chest after another long day of decision-making. The scales beneath were smooth with dulled edges. His chest rumbled, its purr sending chills down her body. "I don't think I'll ever get used to it," she whispered. "Get used to what?" Dracul asked. "To all that has happened. You being here, being queen of here and technically of dragons, even though I can't be part of that world. Disagreeing with my father publicly. A life that is not centered around war. And you?" She paused, a smile tugging at her lips as she looked down shyly. "I never thought I would be with a pair that makes my heart sing. And it's only been weeks, but it feels like a lifetime. A lifetime I would repeat over and over again if it meant being with you." Her voice cracked at the declaration. Dracul tugged her closer and lifted his hand to her cheek. "It has been a lifetime in a short time. One that I, too, would not change for anything." "Even though you had to leave your family and your people?" Kariana asked, biting her lips. "You, Kariana, are my family, and your people are my people. There is nothing that would keep me from you." His thumb ran over her jaw, pulling her teeth from her lips, before he reached his hand into her hair, tugging gently. Kariana sighed and leaned her head down onto his bare chest, her face resting against his scales. He continued to soothe her with gentle tugs to her hair and a rub to her back until she heard his gasp. She opened her eyes and looked up. "What's—" The question died on her lips when her eyes focused on the haze around them, so similar to the sparks from their fading, but now they glowed purple. Dracul's eyes watered as he took it in, and then he looked down at her, tears falling from his golden eyes. A similar peace filled all of the space in her chest. "Are you okay? What's happening?" she asked her pair. The fading was everything she had needed, and she knew this would be the same. She just didn't know how yet. Dracul would know. The gods would tell him. "They are whispering to me, and—" His voice trailed off. "And what?" Kariana asked with bated breath, looking into his widening eyes. "They said we are to be parents." Kariana gasped and pulled back to look down at her flat stomach. The purple was indeed more concentrated on her middle, fading as it moved outward until it reached the edge of the bubble surrounding them. "I'm a mom," she whispered. She hadn't thought about life as a mother. Her relationship with her father had been strained for years, once she got past her adolescent idolization of him. With her mother, they had a caring relationship when she was around, but Lorraine was always busy. Before the fading, she traveled to the different provinces across Ash Cadence to do the work Xander was not willing to do. Kariana's future as a mom had always seemed so far away, and neither of her parents were present for her on a daily basis. "I don't want to be absent from my baby." "The blessing is what they are calling the purple glow, and they said that this means we are ready for the second wave of their changes. Our destiny with our child is most fulfilled if we become pregnant now," he explained, stroking her back again. "They can tell such things?" she asked in wonder. Like being a parent, thinking of the gods, well, Mutrine only, as Alea had not been part of their world until now, had been a nebulous thing, far away. And now they know all of this? Did Mutrine always know, but didn't interfere before now? Or was Alea the missing ingredient to this foresight? "It seems so," Dracul said, and continued to talk, saying things about averages, destiny lines, the future. She couldn't listen as intently as she should. Kariana's body began to tingle, shocked, and she stumbled to their sitting area, dropping onto the couch. Her whole body was on fire, and it engulfed her heart. Dracul kneeled before her, taking her hands. "Everything is going to be okay." "Are you sure?" she asked, dropping her face onto his shoulder. She inhaled his smoky scent and felt calmer, his arms around her soothing her thoughts quicker than should have been possible. "Yes." His voice rumbled against her, kissing her shoulder. After her heart settled, she pulled back and realized he had taken the gift they received from Feyentu and encircled her with it. The silver-threaded, heavy black blanket seemed to sparkle brightly in the low light. "How?" she started, realizing that her sudden calm was more about the blanket than the territorial dragon hugging her. "I figured it out. The calming properties they mentioned come from the thread." He thumbed the fabric. "It is unicorn hair, which makes sense as it's from Feyentu. However, when I touch it, I notice that it gives me a similar subservient feeling to what dragons experience when they are chained. They must melt the hair into the metal of the chains and cages your father uses to capture dragons." Kariana's mind raced at the possibilities. She dropped the blanket from her shoulders, and the anxious feeling returned. She picked it back up, and it disappeared. Her brow furrowed, and Dracul read the question on her face. You are now pregnant with a dragon. The unicorn hair has an impact on you too, though at a smaller effect. At least until the baby is born, he explained. This means my father has been aligned with Fayantu for most of my life, not just the last year with the marriage proposal negotiations. We started using those chains when I was a child. Kariana's voice trailed off, wondering how long ago her father had cast a bargain with her fate. He has secrets, and so do the unicorns. It makes me wonder, what do the griffins have to contribute to this tug of war? Dracul speculated out loud. And if Fayantu has always sided with Ashcadence, why didn't they take over Grydasia as a joint force sooner? Kariana shuddered and stood, walking to the balcony. One hand held the blanket around her shoulders, while the other fell to her stomach. She gazed out to the water. He can't know about the baby. Not yet. Dracul understood instinctually that she spoke about her father and agreed. We'll hide it as long as we can. I'll keep you and the baby safe. His hands went around her as they stared into the night. He can't be trusted. I'll keep my guard up. You were right. There is more to this, and he will not give up what little power he has left without a fight. We may never get all of the answers, but we can get some if we're smart. Having an heir is a threat to him, Kariana said. Dracul purred and nuzzled her neck, showing her with his body how he felt. Nothing will happen to you, my queen. I'm here. Kariana had been shocked, scared even, moments ago, and yet it wasn't unwelcome. A fierce protectiveness overtook her, a drive in her she never had before. This man is mine. This baby dragon is mine. The world is ours. Nothing will take them away from me. 20. Freckles. Present day. Ember. This is not a mine for fake blood fire supplies, Ember muttered, bitterness seeping into her voice as the truth settled over her. She knew they were lying, but seeing it was another story. Dragon's flaming piss, we should leave right now, Nor urged in a hushed whisper. His eyes were wide with fear. No, Ember replied firmly, resolve sharpening her tone. We need to get closer. The air felt heavy and stale, like a tomb that had remained sealed for centuries. Ember could sense the weight of the mountain pressing down on her. Up ahead, shadows shifted and an ominous red glow emanated from the cavern, punctuated by the sound of labored breathing. Nor shuddered, gripping Ember's arm with trembling fingers. You know these have to be dragons, right? We are in a mountain of dragons. I think that means we should leave before we turn into crispy toast. Ember shook her head, eyes fixed on what little she could see in the shadows. We don't know if it's dragons for sure. We have to get closer to see. Mysterious masses in the dark, breathing, puffs of red smoke, in a mountain that claims to mine supplies for fake dragon blood, how could it not be dragons? Ember sighed. Okay, yes, it's dragons, but I need to see one up close. With who I am? She paused, letting him fill in the blanks. I can't leave yet. I have to know. She started forward, but Nor yanked her back by the arm. If you see one up close, you could die. His eyes implored her to turn back with him. Ember glanced between Nor and the cavern ahead, conflicted. She understood this was dangerous, but it was who she was. Remembering what Eamon said about the way they could understand the unicorns in their herd, an idea struck her. Em? Nor asked. Just a moment, she said. Closing her eyes, she took a deep, centering breath. Her mind turned inward, and power she barely knew thrummed in her blood. Ember imagined the anchoress, wraiths, and Bayam tots around Ashcadence. Touching the hide of an anchoress, receiving a letter from a wraith that seemed to emote more than others. The Bayamtots she was allergic to, but still somehow felt happy looking at. How did it feel to be with them? What were the things she knew without even trying when she focused on them? Finding that part of herself, she opened the whispered truths that only she could know as a mermaid, a dragon, and a human. As if it were a door, she swung it open and stepped inside. Ember's eyes flew open with a gasp. Nor steadied her as she sagged against him, shaken. "What happened? Are you okay?" he asked, turning Ember around and cradling her to his chest. "They're in pain," Ember choked out, tears welling in her eyes. "Nor, we can't leave them here." Nor searched her face, wiped away her tears, and saw the depth of what his pair felt. "Let's see what we're dealing with," he relented. "Stay behind me." They followed the spiral path deeper into the mountain's core, the air growing thinner. Nor tripped on a loose stone, catching himself before the fall. "Why would they leave all the torches off? Seems dangerous," he whispered, voice echoing off the cold stone. "When you have something to hide, you don't want to invite viewers," Ember replied grimly. The dirt and stone path emptied into a vast cavern, cluttered with stalagmites like stone daggers. Shadows shifted in the expanse, accompanied by the rasp of breath. They were now feet away from the closest dragon, still shrouded in the dark, but unmistakable by its size. Nor gripped Ember's arm, his knuckles white. "What do we do now?" Ember stepped in front of him. "No, Em," Nor said, and tried to push her back. Ember gently removed his hand. "Trust me. This is where I'm meant to be." Ember crept closer to the dark shape. The flicker of her candle illuminated scales of green. Kneeling where she thought the head to be, large amber eyes stared at her with a squint. A cruel silver muzzle was wrapped around its mouth and snout. "I'm sorry," she murmured, voice cracking. The dragon released a mournful groan. Ember's candle flickered out with its puff of breath, smoke coiling up and around her. "Nor, angle your candle along the wall until you find a torch. There has to be one somewhere," she called out, fumbling blindly to comfort the dragon. Its scales were smooth yet strong beneath her fingertips. Unable to stop herself, Ember embraced its head, tears falling freely. "I'll help you, I promise." The dragon nuzzled against her in understanding, vibrating beneath her with a purr. A knowing moved through Ember. "Friend," it said. "I found it," she heard Nor say, voice far away. The cavern ignited along the walls in a domino effect, a rush of heat filling the air. Ember opened her eyes to see a dozen dragons had materialized from the receding darkness, their scales glinting in all shades of green, brown, and red. Ember let go of the dragon's head, looking between it and the others. The green one before her said to the others, "Friend, friend, friend," and the sounds from each echoed in kind. Their hope swallowed her whole. Scales, toes, claws. The mountain was alight with over a dozen dragons of different shades and sizes, ranging from triple to sextuple the size of Ember and Nor combined. Ember stood up, walking out of the open enclosure to find Nor standing by a torch, dumbstruck, turning in a slow circle to survey all that was around them. Slack-jawed, Nor asked, "How long have they been here, and trapped by manacles of unicorn hair?" "Generations," Ember replied, the truth slithering into her mind. The groans of the dragon grew, creating a chorus of pain and sadness that Ember felt in her bones. "It's the Howling Mountain. They said it as if it has been part of their history. They've had these dragons here knowingly for generations." "Help, friend. Help, friend. Help, friend." "I knew the mountain freckles were too cute to be true," Nor joked. "We climbed in from a mountain freckle. It's real, but it was probably created by bloodfire or dragon breath explosions. They obviously faked the howling being the wind. We need to come up with a plan. With the activity, Nor gestured at the crying dragons around them, and the torches being lit, whoever guards from the outside is going to come check it out or report it soon. We can leave from where we came, but we can't go back down the mountain before they start searching for intruders. They may catch us. A deep baritone joined the dragon's cries. It shook the ground around them, overtaking the song. Alone, 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 it said. Ember's eyes searched all the dragons nearby, not seeing which dragon's pattern did not match the others. She inched closer to the edge of the spiral walkway, looking to the larger open center to see the other layers. At the bottom was the largest dragon of the group, with blue and black scales. Where the others were a combination of all seasons, from bright spring greens to the red of dying leaves, this one seemed to be made of the night sky. Alone, it moaned. Who's there? A voice called from below, accompanied by the thunderous sound of boots pounding over the packed dirt. Whoever was guarding that night had brought backup. Their movements echoed throughout the mountain, and the largest dragon roared in warning. Run, 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 run! The softer dragons added to the scream. Run, friend, run, friend! Nor yanked Ember's arm for likely the third or fourth time since they came into this dangerous situation, pulling her back the way they'd come. Back up to the opening, he urged, breathless with panic. Their footsteps thumped up the spiraling path, the staccato beat of the guards' boots not far behind. Ember gasped for air, one hand braced against the cold stone wall. I thought you said it wasn't a good idea to go out this way. We're out of options, Nor shot back, the terror etched on his face, illuminated by firelight. Without hesitation, Nor pushed Ember toward the narrow opening. Go, go, go! He yelled hoarsely. Heart hammering, she scrambled through on hands and knees. Jagged rocks sliced her palms, leaving a trail of blood for Nor to crawl over. Falling to the other side, she tumbled out of the way for Nor to make a quick exit. Before she could stand, a stern voice commanded, Stop where you are! Ember lifted her head to see several guards in black and green, staring down at her with swords and batons. Oh, fates! She breathed in defeat, letting her head sink back to the dirt. 21. Alone. Karwyn, 18 years later. The sound of wings slapping against air woke her from a groggy haze. It took a moment for the situation to sink in, but when it did, she wished she had stayed unconscious. Karwyn cracked open her eyes, blurs of blue surrounding her. When they focused, the reality of the situation sunk in. She was on a griffin, flying over the ocean at a breakneck speed. All she could see below her was endless ocean. Her resounding scream left the griffin to squawk, its head turning to look at her with a squint. It turned its nose up in indignation before turning back around. Shut your mouth or you'll find yourself in a watery grave, an unknown voice said. Colonel isn't fond of loud sounds. There was no sympathy in his words. Let me go, Karwyn demanded, her voice hoarse from disuse. She slowly turned her head away from the ocean below, taking stock of her position. She lay sprawled on her stomach across the back of a griffin, her middle tied with ropes, her legs and arms swaying on either side. With her hands she gripped the griffin's feathers, but her legs had no way to gain purchase. The guard sat on a harness, as if he was riding a horse or unicorn rather than flying across the sea. His hands held the reins above her back. I'm going to fall and die. Wait, will I? Or will Mirandus know to come find me before I drown? If I let you go, then I'd have to let your friends go too. All or nothing, it seems. While I'm fine with you passing away from a sudden accident, I don't think you'd want the same to happen to your friends, the stranger said. His casual remarks about her potential death sent a chill down her spine, but she held on to the hope that Julinet and Eleonora were okay. Karwyn craned her neck, searching the skies. "Where?" Karwyn started, straining until she spotted them. In the distance, she saw two things. First, there were two other flying dots in the distance, presumably with her ladies-in-waiting in a similar situation. Secondly, a ship engulfed in flame. It was too far away for her to see or hear anything coming from the ship, but she knew that anyone on it could not have survived. At her gasp, he added, "No mermaids to rescue them this time. They did show up, those pesky beasts, your pair included, but they can't come aboard. Fins seem inconvenient. With everyone tied to the boat, unfortunately, they had no way to escape the flames." He tisked. "What a shame for them, but thankfully we borrowed 3 griffins from Grydasia for you and your friends. They're so trusting, those royals." Karwyn imagined how horrified the guards, ship crew, and the citizens that came with them for the trip must have been to see the merfolk but be out of reach, and to watch as flames came closer and then crawled up their clothes and skin. She hoped they passed out from the smoke inhalation before experiencing that pain. "Why?" Karwyn croaked, straining to look him in the face. She guessed by the line of his shoulder and his guard uniform that he must have been the person who knocked her out last night, but she hadn't seen his face then. Now she got a good look. She realized his face was vaguely familiar. "You don't recognize me, do you? Figures you would be so self-involved," he said with a scoff. No matter how much she squinted at him from her position on the flying griffin, she couldn't place him. Brown eyes, brown hair, light sallow skin, average bone structure, average build. He looked like anyone she could have passed by. If it weren't for him being a murderous psychopath, she'd have forgotten his face again. "Who are you?" Karwyn asked. "Mikhail, your mother's new captain. Though I've been a guard for your family for years, not that you've acknowledged me, ever," he said. She may have felt guilty for not remembering him if it weren't for the fact that he'd kidnapped her and killed dozens of people. Karwyn did, however, remember her mother's captain. He had seemed fairly neutral to her mother's eccentricities, but he took his job seriously. And what happened to her former captain, Carrie? "He is no longer with us. Went missing the same day as your father died." His smirk told her that Carrie fought back or impeded her father's murder. "Thank you for trying, Carrie. I wish I knew you better." "It seems murder is part of your daily life. I look forward to trying out my first one on you," Karwyn snarled, screaming over a gust of wind. The griffin squawked again when she held his feathers too tightly. The ship captain, all the guards that came with them, her mother's captain, possibly her father himself. Who knows if that was Mikhail following her mother's request, or if her mother did it herself. All this death in the name of her mother's reign. Mikhail smirked, retrieving gloves from his pocket, and retorted, "I'd like to see you try." She watched as he put them on and then took out the sickly sweet-smelling rag. When he covered her mouth and nose with it for a second time, she did not fight. The oblivion was welcome. Unknowing whether it was hours or days later, Karwyn woke in her bedroom in Krulendheim, the twin castle to her home in Azor Orion. Her mother stood over her, brows furrowed in consternation. "Finally, you are awake." Karwyn tried to get out of bed, yanking when she found her arms tied to the bedposts. The chorus ropes bit into her skin as she thrashed. Now, I can't have you escaping to your merman. You will stay here for now," Omenak said, stepping back as Karwyn struggled in vain. The sting of the ropes helped clear the drug-induced fog clouding Karwyn's mind. She tested their strength again, realizing quickly she could not get out of them without help. "I can't help that Alea chose a merman for me," Karwyn pleaded with her mother, sitting up as much as her bonds would allow. I didn't force it or ask for it. It just happened. You know how unpredictable the fating can be. This is what I warned you about, Karwyn. You and your conniving nature got you into this situation. If it weren't for Mikhail's leadership, the situation would have gotten completely out of control, Oma said, her hands folded primly in front of her. Karwyn's anger kindled. You can't brush this under the rug. Mirandis is my pair, and Mikhail killed dozens of people. Unfortunately, the return boat did not make it. I have informed our people that the merfolk have attacked. They held an emergency meeting in each province to get volunteers to help protect our kingdom from the ocean. How lucky was it that Mikhail noticed the signs and saved you from your kidnappers, Oma said with a cluck of her tongue, repeating the lies. Karwyn's heart fell into her stomach. All those lost lives explained away, and their killer hailed a hero. Rage boiled up from the depths of her sadness, masking it and keeping her safe from her thoughts. You are not worthy of this kingdom, not worthy of me, not worthy of Dad. You should be ashamed of what you've done. When you are a mother, you'll understand. You will do anything for your child. I will be here to help you when you need to make hard choices, Oma said, unfazed by her daughter's proclamation. No, Mother, you won't be. You've lost me forever, Karwyn said with a spitting venom. Is this the thanks I get for sparing your ladies-in-waiting? Mikhail brought them back. It was his idea, but they could have easily found their fate. They could still fall down the stairs in a tragic accident. But as of now, they are waiting outside, desperate to see you. Should you behave, that is. Karwyn's breaths came fast, tears streaking down her face. If you think I'm going to thank you for deciding not to murder my best friends when you and Mikhail have murdered everyone else in our company, you are more insane than I feared. You are despicable. Oma merely smiled. I think I'll give you some time alone with your thoughts. Juliane and Eleonora can wait in the dungeons for a while, in separate cells until you've calmed down. Oma left the room, a lock clicking into place behind her. Karwyn released an anguished scream, twisting and turning her wrists against the ropes. She raged, feeling like she would fall apart at the seams. I found him. He found me. He's not here, Karwyn whimpered. She killed Dad, but she can't kill me. She can't kill me, she whispered. I'm alone. 22. Safe. Kariana, 118 years ago. Are you sure this is necessary? Kariana asked as the blacksmith and doctor prepared their station, with Bemerald on guard. The 5 of them stood together in an open field with a kit of supplies between them. They needed the space for Dracul to transform. I agreed to being with a guard when you are not around. I'll always be protected. Yes, I'm sure. And yes, you do need this, even with a guard, Dracul said, taking off his shirt and pants. The physician who helped Lorraine give birth to Kariana, Rudain, stood with Bemerald, Captain, and the blacksmith. They both had to work in tandem to use the scales before they dried too much to be molded into armor. She couldn't recall the blacksmith's name, but he was recommended by Bemerald, so Kariana trusted him with the task. He was ready for the challenge, a portable forge lit and waiting for this laborious task. As much as it hurt Kariana to do so, they decided to tell Bemerald about her pregnancy, but not her mother. If Lorraine knew, she would act too differently around Kariana, and it would tip off her father. Bemerald knew Lorraine would forgive him once she found out he helped protect her daughter. Rudain and the blacksmith, while there to help with the extraction, were unaware of the true reason Kariana needed additional protection. The fewer people that knew, the better. I agree, Bemerald Captain said. You can never be too careful. Your mother would want you to do this. But this will hurt you, Dracul. It could even scar you. I can't bear the thought," Kariana said with trembling lips. Their companions turned around to give Dracul privacy when he took off his underwear. It was time for him to transform. "The scales will grow back. It only takes a few years," Dracul explained. Kariana blanched. Years. Another reminder of the years Dracul had over her. While she was only 19, he was more than triple her age in dragon years. They believed he would age at a similar rate to Kariana if he remained human, but only time would tell. Dragon scales themselves were like armor, which was part of why dragons were so hard to kill. The interweaving chips were nearly impenetrable, so their army had been trained to hit in the few areas scales did not cover. These scales, pulled from Dracul, would then create an armor around Kariana's chest, stomach, and back. Dracul insisted she should wear it under her clothes every day, but she wasn't sure how feasible that would be. "And that's another thing. A few years is a long time for you to be vulnerable. It's too much of a risk," Kariana tried to protest again. "If you say that there is no reason for you to get this extra protection, then why would there be a worry that I have one dragon bald spot for a few months? If you are safe, then I should be safe, right?" Dracul reasoned. Kariana grumbled. Fine. She couldn't fault her own logic when it was sent back to her that way. "Are you ready?" Rudain Doctor asked, keeping his eyes away as he washed his hands in a bowl of soapy water on his makeshift work table. Kariana turned away from the various instruments sitting on it, the sight of their sharpness creating unease in her stomach. "Yes," he said, smiling at Kariana. Stepping back, his body shifted and grew, skin changing into the midnight black and blue of his birth form. With a moan, he lost his human shape entirely. This time the transition was even faster than those weeks ago at the beach. Once they finished the upgrades to the roof, he'd be able to easily transform and go on nighttime flights. They were also making a harness for Kariana so she could ride safely on his back, though they agreed to wait until after the baby was born to do some test flights. Dracul laid down beside the doctor and blacksmith, his back to them. Kariana sat beside his head, while Bemerel stayed in the back with the two working men, assisting when he could. She couldn't see what they were doing, but Dracul's low groans and hisses were unsettling. She leaned into the curve of his neck, and Dracul turned to her, nuzzling closer and tensing as his body shuddered with each pull. "Is there anything we can do for the pain?" Rudain called out to her, as he dropped the third bloody scale into the bowl with a clang. Kariana's head dipped as she stood up, ignoring Dracul's protest. "No, but we brought a star thread blanket. That will help," she said, searching for the bag she had brought with her. Stupid. I should have remembered I brought this earlier. Locating the bag, she pulled out the star thread blanket they received at their coronation and sat back down with Dracul. She put the blanket over his back and his large body surrendered a deep sigh. Kariana held his neck, nuzzling him as much as she could without hurting her human skin. If these were dragon kisses and she was the dragon queen, she'd deliver and show him her love however she could. His cries had diminished with the blanket, sounding less distressed, but no blanket could take away the pain of having parts of your body pulled off. Kariana decided to commission a larger one, just in case it would help again in the future. The blanket that covered them as humans barely covered his neck in dragon form. The 10 minutes it took to take off 20 scales felt like hours, as Kariana had to watch him in pain. When it was finally over, Dracul fainted and dropped to the ground in human form. They had agreed beforehand that it would be easier to treat his wounds as a human, but there was no telling how his body would react to transforming while hurt. Kariana's tears clouded her vision as she held his now human hand, staring at the bloody mess of hanging skin on his back. To her relief, there wasn't as much blood as there could have been, but he would be scarred because of this. Hurry, Kariana called to Rudain, watching a bead of sweat gather on Dracul's forehead. It won't do to have his cut get infected, Kariana, he said, taking his time to wash his hands in possibly the slowest manner Kariana had ever seen. Kariana glared at him in response. Yes, he should be clean, but did it have to take so long? She adjusted the star thread blanket over his lower half to cover as much of him as it could without hitting the open wounds. Over the heat, the blacksmith molded the scales to the vest they had measured and sewn the day before. Sparks erupted whenever flame met scale. I'm so sorry, she whispered, pushing his hair away from his face. Rudain and Bemerald sat beside her, Bemerald handing the materials to Rudain as he methodically cleaned and dressed Dracul's wounds. When the protective vest was complete and Dracul's wounds were covered, Bemerald carried the king back up to his and Kariana's rooms. She stood in vigil beside him, handing him a cup of water when he awoke in cold sweats throughout the night. Before she succumbed to her own slumber, Kariana whispered to her pair a solemn, "Thank you." 23. Acting. Ember. Present day. What are you doing here? This is a restricted area, a soft feminine voice said. She emerged slowly from behind the guards into a shaft of moonlight. The guards moved to give her space to come to the front. Her outfit glinted, covered in dragon scales, and her brown curly hair was trimmed to below her ears. An old burn was visible on her neck, peeking out from her shirt. If Ember had to guess, she'd assumed this woman was about 10 years older than her. Ember took Noor's extended hand, standing up to confront the speaker. You have some nerve talking about restrictions when you are torturing dragons, Ember said with a growl. The speaker's eyes widened, face draining of color as she took in the royals in seeming recognition. Her eyes roamed over Ember's face, taking in her high collar and the hidden rainbow hue in her hair. And how are the dragons doing? Do you know? Can you tell me? Her voice carried a desperate urgency as she spoke of her reverence for the creatures, which was off-putting while she wore their skin. Noor gave her hand a gentle, reassuring squeeze. I've watched them all my life, the speaker said, glancing furtively over her shoulder before inching closer and dropping her voice to a whisper. The outsiders call us minors, and we echo that lie when they are around, but we call ourselves stewards. The dragons are trapped here against their will, yes, but if we gave up, then people that would take our place would be worse. We are powerless to save them, so we have helped however we can for generations. Please, help us, Princess. Adavina Minor, we should contact the monarchs. Step back and we'll tie them up, one guard said from behind them. Adavina listened to their instructions, straightening her posture and chewing her lip nervously as she stepped back. Let's wait just a moment before we call, she said, trying to formulate a plan. I'm sure that's unnecessary, Noor interjected, coming up with a lie. We are their guests. They were going to bring us here tomorrow, but we were curious and wanted to see it at night, too. I'm so impatient, Noor said with a laugh. He spoke with his hands, shrugging and gesturing around them as if he could explain it all away. We'll leave now and pretend to be surprised when we come back tomorrow morning. Yes, Ember added, attempting to smile while her heart was in the pit of her stomach. We were too excited to wait. There was a grumbling from the guards as they looked at each other in consideration. The monarchs would have told us if there was a tour, one guard said, hand clenching around his baton. Other voices rose in agreement. It was a surprise inspection, not a tour, Coleman said, his presence joining the group. Ember and Noor's head snapped to the sound, finding Coleman approaching with an antsy Wally standing beside him. Wally was sweaty, hair pushed in every direction, while Coleman looked as put together as usual. Coleman and Wally spoke with the gathered guards, diffusing the situation. How did Wally know to go here? I left a note for him in our room, though it looks like he brought help, Nor whispered. Odd choice, though. Ember silently agreed. They didn't know if they could trust Coleman, especially when the royal family had to be involved, or there would not be such a large group of guards on the site. She didn't say any of that. Instead, Ember poked Nor aggressively in the ribs with a scolding look. Aren't you glad right now that I did? He replied, wiggling away from her reach to avoid a second poke. Yes, but you still shouldn't have done it, Ember said with a squint. The wrong people could have read it. Yes, they could, but those people also wouldn't want us to die until we hear their diabolical plan and gloat, so at least there's hope to get far enough away to escape during that, he said from the side of his mouth, watching Coleman. Thinking about when her grandmother revealed her evil plan, Ember nodded. He had a point. Adavina inched closer to them, asking, What now? She looked small beside them. No idea, but when we are through here, you are coming back with us, Ember said. What? Adavina asked, her voice an octave higher. You heard her. You owe the Dragon Princess answers, Nor said. She loved that he always jumped in to help her without needing to be asked, but this time the tone was a bit more forceful. She signaled with her eyes to take it down a notch. I do, Adavina said slowly, then again with more confidence. I do. I will. Good, Ember said, brushing her hands on her pants. I'd like to know the complete story from you, how your family came to be a part of this and what you do, in private. They all looked at Coleman as the guards dispersed. She had to be careful around him, just in case. Are you all right? Coleman asked, walking up to them with Wally, concern etched on his face. Did you all lose your minds? Wally hissed angrily. Don't ever go on a mission without me. Don't embarrass me like that. Embarrass you? Nor asked incredulously. That was not what he thought Wally was going to say. Yes, this is embarrassing. I'm your captain now. If you all are going to die doing stupid trips in the dead of night, take me with you. Saif would disagree with your dying on stupid missions, Ember said, not unkindly. That's where you're wrong, Wally said, speaking of his challenging but loving pair. He'd probably have me sleep in another room for a week if he thought you all didn't trust me enough to ask me to come with you. This is all very adorable. Love the community you have built here, but we need to focus, Coleman said. He glanced between them and lowered his voice. Tell me, what did you see? What is in the mountain? You mean you don't know? Ember asked. Wouldn't the Prince of the Kingdom know what was happening here? He bailed them out with a made-up inspection story without knowing what was inside? No. My parents are keeping it from me and my sister until they make the final decision about who is next in line. At her confused look, he elaborated. We don't go by birth order. It's chosen on merit. Anyway, the guards here are also only for the mountain. They don't interact or join our own at the castle, so not a lot of information is shared. Coleman looked at Adavina, blanching as if he forgot she was there. I also have done my best not to pry before now, because it's a hidden process passed down with the miners. It should be protected. Adavina nodded. It's true. Coleman has never been inside the Howling Mountain. Forgive my poor manners. You know my name, but what is yours? Coleman asked. I am one of the miners. Adavina Miner, she said, introducing herself. A pleasure to finally meet you. Your purpose is an honor to us. Adavina, you won't tell my parents I was here, will you? No, of course not. And they seldomly come here. Whatever you told the guards should work for a few months before there's an opportunity for it to be contradicted. I don't think the monarchs will stop by so soon after their last visit. Even if the guards think it's odd for you to be here, we here at the Howling Mountain are trained to do as we are told. She bowed lightly in his direction before they continued walking. Thank you, Adavina. I appreciate your confidence. Are you the only miner here tonight? Coleman questioned. My father is also here, but he is trustworthy, Adavina said. Good. because I told the guards we'd do our supposed surprise inspection now since I was here. I don't want it to leak that we were here and then there isn't another opportunity to go inside. Is that okay with you, Adavina? He asked. Adavina agreed and they continued down the path. Did Wally ask you to come with him? Noor asked. No, I was actually on my way to talk to you when I found Wally reading the note, Coleman explained. It's a bit late for a visit, Noor said. They walked down the slope, reaching the horses and the one unicorn that must belong to Coleman. Guards were waiting for them, already in their own saddles, at the start of the path. Well, you aren't the only one that has suspicions, he said without explaining further. Now tell me, what will I see when I get inside? Through the front door, that is. I'm not crawling through a hole. Any background you can share before I go in will help me from looking too surprised and like I don't belong. Dragons, Ember replied without fanfare. Coleman stopped dead in his tracks, hand on the reins of his personal unicorn, one foot in the stirrups. What did you just say? 24. Underwater. Karwyn, 18 years ago. A week in confinement was enough to bring the darkness into Karwyn, tarnishing any good feelings or memories she ever held. Loyal servants to her mother force-fed her. They cleaned her when she made a mess of her clothes for lack of bathroom access. They watched her simmer, scream, and cry. The tug on her heart was too much, the separation from her pair gnawing at her, an open wound with no hope to heal without ocean water. Mikhail came in late one night, releasing her from her chains because of her supposed good behavior. The door remained locked. Karwyn sat in a heap on the floor, her skirts pooling around her. She clawed at her chest, trying to force more breath into her lungs. You've never seen me as good, Mother. Get up, Mikhail said when he came back the next day. He gestured to someone behind him, and they carried in a tray with tea and crackers, scurrying out the door seconds later without a backwards glance. Karwyn ignored him for as long as she could, gathering her inner strength. It was too long, apparently. Mikhail pulled her arm up roughly, throwing her to the table and her tea. Drink, and then clean up. You are going to the doctor today. She numbly took the pot and poured the tea into the provided cup. She ignored the milk and sugar. My mother must love to have a captain that is so adept at taking instructions. Murder, torture, babysitting, you do it all so well, Karwyn said into her teacup. Captains listen to their authority, the queen, and if she says you are to be bound and kept in this room, then that is what will happen, Mikhail said. He couldn't be much older than Balthazar, maybe only 5 or 10 years older than him, a few fine lines around the eyes visible in her room that she hadn't noticed when blinded by the sun. To listen to a mother who tortures her daughter and calls it a plan from the divine, Karwyn said, taking the first sip of her tea. Scalding. Perfect. She nursed the cup in her hands, a sleep-deprived mind slowly planning her next steps. It's ignorant of you to believe you know best when the gods haven't chosen you as queen, he retorted. Omanok's dragon queen is the best ruler we have ever had, and ever will have. You have nothing on her. The gods will get rid of you soon enough. Tell me, do you think that reporting to my mother, this amazing queen you believe in, means you are safe from me? Karwyn replied. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. She didn't give him but a second to think on it. She stood up, gripped the tea kettle by the handle, and flung it at his skull. All the rage, pain, and isolation fueled her into action. He does not belong in my kingdom. Mother is next. Hitting with a satisfying clunk, hot water exploded out from the edges and splashed onto his eyes and her hands. She luxuriated in the burn, smiling as Mikhail screamed. He fell to the floor, covering his eyes with his sleeve. Before he could defend himself, she jumped on top of his prone form and put all her weight on top of the tea kettle, pushing the burning surface down on his face as he flailed. The layers of her dress sheltered her from some of the heat. The door burst open and guards rushed in at the sound of screams that weren't her own, a pounding on the stairs sharing that more were coming. Before they could stop her, Karwyn pulled the kettle off and opened it, spilling the remaining boiling tea directly over him. "Dragon Daughter, stop!" one guard yelled. He tried to pull her off of Mikhail, but she flung the now empty kettle towards him. The guard jumped back, the kettle hitting the ground with a thud. Mikhail fainted from the pain, his skin puckered and red. Laughing, Karwyn took the murderer by the hair and smashed his head on the stone. This time, the guards succeeded in pulling her off of him. Mutters grew around her as they held her back. Wild, she tore at her mother's guards, thrashing against them. Her own guards, her trusted citizens, were gone, burned and then buried in a watery grave as her pair watched, helpless. Mikhail, Captain, and Omanok's Dragon Queen deserved the same treatment. "Omanok's Dragon Queen was right," she heard one of them say. "The merfolk drove her mad." "What a convenient lie, Mother." Some time later, strapped to her bed in chains, the door opened. Karwyn did not bother to see who it was. Instead, she stayed with her eyes trained on the balcony. She couldn't see over it from here, but she knew Mirandus was out there, in the sea, as close as he could be. She felt him closer than before. He found her, and the string tying her to the ocean was less taut. "Daughter, I hear you are misbehaving," her mother said. The queen's shoes click-clacked into the room. "Mikhail has been pulled from service. A shame." "I've always been a nuisance to you. Why stop now?" she said with a level tone, as if attempting to murder her mother's captain was as inconsequential as refusing to wear a braid. Omanok seemed to pause in the sitting room, her shoes silent, and snarled, "Pick this up." "Of course, my queen," a familiar voice said, and Karwyn's head snapped up. Eleonora and Julinet were behind her mother, one bending to pick up the kettle, milk, sugar, and cups from the tea incident. Karwyn stood up from her bed and strained against her binds to get closer. Julinet shook her head and mouthed no before bending to help Eleonora. Karwyn listened and remained still, eyes searching her friends and shifting back to her mother. "Your scum of a pair is causing trouble," Oma said. "Just like you." "Good," came Karwyn's first reaction, smiling. "Eleonora," Oma said. Eleonora wordlessly stood and walked to her. Oma slapped her. Eleonora's face turned sharply, red staining her cheeks. "What are you doing?" Karwyn screamed and pulled again, the chains rubbing unforgivingly against her wrists in her attempt to reach her friends. Eyes roaming over the cowering Eleonora, she saw there were multiple bruises along her arms. "I am reacting. You two," Oma pointed to Karwyn and Julinet, "will be calm or it will happen again. Isn't that right, Julinet waiting? We learned this lesson already?" "Yes, my queen," Julinet said with a curtsy, her eyes on the floor. Karwyn had never seen Julinet so restrained. "Why?" Karwyn asked, her voice cracking. "I'm releasing you into the care of your ladies-in-waiting for the next 2 days as we prepare to go to Krulendime for a few weeks. I am going to solve this little problem for you, Karwyn. If you get in the way and break the trust I'm giving you right now, Eleonora will be the one that pays for it. Understand?" "Understood," she whispered, a crevasse widening in her heart. "Julinet, undo the chains. I'll trust Karwyn to behave, for now," Oma said, handing a key to her. Karwyn caught Julinet's eyes. Facing away from Oma, Julinet showed Karwyn her rage and pain. Her eyes were ablaze. Karwyn nodded at her, trying to communicate she was with her. Free from the chains for the second time, she rubbed her wrists. While Oma was giving Julinet and Eleonora instructions for what to pack, Karwyn edged closer to the balcony, hoping to see a sliver of the ocean before they pulled her into preparations. When she reached the edge, the sight of the water did not bolster her as she hoped it would. Instead, the string in her heart pointed her in a different direction. Following it, she looked down to the palace entrances. "Mirandus," she whispered, her hand covering her mouth in shock. Water-drenched, wet hair clinging to his face and neck, he fought against guards in purple and palace workers. It took more than 10 people to hold him still as he fought. Where his tail should be, he was walking on scaled, steady legs, thick thighs holding him up as if he was born to do so. Mirandus looked up, spotting her, the smile on his face the brightest she had ever seen. Warmth spread through her, pulling up from her feet and holding at her stomach, pulsing with happiness. Sparks shot out from him, purple surrounding his body. The people holding him paused, trapped in the purple glow. Some let go, staring at their hands and then looking around them, trying to find the source. One worker spotted her, pointing up at the tower. She couldn't make out what they said, but their mouths seemed to open in shock, some shouting. More turned to her, pointing. She looked down, trying to see what they saw. She was surrounded in purple, too. "No!" Omanok screamed from behind her. Arms pulled her back into her room, away from the balcony. "No, it can't be!" Karwyn reluctantly allowed her mother to tug her along, her body still tingling with shock and warmth. She caught one last glance of her pair. He fought for her, running up the palace steps before he was tackled. "I'll see you again." 25. Cruel. Kariana, 118 years ago. It took some time to get used to wearing the new armored vest under her clothing, but it made Dracul smile when she got dressed every morning. It seemed he liked the image of part of him staying with her wherever she went. Kariana found that anything that made him smile she was more likely to do. Several weeks passed in a flash, putting Kariana midway through her first trimester. So far there was no nausea, which was a relief. If anything, she felt more vitalized than ever. With no signs of further discourse from her father, at least not more than his usual disagreements in their public meetings, she was feeling justified that the extra precautions Dracul insisted on were unnecessary. Unfortunately, it was proven false later that day, when Kariana went to speak to her father without telling him a time beforehand, and found her father preparing a siege in secret. A war plan. Maps laid before him, small representatives of their army and ships across it. Grydasia was the target, Fae and 2 ships siding with Ashcadenses in a 2-against-1 battle. Kariana paced before his desk, not able to stay still while she confronted him with a topic she thought they had put to bed weeks ago. Her personal guard for the day waited outside. "Why are you strategizing this? What do you hope to gain by launching an attack against Grydasia? All 3 families have land, all 3 families are paired with beasts. We are all safe in our own fortresses and castles. We don't need anything else. Alea and Mutrine have chosen paths for us. This is the best way," she pleaded. "Why are you still insistent that we fight?" "The gods have supposedly spoken, but I don't have to listen," Xander said, moving another piece on the board that represented their ships. "Why would I take their word for it? Why would I take Dracul's word for it? They do not know what is best for our kingdom. We may not be fighting dragons anymore, but that does not mean we are not fighting. You, who speaks of strategy and united fronts, cannot be deceptive against your own daughter. You are not the king here. We told everyone that Dracul was our lead and me with him. We took his crown and claimed it ours. One goal together. Remember that? He does not want to continue warring, and neither do I," Kariana said, patience lost. She had made excuses for him for years, blinded by her love and respect for him. These last few weeks that view had fallen. She didn't realize how far it had until now. And our enemies? How do we know they are not also plotting our demise right now? We strike first. We are not defenseless, Xander said with punctuated words. There are no enemies anymore. Do you want every generation to be born into war as we were? Do you want your grandchild born in the middle of this? Kariana said, and then snapped her mouth shut, not meaning to have said anything. Shouldn't I play this off as if I meant sometime in the future, or do I share the truth? Grandchild? He asked, looking up from his map. His eyes widened in a way she had never seen before. Does he actually care? Kariana's heart stuttered, a nervous energy in her chest swelling. Mutrine has blessed us, Kariana whispered, her hand hovering over her armored stomach. He looked between her eyes and her middle, standing up. I don't know how to be anything else, daughter. All I know is war. All I could teach you was this life. And I am being told to just move on. I don't have anything else to hold on to, he said. You have me, she said, and you'll soon have a grandchild. He shook his head, gripping the edge of the desk. I don't know if that is enough. Kariana's heart cracked. I was never enough. Why did I expect my child would be enough for you to change? This is not your kingdom anymore. It's mine, Kariana said, drawing the line. Our people will no longer fight. They will never fully be your people, not while you live with that beast. There are many that do not support him or this transition. That beast is my pair, my split soul. My child is half of him, she pleaded. Your soul was never broken to begin with. The gods made you think you were weak without him. That was never the case, he said. If he were a better man, she would believe his message was meant to inspire her. In reality, he was the one that often belittled her and made her feel weak. Not anymore. Dracul and I are stronger together. That does not mean I was weak before or that I'm weak now. She shook her head. He thought so black and white, yet changed the lines he drew whenever it suited him. He helped me see my power. He didn't give it to me. I will never support him, he said, and left, the door slamming behind him. That's what I fear the most, Kariana said to herself. Plan in place, Kariana watched as Dracul took off into the sky, his first trip off their newly remodeled roof. Her hair flew around her as his wings flapped powerfully. He hovered beside the castle, watching her with a twinkle in his eye that Kariana interpreted as a smile, before turning around and circling the castle, and then their kingdom. His dragon body was merely a speck in the sky. Do you think you can honestly keep him here when he would rather be in the sky? Her father asked, coming up behind her. It had been a week since they last spoke, and in that time she decided a plan that would irrevocably change their relationship. Father, I don't presume anything. I allow him to be who he is and do what he loves, and I do the same, she said curtly. Kariana told her mother about the baby after the argument with her father. At least she had been happy. Lorraine at first admonished and then admired Bemerald for helping keep the secret. Both she and Bemerald were now helping her rearrange the room across the hall from Kariana and Dracul's into a nursery. Xander had yet to say a positive thing about the matter. Kariana turned away from the sky and crossed her arms, looking at her father. Spit it out. What did you have me come up here for? Xander challenged. She let him sit in the silence for a moment instead of speaking. He shifted his weight, not wanting to break the silence first. She waited another 5 seconds, staring at him, before she started. Here are the rules of your new existence. You cannot presume to tell me the rules, he interrupted. Oh, but can't I? Alea and Mutrine chose me, not you, to join houses with beasts, just as they chose the pairs in Grydasia and Feyentu. According to the monsters, that is. Why can't anyone else hear the gods? How do we know what they said wasn't planned between the three of them? Xander asked. Feel threatened by them all you want. In fact, I beg you to feel threatened by them. In either case, you will leave here tonight for the Krulendime Castle. You will live the rest of your days there as my advisor, leaving only when called upon. Understood? Kariana said firmly, holding her ground. And why would I do that? He asked, brow raised. If you don't, it will force me to choose our kingdom over you, our world over you, Dracul over you. And if you make me do that, it will mean your death. A dark cloud moved above them, blocking the sun. You would kill your father? Xander asked. The inflection of his voice had Kariana imagining he was both horrified and impressed. This thought shouldn't surprise him. He had planned to sell her body and mind for an alliance not long ago. Like father, like daughter. If I had no choice, yes. Leave quietly and keep your dignity. But if you challenge me, try to stay here or continue to plot war, you will die, she said, uncrossing her arms to lean a hand on her dagger, strapped to her hip. His eyes tracked the movement. Your mother did not raise you to be this way. No, you did. You raised me to be a warrior, a strategist, your second in command. You wanted me to be just like you. At least in that you failed. I have the best parts of you, Father, and none of the worst. If you were a better man, that would make you proud of me. Her voice wavered. But for our kingdom, I'm okay with being a disappointment. The wind picked up around her, long hair floating around them, whipping their faces. She did not move to swipe it away. He stood silently, watching her with tight lips. I'll get packed then, he finally said, while his eyes spoke of something else. She nodded, feeling the rift between them tear open like a wound. Kariana had made her choice, and so had he. You are making a mistake, my daughter, he said as he stepped back, leaving her alone on the roof. It seemed he was always walking away first. I hope I am. I hope you come around. I hope you come back to me, Dad, Kariana whispered to the sky when the clicking of his boots disappeared. Dracul turned back around, his wings steadily beating back to her. She smiled at the beast she now called her home. For better or for worse, they had no future without each other. The months without Kariana's father in the castle were some of the best of her life. It was hard to quantify at first what made it so different. Sure, there was less arguing or debate on the nice days, but it was more in the subtle moments that Kariana realized how much her life had changed. There was no more wondering about how to over-explain and justify situations, no need to validate her ideas with others before speaking to him. Dinners had lively conversations and more family in attendance. Her mother was more present in the castle rather than traveling or in her rooms, and the guards even greeted people in the halls. Kariana hadn't realized how her father's standards were keeping people small and isolated. It was as if everyone was acting with more freedom. Kariana wondered aloud to Dracul if she should feel guilty for not noticing what her father was doing, and for being happy now that he was gone. The dread and worry would sometimes creep in like a shadowy figure escaping from under the bed, drawn to candlelight. You are allowed to feel joy and peace whenever it comes to you, no matter the circumstance, he told her, caressing her cheek and wiping away her tears. Kissing her soundly, they claimed each other, their child wiggling in her belly between them. In the dead of night, when they held each other, she could believe her dread was unwarranted. Part 3. The Pain of Truth. 26. Secrets Unlocked. Ember. Present day. Coming down the path on horseback, except for Coleman on unicorn back, was apparently a lot faster than Ember and Nor sneaking in through Freckle Caves after trekking up several miles. After they crossed a winding road over a hill, a tall gate came into view, a contingent of guards whose hands rested warily on the pommels of their swords. Stern and silent, they opened the gate after the guards that accompanied them told them of their inspection. Their suspicious stares followed Coleman as he rode through. I suppose it's hard to question the validity of a prince on a unicorn. Past the impressive gate was a double door of white stone, held together with silver bands that then threaded into the handles. Ember squinted, leaning forward on her horse as if the extra half-foot could help her eyes believe what she was seeing. "Is that—" she started, whispering to Nor beside her. "Pyridun? I think so," he whispered back. "How did it get here? Maybe their mountains have it too?" he theorized, but the hesitancy in his tone did not show confidence. "No, we would have seen it on the buildings," Ember said. "They stole it, or it was given to them, and with dragons inside this mountain for Mutrine knows how long, who knows which it could be?" The answer in either case was not positive. If they stole it, how? At the same time they took the dragons? Were all these dragons once on Ash Cadence, or were they stolen elsewhere, from the mysterious home that Dracul kept secret? If it was gifted, did the person who gave it know it was used to hold dragons? Pyridun was resistant to fire, perfect for a dragon capture. That was why it was so difficult to explode the wall that enclosed her kingdom. Cracks needed to be exploited at multiple points at once in a synchronized attack. Ember and Nor exchanged nervous glances with each other. Ember reached for his horse, tugging the reins closer so that their horses were in step with one another. She shivered, the hair on her arms rising under her 3/4-sleeved black shirt. Nor put a warm hand on top of her cold one. "I've got you," he said. She smiled gratefully back at him. Reaching the doors, they dismounted and tied their horses to the line of trees at the side. "Thank you, Coleman Monarch. I am grateful for the opportunity to show you our work and prove we are meeting standards. Let me brief my father on the inspection, and then we will bring you and the visiting royals inside," Adavina said emphatically, projecting too much as if it would help sell the lie. "Of course. Thank you, Adavina Minor," Coleman said with a poorly hidden smile. A deep groan of stone against stone echoed as the doors slowly swung inward. They waited outside as Adavina disappeared across the threshold, another groan sounding as she closed the doors behind her. She looked graceful, like the heavy stone weighed nothing to her. If she grew up working with the dragons and pushing open the store each day, that may be the case. Presumably, she would brief her father on their hastily whispered plan, and hopefully he could lie more convincingly than his daughter. A few minutes later, Adavina appeared through a crack in the door. "You can come in now." The company walked forward, Coleman at the front with Ember, Nor, and Wally following slightly behind. Their eyes widened at the sight once past the doors. A small, weathered man greeted them, back hunched and kind, twinkling eyes smiling at them. His curly hair matched Adavina's except for the gray streaks through it, and he had the same ashen-brown skin. "So delightful to see you again, Coleman Monarch. It has been too long," the man said. "And to you, too," Coleman said slowly, not having a name to call back to him. "Please tell me who you are," the man interrupted, turning to Ember. "He is definitely a better actor." "Ember Dragondaughter, and you?" she prompted. "What an honor it is to meet you. I am Alan Wool, long-time guardian of the dragons you will meet here today," he said. Her heart beat faster. A mixture of emotions, both truth and fear, rang through her. "Friend," the voice of the dragon said, a muttering from around the cave reaching her inner senses. Somehow she understood they weren't talking about her this time. Alan, Wool, and Adavina asked them to follow, and they walked further into the mountain. The Howling Mountain looked different when approached through the front door with the fires already lit. As they saw from the top, carved into the hollowed-out mountain was a spiraling pathway lined by torches. Along the pathway, small caverns were dotted, holding the captured dragons. Looking at the pathway without worrying about being caught, she could see it was dirt mixed with Pyridune rocks, as if the builders ran out making the door and tried to redistribute what little they had left evenly. Alan Wool spoke to the group, talking of their procedures, like the armor made of the hide of dead dragons, special equipment to harvest their blood, the way it had to be handled, and more. He and Adavina made a point to call out all they tried to do to help the dragons, without compromising their duty to the kingdom. Apparently there were about a dozen other miners, to which Alan Wool had strong opinions on. Not all were up to his standards, and he and his daughter tried to take the most shifts so that other less sympathetic workers weren't on the schedule as often. Ember wanted to ask more about these bits of information, to analyze each moment and understand the full extent of the treatment of the beasts that were supposed to be missing. But a growing awareness was pulling at her. It was unstoppable, clenching, holding her hostage until she gave it life. The closer they got to the center of the bottom floor, the louder the thought was. The dragon that told her to run was now within sight. The significant size of the beast meant that each breath he took caused a vibration along the floor. Ember stared at the dragon's blue and black scales, her eyes roaming along its tail and tucked wings. It was the largest dragon in the enclosed cage, but the way it curled in on itself made it look small. There were damaged spots on its hide, areas where the scales lifted off or flesh was scabbed. Some wounds were old, discolored scales distorted like scar tissue. This dragon looked like it had been through war and was then left to wither and die. Without lifting its head, the dragon's eyes flicked to hers, green eyes lined with gold. A portrait came to mind, lighting up her brain, and the thought gave way, pushing out from her heart, up her throat, and into the world. "I know that dragon," Ember said, falling down beside it. "Princess, this dragon has been here since before you were born," Adavina said slowly and softly, as if she were being consoling over bad news. "I know," Ember replied, reaching a tentative hand to the muzzled snout of the dragon. She brushed her fingers along the unicorn-made metal, knowing there had to be a way to break it, just as there was a way to destroy the wall. This dragon was Dracul Dragon King, and she had to bring him home. 27. Fooled. Jedariah, 18 years ago. Jedariah Clerk spurred on the borrowed horse from Cruelendime's stables, hitting his riding crop from left to right in quick succession, the Azor Ahaian castle now in sight. "I'm on my way, Ominox Dragon Queen. I won't let you down." When he received the wraith from the queen, begging that he drop everything and get to Azor Ahaian with haste, Jedariah had no idea what to expect. He had been in the queen's service all his life, trained at a young age to be the clerk of Cruelendime's castle. After growing up there, his mother had been the head chef, serving Ominox as a child, as did her mother before her. They had even been close to the late Sharon Dragon Matron after she moved to the castle full-time. It was the tradition of each former queen to move in when their daughter took the throne after the birth of the heir. Never in the years he had served the queen had she requested him across the kingdom. Of course she had asked for his help with sensitive matters while visiting Cruelendime, but nothing seemingly this serious. With fear burrowing in his chest, he rode on. Stumbling into the twin stables at Azor Orion, he left his horse and ran to the palace steps, jumping two at a time. Once he was past the guards, after showing his badge as a palace worker, he stepped inside. In his years of service, Jedediah had never been in the active queen's castle. However, it was a match to the one he lived in. Everything about it was nearly identical, except where he would usually see a potted tree to the right of the entryway was an empty space. The dark smudge that should be on the floor 10 feet ahead was missing, and the back garden was not at the front. Here, he was told, the garden was in the middle of the castle. He hoped the queen needed him to stay long enough that he could visit those gardens. Taking a deep breath, Jedediah wiped the sweat off his brow. He wished he looked more presentable for the meeting, but he didn't dare take longer to reach her. During the 2 days of riding, he only stopped for sleep, and even then it was merely a few short hours. "I am here to help," he told himself, pulling up his confidence. He asked a guard where he could find the queen and walked to meet her. She was in the throne room, leaning over a table filled with documents, with guards lining the room. The 3 thrones stood empty at the top of the room. The one that the queen's knight would sit in was covered with a star-thread blanket, as if it were an opaque, glittering veil. The queen looked up. Her black and silver hair was long and straight over her shoulders. He couldn't recall a time he had ever seen her with her hair down. She looked more youthful with it free from its braid. "Thank you for coming to Azor Orion so quickly, Jedediah," she said, after she gestured for the advisors to leave. "We originally had plans to meet you at Crulendime, but something unexpected has occurred, and the kingdom needs your help sooner," Ominox said. She played up her worry by wringing her hands. Jedediah bowed to his queen, his short blue hair still wet with sweat. "Of course. When your letter came in, I wrote as quickly as I could, barely stopping these past few days but to sleep, so please forgive my appearance." "Thank you, Jedediah. Your constant dedication to my family all of these years is something I have grown to depend on," she said, with a thin smile. "When this unforeseen situation arose, I knew you would be the only person we could trust with this. After my pair died, my list of allies has grown slimmer by the day." Ominox paced the throne room, her mourning dress of black swaying behind her as her steps echoed through the big, empty room. Her crown was a statement of sharp silver spikes of varying heights circling her head. "I am so sorry, my queen, to hear about your knight's passing. He will be missed by us all." Jedediah put a hand to his chest and nodded as he spoke. "Thank you, Jedediah, for your kindness and loyal service." "It is my purpose," he replied. "May we have some privacy?" Ominox asked, looking behind Jedediah. The guards nodded and left the room, the door closing with a resounding thud. "How can I help you, Ominox Dragon Queen?" Jedediah asked once they were alone. "You may have heard about the kidnapping of Karwyn by the merfolk," she asked. He gave a grave nod. "My loyal captain rescued her, but was hurt and had to retire after the incident. Gradasia also helped in the rescue, loaning us their griffins, but after that refused to help further in the conflict. Karwyn has some unforeseen damage from the experience," she said, explaining Mikhail's absence. "I'm so sorry to hear that. Is she all right? How can I help?" Jedediah asked, brow furrowing. He had always believed in the power of the throne, and if they thought he could help, he would do all he could. "I need you to step in as her pair," Oma said. "I know this is unorthodox to request of you, but you are the only one I trust to take on this task." Jedediah blinked, head snapping back. "What? How?" "Forgive me for questioning you, but I didn't think that could be forced. What if she meets her actual pair? Or I do? Jedediah felt dread for asking, for he did not want his queen to feel like he did not trust her. But what she was asking was to go against nature and the gods. My pair is already chosen for me. The gods will bring them to me when the time is right. This can't be forced, right? I've already met Karwyn and there were no sparks. She is not mine to claim. In the days before the first fating, pairs were chosen based on compatibility, and to great success. I've always thought you and the princess were compatible, she said, smiling at him. But now, the merfolk did something to her. She speaks in riddles and lies. Her mind is broken, and she believes all the lies she is saying, things that are impossible. And her mouth thinned, and she seemed to hesitate. What? You can tell me, I won't breathe a word of it. He put his hand above his heart. She is blessed with a child. The merfolk cheated the gods and did something to force a blessing when she has not been paired. She spoke the words with ferocity, anger taking over her face. They are trying to force their will on us with the beastly child, part merfolk and part dragon. We have to save Karwyn and raise the child to be as a dragon, ignoring her merfolk roots, and teach her to rule as the gods intended, so that these blasphemous creatures do not win. I need you to be her pair, to protect the truth from coming out. Why would the gods do this? To bless her and leave her mind broken? I do not understand. Jedediah felt pain for the dragon daughter, conflicted over the gods' part in this. He spent little time with her over the years, but he knew of her free spirit. It is not the gods. Don't you understand? They work in mysterious ways, but they would never break her and hurt our kingdom in this way. You can help me raise the child and take care of our realm. The gods chose me, and I am choosing you to take on this mantle. In my power, I am picking you as her pair. Jedediah held his breath, not believing what he just heard. A large part of him was flattered, ecstatic even, that she wanted him for one of the most important purposes in the kingdom. But it shouldn't be this way. The fating should never be taken, not from her and not from him. He had to be sure of that. If she ever were to be fated, later in life, would I be able to step aside? Or make some other arrangements should I become fated too? Jedediah asked. He had to be sure that should the gods change their mind or intervene, they both would have the choice. Of course, Oma said with a solemn nod. If she becomes fated, though I think that ability has been taken from her with this meddling from the merfolk, we will come up with a plan. The same for you. If you find your pair while you are in this service, we will accommodate you both. Jedediah exhaled, a knot releasing from his chest. She is right. The gods chose Omanok's dragon queen, and she is now picking me to help guard the kingdom. If I get fated, then we'll take it from there. My fate will understand my need to help the kingdom, if they are indeed perfectly chosen for me. No one could have predicted that beasts would endanger the princess and the kingdom this way. We must take measures to keep her and the kingdom safe, Omanox continued. It's a miracle that our forces haven't been overrun on the shores while we strategize the protection of our kingdom. Have our next steps been established in this conflict? Jedediah asked. A wall, at the very least. We are an open target to the water. We have to maintain our border in some way. Unfortunately, we cannot go to war. We have no way of knowing what numbers they have in the deep. She stepped toward her throne, walking up the 3 steps to sit on the dais. Other than that, we need to stabilize the kingdom. Our announcement that the heir is fated and blessed will help with that. Do you have a replacement that can take your role in Krulendime? Yes, I will send him a wraith now to take on my duties permanently. Jedediah knew exactly who to appoint the position. Good. Now, can you recall who has ever seen you and the princess together before now? Oma asked, her posture rigid. Jedediah paused, considering. Karwyn has only come to the castle a handful of times. I can think of only 3 or 4 people that have seen us speak or be in the same room, Jedediah said, replaying his memories to find the faces of who could possibly reveal their lie. Have you told anyone of those conversations? Oma nodded as her attention focused on him. No, you know I'm discreet, as I have been with our friendship, he assured the queen. He had never bragged about knowing her well. Good. Give me the names of those who saw you together, she said, leaning back into her throne and crossing her legs. Her long hair fell nearly to her belly button. What, may I ask, will you tell them? He thought of how one of the maids would often gossip about news from the castle, and she had happened to see Jedediah and Karwyn together before. Would she believe this news, or be taken into the secret? I will assure them that you two have been fated for some time, but kept it a secret. Now, with the baby, it must be revealed. Karwyn has always been free-spirited. We'll tell them the secret was her idea, and they'll believe it. Or they'll have to face charges against the crown, she said with finality. They cannot go against our word. I don't know if that will work, but she knows best. Maybe I'm not seeing the whole situation properly. Of course. Good plan, my queen. Discretion is of the most importance. I know you understand that. Thank you for your service to the crown, Jedediah Knight, the queen said, saying his new title to seal the deal. Jedediah's chest swelled, grateful and energized by this new charge. It is my purpose, he asserted, smile growing wide. He never expected an opportunity such as this, and while he did feel leery, he hoped that Karwyn would take to his help and that they could be partners. Ominox showed him to his room in Karwyn's tower, assuring Jedediah that he would get a reintroduction to her in the morning after he had rested from his journey. That night, Jedediah awoke to a scream from down the hall. He reached for the sword the queen had gifted him, exiting his room and slowly walking along the dark corridor. The scream echoed again, coming from Karwyn's rooms. Her door stood a crack open, and he used the sword's edge to ease it further so he could see inside the room, getting a lay of the situation before charging through. Inside, Karwyn was held back by 2 guards in purple. She pushed against them, kicking. She was in her nightclothes, vulnerable in a way he had never seen her. Let me go! I need to be at sea! I don't belong here! Karwyn yelled, twisting from their grip. You can't go swimming at night, princess. It's dangerous, one guard said. But I belong there, Karwyn said, her voice echoing with veracity. She shook her head, her own long hair straight like the queen's. But nothing in Karwyn's face was like her mother's today. Her eyes crinkled as she yelled into the night, teeth sharp and white in the light of her rage. She believes it. She truly believes the merfolk. What have they done to her? Jedediah dropped his sword on the floor with a clatter. Faces he did not know turned to glance at him, showing no recognition of who he was. Tomorrow, he would lead them, and he would do it alone. 28. Peace. Kariana, 117 years ago. Azalea Dragon Daughter was born, healthy and wailing with a spattering of scales of her own. There were many weeks where Dracul and Kariana kept to themselves in their tower, learning what it meant to be 3, with Lorraine and Bemerald presiding temporarily over the kingdom in their stead. Ever since they made the armor for Kariana, which they had to take more scales to expand during her pregnancy, Dracul and Rudain had continued with experiments. Not only were Dracul's scales impenetrable, but his blood could light an almost eternal flame. This was one of the few duties he continued during their time away from work. Knowing that his blood was a fuel source speared Dracul forward, an odd motivation and sense of purpose that he wanted to utilize. Rudain claimed that the particles responsible for his fire breath as a dragon were also present in his blood. Testing revealed the presence of the particle in his blood when he was human as well, making sample collection easier. However, it was also slower because of the limitations of human bodies. Nevertheless, the stockpile of his blood fire grew, with weekly siphons of blood, until they could keep the whole castle warm and lit for years, which Kariana saw as unnecessary. She quickly learned there was no way to stop Dracul once he discovered something that could help his family. He had a daughter he wanted to protect and keep warm, and his blood fire would stay lit as long as they needed it to. Maybe they could share it with the villages once they knew how much they reasonably needed, Kariana reasoned. She smiled to herself when Dracul would often come back and sleep next to Azalea, spent from his donation. He was dedicated and kind. Their chambers were cozy with only the fireplace of blood fire casting a glow. Kariana sat on a couch in her chambers beside the fire, rocking Azalea in her arms. "She's just like you," Kariana said, looking up at Dracul that evening. His appearance had changed a lot since she met him. He'd been human for a year now, settled into his skin and new life. His hair was longer and more wavy, and he had a curly black beard that Kariana adored. He seemed even more like a warrior to her. Dracul's muscles had also grown in the year. "She is my little flower dragon, after all," Dracul said with a cooing voice and sat beside her. Kariana handed Azalea over to him and stretched out, rolling out the kinks in her body as much as she could. She'd spent so much of the day hunched over, getting into bad posture habits when breastfeeding. She knew she had to work on that. "Flaming stars, I forgot to put the armor back on afterward." She peeked over to Dracul, and of course he noticed, staring at her with a raised brow. They'd had this talk almost every day since Azalea was born. "I'll make you a new one with a front opening of some kind," he said with a smirk. "I might like easier access, too." Kariana barked a laugh and smiled at him. "I'll start wearing it again when we're back to work, if you make me an easier one." "Good," he said, and looked back down at his daughter. Azalea opened her eyes then, looking up at him groggily. "She's so quiet. The loudest she has ever been was the day she was born," Kariana commented. "The blankets help with that. She is soothed, and she knows we are here to help. We'll always help you when you need us, little flower," Dracul told his daughter, eyes trained on her small face. "And to think you were once a fearsome dragon, my enemy," Kariana said with a dramatic sigh, joking how the times had changed. Dracul looked up with a wink. "I'll show you fearsome when this baby goes back down." "What are you waiting for, then? It's bedtime." Dracul laughed and carried Azalea into her nursery across the hall, nodding to the guard stationed there. He changed her, cleaned her up, and laid her down in her crib. "Sweet dreams, my flower," he whispered to his child, giving her a kiss on the cheek. When he walked back over, his eyes glanced at the recently commissioned painting in the hall. It was of Kariana and himself, sitting on their bed, with their bundled baby on the day of her birth. From under the blanket, her little speckles of scales were visible. He wondered if she would be able to transform when she was older, but only time would tell. Re-entering their room, he found Kariana already in her nightdress, waiting for him in bed. He took off his shirt and pants and joined her, tucking her into his chest and stroking her hair. "A lot has changed this year," he commented mildly. She looked up at him, reaching to tuck his hair behind his ears. "Everything has changed. I'm glad for it," she said. "Me too." 29. Birth. Karwyn, 17 years ago. Karwyn knew what was coming before the pain. Whether it was an intuition sent by the gods or subtle signals from her body that built up over time did not matter, but she did know that she and her baby were in danger. She called for her ladies-in-waiting and paced her small rooms, grateful that they had removed her shackles months before. When the people she trusted the most entered the room, they could tell immediately something was wrong. Eleonora noticed Karwyn's expression and closed the door on the guard with a snap. "Is it time?" Eleonora asked with a hushed voice. Karwyn nodded her head yes, not daring to speak. Juliane went into the closet and took out the supplies they had stashed there. "Are you sure about not calling the doctor?" Eleonora asked and hugged her friend. Karwyn smiled into her shoulder, grateful to not be alone. "Yes, as long as nothing happens to the baby, we need to keep my mother and Jedediah from finding out as long as possible." She pulled away, groaning softly when she bent down to sit on the sofa. When her mother surprised her with Jedediah's presence shortly after she became blessed, Karwyn knew there was no help for her to get out of this situation by her own reasoning or behavior. It would be pointless to pretend to be the perfect daughter the queen wanted. Ominox had already decided to put her hopes on her granddaughter instead. The queen had cut ties with her pair, and now her only child, but Karwyn refused to let the monster that bore her get her claws into her daughter. "I brought what I could for the pain," Juliane said, pulling some herbs from a small sachet in the stored basket. "Should I chew them now or when the pain really gets going?" Karwyn asked, eyeing the green and brown leaves. "Now. It takes a bit of time to take effect." Juliane handed her the bundle. Karwyn chewed on the leaves with a grimace. "I'm scared," she admitted after she took the sip of water Eleonora handed her. "I'm scared too," Eleonora confessed. Juliane nodded and took both of their hands. They stood together in a circle, fate tied between them. "Okay, glad we're on the same page," Karwyn said with a watery smile. Juliane gripped both of their hands tighter. "From what the books told me, we likely have a few hours left to go. We should get comfortable," Juliane said, letting go. She busied herself doing small tasks around the room with Eleonora, setting the fire, requesting food from the guard outside and some bolts of fabric for their cover. They had dropped hints multiple times over the past few weeks about this dramatic and flourishing dress they were going to make Karwyn for her coronation, so that when they spent hours locked in their room without letting people in, it would be less suspicious. Karwyn had been confined in her Krulendime tower the past few months, with less room and less palace workers to witness her. At first she thought it was the isolation that was driving her mad. There were plenty of lucid moments, like now, as her body prepared to release the next heir to the kingdom. But as each day passed, she felt farther and farther away from herself. Up, up, up goes the princess, up the tower of steps, no one to see, nowhere to dance with broken feet. Walking, waiting. Here we go. Princess no more, but more climbing still to go, go, go. A contraction stopped her winding thoughts. She kept walking, circling the room, glancing at what little she could see from her blocked balcony. The wall was up. People were getting sick. The bodies piled up with each lie the queen told. She believes herself, Karwyn knew. Every line the queen said became validated before too long. She called me mad, and so mad I came to be. Up, up, up the steps. She was never going to handle losing her station gracefully. She's the shortest reigning queen besides Kariana. Karwyn ranted hours later, a sheen of sweat glistening on her brow. The longer time went on, the more she babbled. Some sentences made sense, others were so disjointed they almost sounded like prophecy. She paced again, unable to stay still, her hands supporting her back. The contractions were coming faster now, and she routinely stopped to lean against the wall and grit her teeth. "Karwyn, lay down. Come here. It's getting to be time to push," Eleonora said while she fluffed the pillows. They pulled the sheets on her bed back and placed towels, working to keep any blood contained, to hide the evidence as long as possible. "You have to protect her. Protect my baby," Karwyn murmured as they helped her onto the bed. "We will. It's all planned. Your baby is going to be okay," Julianae promised. "She'll kill me. She'll take the baby and raise it in her image. She'll hold that crown over her like a knife. Stop her, stop her, stop her," Karwyn whimpered. "Karwyn, speak quieter or the guards will hear," Julianae hushed, wiping Karwyn's brow. "She killed my papa. She killed him. He got in the way and she killed him," Karwyn said and gritted her teeth again. Eleonora and Julianae looked to each other, eyes wide. "I forgot I kept that from you. Well," Karwyn said with a bitter laugh. "Is it really that surprising?" Eleonora smiled nervously. "No, not really, but it has nothing to do with what you are doing right now. Focus on pushing." Julianae held Karwyn's legs as she pushed. "I am next. I am next. I am next," she said in a mutter between pushes. "She won't. Not with our plan in place. She won't leave the kingdom without an heir. If she can't find her granddaughter, you are safe. Trust me, princess, this will work," Eleonora said. "Promise me if the wall goes down," Karwyn said, leaning back to catch her breath between pushes. "If you find a way to escape, take the baby and leave. Go to Grydasia and hide with Balthazar." "I'm sure Balthazar would love that. He'd be jealous to have missed baby snuggles," Eleonora said lightly. "I wish Mirandus were here," Karwyn said with a harsh gasp, keeping her screams inside, and pushed again. The baby came out softly crying. "A girl," Julianae said. "What is her name, my queen?" Eleonora asked, exchanging a look with Julianae. Her pair stepped forward, taking the scissors to cut the umbilical cord. They wrapped the baby in a blanket and passed her to Karwyn. Purple light flooded the room, so similar to when Karwyn was first blessed, yet different at the same time. Relief, worry, comfort, joy, and fear filled Karwyn's heart. In her exhausted state, Karwyn could barely lift her arms, but Eleonora helped settle the baby in her arms. The baby quieted immediately. Tucking her to her chest, Karwyn looked down at the one person she must protect above all else, the heir to the kingdom, a half merfolk child and distant dragon relative, a baby, her daughter above all else. "Embrance," Karwyn said. "That's her name." She saw a smudge peeking out from the blanket and pulled it down gently. Scales. Her daughter took after her father then. Could she breathe underwater? "It's beautiful," Eleonora said, for both the name and the scales. A tear fell onto the baby's swaddle. "I'm sorry I can't be with you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You are all that is left of me." Karwyn granted herself a moment to hold her daughter before she turned her sweat and tear-stained face to Eleonora. "Take her, now!" The words came out hard. She steeled herself. She had to be harsh, shut down her emotions, and lock them up to protect her broken heart. Eleonora listened, holding Embrance. The baby squirmed but did not wake up. "Are you done?" Karwyn asked Julianae. Her lady-in-waiting stood from the bed and carried a pile of linens to the fire, shoving them in. The smell of blood seemed to grow and the flames flickered green, briefly. You are as clean and healed as I can manage without training, my queen, Julinet said, coming back and covering her with fresh blankets. We'll go straight into hiding. If you need us, ask for Eleonora started. No, don't tell me, Karwyn interrupted. If you do and I get worse, I could tell the wrong people how to find you. It's best if I don't know. I don't like this, Eleonora whispered, holding Embrance closer to her chest. I do, Karwyn said, because I trust you. Julinet's resolve began to break, eyes flicking back and forth between her pair and her queen. She shook off the hesitation and straightened her shoulders. Hand her to me, Eleonora, and prepare the decoy. From now on, you will have 3 mothers, 3 protectors. I hope it makes up for what I've taken from you, Karwyn said to the bundle now in Julinet's arms, touching the tuft of hair and skimming her hand over the sprinkle of scales. Your father wishes he was here with you, she added, knowing it was true. Eleonora handed Karwyn a wrapped bundle, mimicking the size of the child she just let go of. Her ladies-in-waiting slowly backed away, not a dry eye between them. Go, follow the plan. I can't handle it if you linger, Karwyn pleaded. It was her plan, and they had agreed, but the pain was too much. A string wrapped around her heart and tightened, connecting her and her daughter. Karwyn hoped for her insanity to double, to triple, to make her unstable and hide her grief. If she couldn't think, she couldn't hide from it. Up and up the stairs I climb. Goodbye, Eleonora said. We'll come back when it's safe, I promise, Julinet said and smiled softly. I wonder what safety feels like. They turned to the closet and the basket that sat in front of it. Julinet put Embrance inside, tucking her in. Eleonora picked the basket up and carried it through the closet. Her voice was muffled inside, but Karwyn heard a distant, ready, from within. Julinet walked out of the room without a backward glance to Karwyn. The guard said something to her, but the door closed before she could see his face and his voice could filter through the room. A few minutes later, Eleonora came out of the closet. She has her now. It's time for me to go. And it was safe? You saw her pick her up? Karwyn asked. Yes, the pulley held her weight fine. She didn't wake when Julinet picked her up at the bottom. Good, Karwyn said and bit her lip. Eleonora rushed forward and crushed her in a quick hug. You are the bravest woman I know. I promise to be brave for you, too, Eleonora said, broken inside. Thank you, Eleonora, for being there when I can't be, Karwyn said, hugging her back just as tightly. Eleonora let her go and walked backward, keeping her eye contact until she reached the door. Eleonora took a deep breath, put on a smile, and turned. She opened the door and said to the guard, Phew! We are almost ready for the coronation. Now if only the baby would come. The door clicked shut behind her. Karwyn buried deeper into the fresh sheets, pulling her star-thread blanket over her head. She waited, the empty bundle beside her. Dragon Matron, how nice of you to visit, Karwyn said the next day, holding the bundle to her chest as if breastfeeding. Oma flinched at the greeting, her new status a ruin of everything she wanted. The guard said it must have happened overnight. I'm glad to see it is true. Where are your ladies-in-waiting? I don't see them bustling about. I doubt they'd leave you alone after something like this, her mother said, sniffing in indignation and looking around the bedroom. Why, yes, Mother. Me and our new princess are well and healthy. Thank you for asking, Karwyn said with exaggerated sweetness, ignoring her question. Ominox rolled her eyes. I would have known if something were wrong. Your ladies would have sounded the alarm. There was no need to ask. She looked around the room again for them, expecting them to pop up, before changing the subject. She learned to feed quickly. You did not take to it for days, fighting me as you do now. I could tell from the moment we met what a wild creature you were. Your daughter will not be, I can tell already. A model daughter, something you never were." Karwyn smiled with teeth, eyes twinkling at her mother with a secret. She did not think her daughter would be any less of a disappointment when taught by her closest friends. "Oh, Mother, you are in for a surprising day," Karwyn said, gently swaying the pretend princess as if the child needed soothing. "I'd think the same for you. Motherhood isn't easy. I'll send in Jair doctor to check on you. Make sure you are healing as expected," Oma said. Karwyn wished it was a genuine comment of concern, but she knew her mother too well for that. Jair doctor had always been in her pocket. He agreed to any medicine she saw fit to render. "I was thinking about motherhood all night. Couldn't sleep. I decided to make ocean art instead." She gestured with one hand to the scribbled wall. When she couldn't sleep, in pain in more ways than one, drawing on the walls felt like a pleasant distraction from the anguish. In a way, it made her feel closer to Mirandis. Also, it would piss off her mother. "Yes, I see how you've defiled your childhood, home away from home." The smile on Ominox's face was more of a grimace. "You defiled it first, Mother, by murdering your fate and kidnapping your daughter. And now, I've just stopped phase 3 of this destructive plan of yours," Karwyn declared. "And what, pray tell, is phase 3? She notably did not deny killing her knight, the only person who could have saved Karwyn from her mother. "Murdering me and taking my daughter to raise in your image, being her steward and holding on to power longer. Unfortunately, you can't kill me now, and you'll have to stick with your pet Jedediah for longer, sorry to say," Karwyn said, smirking. That would certainly be a hard lie to maintain. "I could find substitutes for breastfeeding. I don't actually need you to raise the child," she said, hands clasped in front of her. The smile on Karwyn's face was not faked, neither was the cackle that shook her body. Revenge would warm her bed until she was reunited with her fate and blessing. "And what, pray tell, is so funny?" The Queen's irritation was obvious in the uptick of her voice. "You'll find out soon," Karwyn said, with another laugh. 30. No more. Kariana, 117 years ago. Her father was present today to help her with negotiations with Rahul, who was visiting from Fayantu for the first time since the crowning. Xander was good at the political side of power. Both he and Dracul were. Kariana could see the maneuvers, enjoyed thinking of people as chess pieces like when they were at war, but doing the actual talking and working through the problems was not enjoyable. She'd rather give her plans to her family to execute. That was part of what made kicking her father out last year difficult. She excelled in battles with her speed and strategy, not talking or even brute force. Remarkably, after the initial resistance, her father seemed to take to their separation well, and was mostly pleasant to work with when he came to visit and help her with tasks once every few months or so. He was kind to Azalea, creating a harness to wrap around his back to take her on horseback rides, exploring the kingdom she would inherit and teaching her about their history. Not that she would understand any of it for years. She was the only one, but it made her smile. Lorraine was watching Azalea today so that Rahul, Kariana, and Xander could discuss their new trade routes. Dracul was busy creating their new province setup, further formalizing the kingdom lines now that the blessing boom had created a need for more homes and businesses. It had taken all of his attention this week, but it was almost through. A new age of Ash Cadence was coming together in the settling of the fadings. Always a pleasure to visit Ashcadence, Rahul said, as the three of them rode their horses together away from the ships. Yes, you are always welcome, Kariana said with a dip of her head. They chatted idly, Rahul's company of guards walking or riding behind them. He brought more guests than usual, citing that they were mostly perilous and curious to travel more in the event that they find their fates overseas. Kariana loved the idea, saying she'd focus her efforts in the same way next time Ashcadence's royal family traveled. The first fating had settled a little over the 2 years since it first emerged, yet it changed the way people came together. Some people had flings, but no one chose their own pair anymore, waiting for Alea's gift of the fating instead. How about we walk and talk in the central garden today? Xander suggested when they reached the palace. He dismounted and tied his horse to its usual spot in the stables, with Rahul and Kariana following after. I don't think I've ever seen the gardens, Rahul commented, hands held behind his back in an idle stroll. I'd love to give you a tour, Kariana said with a smile. It was one of her favorite places. They walked in a circle around the gardens, guards from Rahul and Xander's companies fanning out as they usually did. Kariana's eyes trailed them. While fanning out was expected, there was something about their posture that stood out to her. She took stock of those in Ashcadence's uniforms and noted only her father's guards were present, not her own. She hadn't seen a familiar face in some time. Wasn't Kaj here a moment ago? Where did everyone go? She paused mid-sentence, forgetting what they were discussing, and turned to look at her father. She found he was already looking at her, his jaw tight. He must have noticed as well. Glancing at her surroundings, they were in the center of the garden now, too far away to see the edges where windows allowed them to see into the halls of the castle on 3 of the 4 sides. Enclosed. Everything all right, Dragon Queen? Rahul asked. Kariana noted that he hadn't called her by her first name the entire trip, which wasn't like him. Yes, he was stiff and awkward at times, but not usually so formal in their previous interactions. I don't know, Kariana replied hesitantly. Father, is everything all right? She asked him, waiting for a plausible explanation for the unease settling in her chest. Xander looked between his daughter and Rahul before stepping backward to Rahul's side. You chose poorly, daughter. We are here to take the throne back, he explained. You can do so peacefully or with force. It is your decision. Both Ashcadence and Feyentu guards changed their stance as if all signaled by Xander's words. Swords and bows and arrows pointed towards her. She found herself outnumbered, with no friendly face in sight. I believed he had changed. What a mistake that was. Despair fell into the pit of her stomach. Father, you don't mean this. Hand me your dagger, he said, hand extended. She pulled it out of the sheath and threw it to his feet instead, buying a few more seconds. Kariana was surrounded. There was no point in pretending that wasn't true. I'm your daughter, the mother to the grandchild you love so much. You don't need to do this. Let's talk privately, she said, her hands up in surrender, pleading to the father she used to believe in more than anything else. So naive you are. I don't know how I didn't see it sooner, Xander said, and kicked her dagger behind him. Rahul picked it up, an expression of wild glee moving across his features. Kariana retracted several steps and braced her feet wide to fight. Her father reached for his sheathed sword, pulling it out and staring at the blade in apparent contemplation. Her hands rose again, this time in fists, her only weapon available to her. Am I naive for thinking my father wouldn't want to hurt me, or am I just a daughter who cares for her father? That is where you went wrong, Relying on your family, your pair, the fating, the gods, any of it. Everything outside of yourself. You can only rely on yourself. I'm choosing me and my ambitions. Someone has to, he said with a snarl. I'm sorry someone else was chosen for Mom. I'm sorry you haven't found who was chosen for you yet, but what you are doing right now, she said as she walked in a slow circle around the garden space, has nothing to do with self-reliance. Oh, really? He mirrored her movements. And what do you think it is about? Power, greed, pride, ego. She listed them off. He laughed at her summation. Power? I can agree with that. The guards and Rahul watched in silence, weapons at the ready to step in to help Xander. Kariana knew they had no goals to watch her. She only had to keep things going until Dracul found them. He had no reason to look for her right now, but she hoped and wished that he would. When so outnumbered, he was her only hope. And she had not worn her armor. Dracul was right. She had needed it, and she bit her lip in the frustration of realizing that fact too late. His gift would have given her more time, and all Kariana wanted now was more time. Should-haves or could-haves had no place here. Kariana steeled her breath. All she had left was now, and right now she had to fight. Fueled by the determination to stay alive as long as possible, to protect her daughter, their kingdom, and get back to her pair, she dodged her father's first strike. His sword missed and he struck again. She dodged by dropping to the ground, swiping her own legs to hit his. He fell beside her with a grunt and she jumped across him to his sword arm. He elbowed her in the chest and she gasped, stumbling in pain. Kariana charged forward again, not giving herself but a second to feel the pain. She tackled him, taking the sword and standing back. When he stood, he eyed her wearily. She held the sword in two hands. The choice, the sword, and the fear felt heavy in the blade. Don't move, father. Xander looked at Rahul and nodded, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. His ally threw the dagger toward him, and Xander caught it with a sweeping movement. No one is coming to save you, Xander said, the dagger catching the light. I know, she thought. Kariana charged forward, sword high above her head. Xander's eyes locked with hers, feet steady. She swiped the sword down, knowing she sliced her own heart by attempting to slice his. He crouched the last moment and threw himself into her, angling so she got his shoulder instead. She fell on the impact, his blood spraying on her face. Before she could get up and swing again, she felt a sharp tinge in her side. The dagger protruded from her body, buried to the hilt. The pinch grew, her body coming to understand what had happened a second too late. The sword dropped with a dull thud against an overgrown root. Copper filled her mouth. Eyes swimming, she dropped to her knees, holding the blade hilt steady in her side. Her fading bracelet hit the hilt, covering the gem in blood. If she pulled it out, she knew death would only meet her faster. Time was fickle. Why? Kariana wheezed, barely able to get the word out. She chose Bemerol. You chose Dracul. You both left our life behind in the blink of an eye. I'm taking that life back, Xander said, punctuating his unhappiness with each sentence. After all this time, he didn't adapt. He didn't move on, and the world left him behind. It's better this way, Xander promised, as he laid his dying daughter down. He cradled her head on his lap, brushing hair from her face. Leave Azalea alone, Kariana said, her voice barely above a whisper. The grass was soiled with blood and she grew pale. The only words she could think to say were not poetic, merely a plea that she knew he would ignore. Birds chirped somewhere above her, and whispers grew with them, the soldiers that did not defend their queen stepping forward on uncertain feet. "I'm sorry, my darling. I'm sorry, my flower dragon." A tear rolled down her face. "I'm so cold." "It's better this way," Xander repeated, petting her hair until his daughter's breathing stilled and eyes grew unseeing. He stood up, gently putting her head down on the ground and shutting her eyes. She did not look like someone sleeping. She looked like a person worn down. Her father's blood freckled her face, while the middle of her shirt was soaked with her own. Kaj stepped forward from the back of the group and handed Xander a bag. He pulled out a jar of deep red liquid, so dark that it appeared black. Small sparkles of red and gold shone within it. Dragon blood. Without comment, Xander poured the contents on Kariana's body. The sound of the thick liquid splashing seemed to echo in the silent garden. Her form did not flinch. "Allow me," Rahul said, pulling a match from a small bag in his pocket. He threw it onto the woman he could have called family had the fading never come to be. Kariana lit up in flames, fabric and hair bursting into fire before her skin scorched. The smoke and smell of charred flesh filled the once tranquil garden. The body would burn until there was nothing left. Kaj stumbled forward, no longer hiding. His hand covered his mouth, eyes wide in terror looking at what he let happen at his former general's request. Xander turned from the sight, eyes finding Kaj's. "Get him," Xander said, not needing to clarify which him he was talking about. Kaj ran from the gardens, out into the hall, and down the corridor, where he knew he would find the king. 31. Clarity. Karwyn, 17 years ago. "You may be a traitor to your home, fading to a merman with your unmanageable spirit, but you are clever. The laughing is unnerving," Ominox admitted. "Not very queen-like to laugh so loudly." "I am clever, Mother. Thank you for finally complimenting me," Karwyn said, wiping the tears from her eyes from her excessive laughter. She needed that levity for what had transpired and all that was to come. "You are in good spirits for someone going mad. Tell me, have you had your daily herbs yet? I hear the guards have to force-feed it to you," she said in a patronizing tone. "There is no medicine like revenge to bring back the clarity of a sick mind," Karwyn commented, picking at pretend lint from her bedspread. She could tell she had bled through the pads Julinet left with her, and it was seeping into the mattress. "My revenge or yours?" The Queen's question lingered in the air, heavy before it fell back down. "I'm curious about your need for revenge, considering you don't know what I've done," Karwyn said, with pursed lips. "And what is that, Kar, that I should be so afraid of from my mad daughter, trapped in her room, weak from childbirth?" That comment only spurred on the laughing and tears again. Karwyn held the fake baby tighter to her chest, keeping the blanket turned inward. Her mother should be worried, should be asking why the child had not cried or cooed, but the dragon matron's arrogance kept her from considering anything but the success of her mission. "You see how weak you have become?" her mother asked. "The gods are punishing you for pairing with the merman. They knew it was the only option for you, and they are punishing you for it. I am merely their weapon." "It's fascinating what you believe. No matter what you encounter or what despicable things you do, you truly believe you are justified. Chosen." She shook her head. "No, Mother. You were chosen to grow me. You were chosen to create a daughter that would say no, that would bring in new beastly blood to the line. You were a pawn this whole time," Karwyn snarled. gripping the bundle tightly. Oma inched closer, staring at what should be a baby, as if she finally realized that it had not moved since she walked through the door. "What have you done?" Oma asked, in abject horror, her voice barely above a whisper. Karwyn hoped that the concern was for the well-being of the baby and not the foiling of her plan. She wanted her mother to have some decency left, some part of humanity that knew what she did was wrong. But that hope for decency didn't mean that Karwyn had any left herself, not after all her mother had done to her. Omanok's Dragon Queen should suffer. Karwyn stood from her bed, body aching, and let the bundle fall. Oma gasped and reached for it, trying to catch the baby. The bundle hit the floor and unraveled, showing only stuffing and towels. "No, the gods aren't punishing me, Mother," Karwyn said with a glint in her eye. "They are punishing you. You are a monster. You've destroyed your family. You've brought this turmoil into our kingdom. And now, you will be stopped. You have no prodigy to raise. You can't afford to lose me. There is no heir." "What have you done?" Oma roared, pulling back the blankets and searching under the bed. "Where is the baby?" Karwyn hobbled towards her bathroom, blood dripping in the wake of her first steps as queen. "What you did not expect, as always." "Did you kill your daughter?" Oma screamed and ran towards the blocked balcony, checking if it was still locked. She ran to the bathroom next, pushing past Karwyn to look inside. She found no body. Karwyn watched her search, letting her mother feel the fear. When Omanox finished searching the room, frantic and sweating, she reared back to her daughter and slapped her. Karwyn only smiled, blood dripping down her cheek from Oma's bracelet hitting her skin at exactly the right angle. "What have you done?" Oma repeated, a whisper this time, with desperate wide eyes. "Don't worry, Mother, she is alive, away from your reach, and has scales too. I know you'll be disappointed about it, but I am not an accomplished murderer like yourself," she said. Karwyn sat on the floor of the bathroom and leaned her forehead on the cold stone. Her bloody cheek left a crimson streak across the smooth surface. She had nothing left to offer, as her body tingled with exertion and loss of blood. "She's gone. I don't know where. I couldn't even tell you if I wanted to. We're both stuck here now, in this kingdom alone, moving from one tower to another. The difference is," her voice cracked, "I have saved my kin, while you have damned yours. I hope you feel pain as you watch me wither and your lies eat away at you each night. I pray the kingdom rebels against you and kills you in your bed, giving you no chance to fight back. And if I could wish for one more thing, I would wish for Father's ghost to haunt you, that you see him everywhere, and that you continue to scar your heart until it's a fossil beyond saving." Karwyn looked up, her watery eyes staring into the horror of her mother's. "I hope you suffer, become forgotten, and know one day that all you have done was for nothing." Karwyn laughed bitterly, collapsing back onto the cold floor. Her mother watched above her, shaking in rage, wound so tightly that the energy in her body had to force its way out in convulsions. "And yet, I hope to be wrong about it all. I want you to think you've won so that you let your guard down just enough to be vulnerable." The clack of Oma's shoes sounded, but Karwyn did not look up. "Then my daughter can return and become the instrument of my revenge. I hope for it all, and I hope for none of it." Her last words were only a whisper, one she knew her mother could not hear, for the door slammed long ago, and a frantic woman screamed down the hall. Guards were running, their boots in a thunderous march. Most of all, I hope for madness to come, so my heart can rest easier than yours with what I have done." In the distance, a bell rang, announcing her queenship. The realm rejoiced for a new dragon queen and dragon daughter. The papers the next day would not be the celebration peace the kingdom hoped for. Instead, it was a call to arms. Find the princess. They would not for a long time. 32. Kin Killer. Dracul, 117 years ago. "Dracul, run! To the gardens! Xander General says Kariana is hurt." Kaj Captain called to Dracul as he ran down the hall. Speaking before he was even in sight of the open door he knew the king and other advisors were in. Dracul's chair fell with a thud as he threw himself out of the room and into the hall, papers flying around him. His advisors protested, asking for more details on what happened before their king left, but Dracul ignored their requests. Kaj nearly fell when he reached the threshold of the office, pivoting to run back the way he came as Dracul sprinted past him. "Do you know what happened?" Dracul called behind his shoulder. "No, I don't. I was told to get you right away," he answered with a stutter, pumping his arms faster to keep Dracul's pace. Dracul looked at him in his periphery, studying the usually annoyed guard. Kaj had never been cruel, but his general dislike of Dracul and Kariana's relationship was known to the couple. But it hadn't mattered to them. Kaj had always been honest in his interactions and duties. They trusted him. Something about this situation made Dracul think he was walking into circumstances worse than he feared. He knows something and doesn't want to say what it is. Dracul ran faster, passing the guard again. He made it into the gardens, his nostril flaring as a familiar charred smell wafted through the trees. He chased the scent, horrified of what he would find when he reached it. Dracul's steps faltered when he found Xander roughly in the middle of their garden, a heap burning beside him. The shape could only be described as a body. "No, no, no," Dracul muttered, his chest cracking in two. "This couldn't be. This couldn't be. No, it's not her." Xander turned around, looking at Dracul with tears in his eyes. But Xander's tears were angry, face scrunched as he pointed a finger to his daughter's pair. "You killed her. This is on you," Xander rasped, smoke heavy in the air. No, I did not. Who? What? Why is she on fire? Who did this? It isn't her," Dracul said in a stutter of disbelief. Dracul fell to the ground beside the body he refused to call Kariana, his human hand reaching for the flames before he pulled it back at the last moment. He took in a deep inhale, eyes widening as he smelled the subtle difference between fire and dragon fire. His pain turned into anger, protecting himself from the anguish he would need to unlock. "A dragon did this. This is blood fire. Who?" he roared, standing quickly and feeling rippling rage in his body. "Was it a dragon I knew? Is that why he blames me?" Dracul's body began to shake, ready to jump into the sky and interrogate his own kind. "I will burn them down. I will find this dragon and I will kill them," he said with a growl. "This isn't real. It's not her. It's another woman. Someone else. I have to check." Dracul barked to the guards, barely glancing at Rahul. "Get buckets of dirt to snuff this out. What are you just standing here for?" He started scuffing the ground, kicking dirt on the edges of the fire to put it out. If he could see the body without the flames, he would know more. He grew desperate, kicking more and more at the dirt, but he barely covered what he thought may be a leg. Dracul needed more help, but no one had moved. Why? He roared again, glancing at the trees. There wasn't much room, but if he transformed, he would only break a few trees, and then he could use his dragon legs to kick dirt at the fire and uncover who had been killed. "No, you misheard me, Dracul Dragon," Xander said, purposefully removing the king from his purpose name. "You," Xander started, and held an empty jar out to Dracul, "did this to her." Dracul looked to his father in fate, eyes widening as he recognized one of the jars he had filled with Rudain Doctor. He took the jar and looked back at the pile, the truth settling in like an impossibly cold fire that would destroy everything he cared about. The glass shattered in his hands, and Dracul asked in a low, dangerous voice, "Where is my daughter?" "She is safe with Lorraine, innocent and unaware of your crimes, for now. I did what I had to," Xander said. Rahul came forward from the crowd. "Let's not play any more, Xander King." "King," Dracul drawled with disgust. "Is that actually what you wanted?" Dracul spat. "Rahul, you are mistaken. This man is to be known as Xander Kinkiller." Dracul crouched in front of his love, his body growing larger and scales sprouting along his arms. "I will burn them all." His skin underwent a transformation, with scales emerging and reflecting the flames around him. Screaming in a rage, Dracul burst into his dragon form. His wings flapped before him, slapping at the nearby guards. He kicked the dirt back, dousing the fire, while he faced the murderers. Branches and trees cracked around him, trunks and leaves falling like rain, mingling with the smoke. Screams sounded throughout the garden as guards were hit by the stretch of his wings and tumbling debris. "Mine, mine, mine," Dracul's thoughts repeated. "Protect!" It didn't matter that it was too late. Rahul and Xander backed up, giving more space to the dragon whose nostrils flared. Dracul opened his gaping mouth and fire spiraled in his chest, red sparkling light growing in his mouth as his body readied to spit fire at his enemies. Xander lifted his hand, seeming to signal the guards. Arrows shot through the air, a whoosh through the garden trees and bushes in a synchronized hit. Dracul cried out in a pained roar, the spot on his back where his scales had not yet grown back spotted with silver arrows. He unleashed fire into the air as he howled to the sky, the trees catching first. "Again!" Xander screamed through the blaze, narrowly avoiding another burst of fire. Arrows flew and coughs sounded, smoke covering the clearing. They hit Dracul's unscaled belly and he fell, body curling around the ashes of his love. "We should have used the thicker unicorn bolts from the launcher instead of the arrows. This is taking too long. How do we stop the fire?" Rahul commented, covering his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. "No, he'd die too quickly if you used the launcher. You don't want to waste the blood," Xander said. "The guards will handle the fire. We prepared for it." Dracul's body shivered and his cry lessened until his eyes closed and head lolled to the side. "Will he transform back? It's much easier to carry a human out than a dragon," Rahul asked, walking closer and kicking the unconscious dragon. This wasn't enough damage to kill him, but it was enough to keep him subdued temporarily. "I don't know, that's your problem," Xander said and winced, touching a hand to his cut shoulder, as if he forgot until now that he, too, was bleeding. The guards worked to extinguish the fire. Axes were brought in to chop down the trees so they could smother the fallen branches before the flames grew further. Xander walked out the garden. Kaj followed solemnly behind him, glancing back at the king and queen that had been part of his daily life. He protected them and watched their child when Lorraine wasn't available. He had often thought they were wrong, and would have preferred they had made different decisions. But when Xander, who he had been loyal to nearly all of his life, said he had a plan to fix this, he said he would help. This was not what Kaj thought would come from it. "I'm going to get this scene too. Please arrest my former pair and Bemerald captain and report back, he said. And then bring the child to me. Kaj stopped short, hands gripped into fists, as Xander walked away. 33. Royal Conversations. Ember, present day. Dragon Daughter, understand that I want to free them as much as you do, Coleman said, blanching when Ember glared at him. Okay, maybe not as much as you, but we need to do this strategically. We can't just march up to my parents and ask them to let the dragons go tomorrow. We don't know the whole story yet. And once we do, we need to consider what we should do to replace what the dragons and their blood, which I thought was fake this whole time, does for our trade economy. He emphasized the word fake with his hands, as if he was naive to believe it. Ember agreed. You think I give a flaming piss about your economy? Ember seethed, mounting her horse. She could feel her frustration and anger radiating from her body. Ember knew what she saw, what she felt. Dragons were captured and used for profit. Among them was the only true king of Ashcadence, who was supposed to have died of a broken heart after the first queen's death. He was here this whole time? It brought back her earlier thought about who helped Feantu with the Puridoon stone. It seemed likely now that Oma wasn't the only betrayer in the family line. Didn't we come here to talk about trade? Wally interjected unhelpfully. He also earned her glare, which was a new dynamic for their friendship. We'll figure this out, Em, Noor said, reaching to pull her horse closer to his, like she did only hours ago. Yes, we will, Coleman said. Let's create a plan together and approach it safely so we can free the dragons without retaliation. Ember's gaze shifted from Coleman and Wally to the path before them, tension in the air so thick she could taste its acidity. They trekked back to the compound, the sound of the horse's hooves echoing in her ears, a steady grounding rhythm as she thought about what to do next. They reached the entrance to their rooms just as the sun was rising. Separating, Coleman took Adavina to find a room for her stay. After a few hours of rest, they would reconvene to create a plan, Coleman had said. That's what she was supposed to do, but Ember had no plans of sleeping. So, these dragons have been here for over 50 years, right? Noor asked, sitting at the table in their room. The sun was coming in through the window, chasing away the night. It was now over 24 hours since Ember and Noor had slept, and she could see it in Noor's dark circles. She, on the other hand, was buzzing with energy. Yes, Oma last saw them when she was a little girl, so maybe 60 years. But Dracul has been missing for 100 years, so for all we know, they captured these dragons around the same time period, Ember said, pacing back and forth, her steps muffled by the carpet. Are these the same dragons, or did those die, and these are their children? Wally questioned. He leaned against the arm of the couch, eyes darting to follow Ember's movements. Dragons age slower than humans do. My tutor back home told me that Dracul had mostly stopped transforming back into a dragon by the time his daughter was born, so he could age at the human rate instead, she explained. What if they are all rabid and they burn the city down? They've been traumatized for, at most, 100 years. That does something to you, Noor said with concern. I want them free, but this could be dangerous. The worry he had was clear. We will have no way of knowing if that will happen or not. Ember's voice wavered. She was concerned about it too, but she felt an urgency in her bones, like there was a clock ticking somewhere in the distance. She didn't know why, but she knew they had to act soon. Do we want that responsibility? If we let them go and they take down the whole town? That's a lot of people, and it would only take them minutes, Wally questioned. He and Noor shared a look, agreeing about the need for caution. It is not up to us who lives and who dies. The dragons being trapped is wrong. We have to fix it. Ember said with determination. She started thinking that maybe there was a way they could evacuate the area before releasing them, but they couldn't wait long. We will, but maybe Coleman was right that it has to be done slowly and with approvals. Reintroduce them slowly to society somehow so they don't snap. They aren't humans. They can do more damage in a minute than humans can in a year, Noor said. He always sided with her in public, but had no problem questioning her in private. Stop, Ember commanded, her voice cutting through the room like a whip. We have to get them out. We'll try to be safe about it, I agree, but we aren't slowing down. They need to be out within the day. I don't know why, but it has to be now. Something worse will happen if we don't do it now. I don't know how I know, I just do. She renewed her pacing. Her steps fell faster in her agitation. They were brought into the mountain somehow, correct? That means there's a big flaming hole somewhere. We just need to find it. Adavina can tell us that information. Now, who else can we trust to help with this? They heard the rattle of the doorknob and turned. You can trust me, Zayev said, hearing the end of their conversation. He walked through the door with a limp. Wally cried out, hopping off the couch and running to him. They collided, Zayev stumbling back into the doorframe. Be careful, Waldorf Captain. You want me injured again? Zayev joked, with an uncharacteristic chuckle. Ember had never seen his expression so unguarded. Never again, Wally said with a bright smile, looking up into the eyes of his red-haired pair. His gaze was soft, tenderness stinging through him as he stared at Zayev. They had been apart for weeks while Zayev rehabilitated after injuring his leg. It's great to see you here, Zayev, Ember said as he and Wally moved further into the room. Hello, a quiet voice said. A short man came forward with brown hair streaked gray. He wore a faded captain uniform that matched Zayev's. Princess, I'd like to introduce you to your mother's captain, Balthazar, Zayev said, looking away from Noor briefly to gesture to the guests that came in behind him. Mom changed her captain? Is Davlin okay? Ember asked. She studied his face with skepticism. This was a surprise. She didn't know anything had been wrong with Davlin. I was her captain before she met your father. When they became fated, she asked me to leave so someone would be out of reach from her mother. I've been in Grydasia, waiting for the wall to come down, Balthazar explained. His voice carried a weight of unspoken emotions, a mixture of regret and loyalty. It's true, Zayev confirmed with a nod. He came to Ash Cadence with his family as soon as the docks reopened. Your mom vouched for them and then sent him with me to protect you. Protect me? Ember asked curiously. Yes, Balthazar said. She said the gods told her you needed backup. Mirandus agreed that there were some ominous warnings being whispered. That did not bode well with Ember. She shivered, unease mixing with her eagerness to free Dracul. There was a moment of silence while Ember took this in, and Balthazar's eyes welled, looking at her. Are you okay? Ember asked him. I'm sorry, Embrance Dragon Daughter, that I was away when I could have helped you and your mother, Balthazar said, his voice thick. Don't be sorry. You did what your princess needed of you, and now you are here. I'm so happy to meet you, Ember said. Mother was right. There is danger afoot, and we need the support. Come and sit so we can fill you in. You too, Zayev. Wally, stop drooling and pay attention. Right, of course, Wally said, letting go of Zayev's hips. The pair leaned against the arm of the couch, so similar to how Wally was on his own just moments before. Their bodies were as close as they could be, their sides almost melding together. Ember motioned for Balthazar to sit at the table with Noor, hiding her smile at their happiness. I'm Norworth Knight, he introduced, shaking Balthazar's hand. All right, Balthazar, We found some kidnapped dragons, and we are staging a coup on the Feyentu monarchs to save them, Ember said. We are? Nor asked. She rolled her eyes at him, as if he didn't see this coming. Balthazar smiled and said, Sounds like something your mother would have done. I'm in. Are you sure we shouldn't tell Hasley? Nor whispered as they crept down the hall an hour later. Have you ever kept a secret from me when someone told you to? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Okay, good point. We don't know if we can trust Arsenio yet, so we can't tell her. Nor agreed. Well, Nor hid that he was part of a rebellion, Wally added with a nod. That was different, Nor chided, looking at the floor. And he wasn't good at it, Ember added. Nor stuck out his tongue, and she stifled a laugh. I'm just saying she could surprise you, Wally said. Wally, weren't you also betraying your princess in a rebellion? Zayev said and poked him. Shush, you just got back into the fold. Don't push it, Wally joked to his pair. You have a strong group of people with you, Balthazar said to her as they turned a corner, glancing at her group with admiration. I really do, Ember said affectionately. Thank you for joining us. They approached the side of the compound they knew the Grydasian visitors were staying. When they walked through the door to their hall, guards were waiting, as was Willow. She stood in front of them, serene, with her hands folded in front of her and her silver hair braided. I was waiting for you, Willow said, her voice gentle and soothing. How did you know we were coming? Ember asked curiously. I was told, came Willow's simple answer. It seems awfully convenient for everyone else to talk to the gods, Ember thought bitterly. Can we talk in private? Ember asked, eyes darting at the Grydasian guards with caution. Surely. Follow me, Willow said, turning around and walking towards what must be her door in the long hall. Her feet were silent, as if she was not even there. The guards parted for her, watching with squinting eyes as their company took up all available space in the hall, squeezing by them. Willow walked through the door and then out through its outer exit to the grounds. Her room was built the same as theirs, with access to a small stable for horses and unicorns. They passed a confused Luke along the way, sitting up from the bed with rumpled hair as a half-dozen people walked through his bedroom at dawn. Hey, wait, Luke said, jumping out of bed. What is going on? He followed them out and reached for Willow's hand. His feet were bare on the grass. Outside the room, unicorns waited for them, as if they knew they would be summoned. They stood tall in the early morning light, their silver hair and stark white bodies, some with dotted spots, shone against the growing orange of the rising sun. The merfolk queen would like the support of the unicorns, Willow said, her voice holding a weight to it. The unicorns seemed to listen, looking at their kin turned human. Ember stuttered, startled by the title. She was scared to be a mermaid, and had only practiced using her fins a handful of times. Yes, she decided to say, pushing past the fear she felt at Willow's words. I am here to ask for your support when we ask Fade and Aemon Monarch to release the dragons they have trapped in the Howling Mountain. You have it, Willow said. The dragons have been trapped for too long. The unicorns were aware of the dragons? Nor asked her. Yes, it pained us daily, but without someone to speak for us, we had little we could do. Now I can be that advocate, with your support. Thank you, Willow said. The unicorns behind her nodded and neighed with her, showing their agreement. Ember blinked in surprise over the ease of this conversation. You must also speak with Colonel, Willow said, surprising Ember again at the mention of the griffin. Colonel? Luke asked. Have you spoken with him too? Yes, Willow said to her pair. He says he is sad to have hurt the Dragon Queen and wants to help. Balthazar's breath was caught in his throat. Ember placed a hand on his arm in support. It sounds like we have the beasts on our side then. Let's confirm that with Colonel and then see what's next. The dragons will escape in the next few hours. We all need to be there, Willow said, voice hard. Ember looked nervously to Noor, finding he was already looking at her. She nodded. That feeling, the urgency I couldn't explain, it was true. If they can escape, why haven't they before? Zayev asked, hand resting on the sword at his hip. The Mermaid Queen changed things by seeing them, Willow said, tilting her head up and pausing as if she was listening. The Dragon King knew you to be his kin. He is rallying his strength. The mountain will fall today. The other dragons couldn't leave without his strength. Why didn't he lead them to escape before? Balthazar asked. Heartbreak weakened him. He thought the world was better without him, Willow explained. You know a lot about what the beasts are feeling, Ember commented. So could you, if you chose to, Willow told her gently. What? Ember pressed. How? You'll find out soon, Willow said, a slight smile on her features. 34. Dragon Matron. Lorraine, 117 years ago. There was a heavy knock at the door. I'll get it, Bemerald said. Lorraine smiled at him, finishing up Azalea's bath. She patted her granddaughter dry and dressed her in fresh clothes, careful to choose a fabric that wouldn't feel too stiff on the spattering of scales on the baby's chest. The distinct sound of a sword being pulled from its sheath froze her actions. Seconds later, Lorraine turned to face the door. There were no signs of struggle. The pulled sword was not hitting anything, and there were no other signs that would point to a fight. But why would he need a sword then? In an abundance of caution, Lorraine put Azalea down on top of the pile of clothes on the floor. I'll be right back, sweet thing. Stay quiet, okay? Lorraine whispered, kissing her grandchild's brow. Lorraine reached under her skirts for the hidden dagger that her pair insisted she carry. Holding it above her head, ready to attack, she eased the door open. Sneaking through the bedroom, murmurs reached her. She couldn't make out what they said, but they grew in intensity until she heard a yell from Bemerald. Traitor! He called, before a loud bang reverberated through the room. Caution thrown to the wind, Lorraine burst out of the bedroom and to the main sitting room stab. She saw Kaj Captain, the leader of her daughter's guards, pushed against the door by Bemerald. Her pair held the blade to his neck, Kaj's eyes wide with unshed tears. His stare turned to her, and the tears fell. He groaned, a pained sound from his throat. Don't you dare look at her after what you have done, Bemerald snarled, his sword digging a millimeter further into his neck. A drop of red bloomed and rolled down Kaj's skin. What happened? What did he do? Lorraine asked, dropping her knife. She placed a hand on her chest, something dark curling and gripping at her heart. Bemerald was calm, collected, steady, focused. For him to act this way, nothing but pain could have caused it. Tell me, Lorraine pleaded. Bemerald, please. He dropped his sword and Kaj fell to his knees. Bemerald walked towards his love and put his hands on her shoulders in a steadying gesture. I'm so sorry to tell you this, especially in this way, but we have limited time. Kariana is dead, and they captured Dracul. Xander led the charge. The world swarmed in a pool of muddy darkness, a void as deep and penetrating as a black hole taking everything good with it. Lorraine fell into the arms of her lover. "We have to run," she whispered, eyes closed. "Take the baby and run. Protect her." "No, my sweetheart, I will not let him take your home from you, too. Stay here, okay?" He kissed the top of her head. "Pick up your dagger and barricade the door behind me. Do you understand?" Lorraine opened her eyes, daring to see the world her daughter was no longer part of. Bemerald looked down at her, his jaw set in a tight line. He cradled her face and she closed her eyes again, leaning into him briefly, before nodding. She pulled away from him, picking up her dagger from the floor and straightening her posture. She pointed the dagger at Bemerald and said, "Kneel." "Bemerald, your duty is to me and my family." Lorraine's voice shook as she touched the blade to each of his shoulders in a quick ceremony. "To Azalea Dragon, Queen of Ashcadence, I appoint you captain of her guard and retire you from Xander's captainship. You will avenge her mother's death and find her father. You will not come back until you do. Do you understand me?" "I accept this duty, Lorraine Matron," he said, and placed a fist to his heart before standing. "Lorraine Dragon Matron," she corrected, taking on the heritage of her granddaughter. With a nod of agreement, Bemerald picked up his sword. "Kaj, pull the bookcase close to the door and then follow me before I change my mind about the value of your pitiful life." Lorraine turned away while they set up the barricade, padding back to the bathroom to pick up Azalea. She cradled the now sleeping baby, unaware of how her life had changed in moments. "I've got you, sweet baby, I've got you," she said, and choked back a sob, not wanting to disturb her sleep. She carried her back into the living room and put her into the bassinet she had prepared there. "Push it into place and do not come out until I am back," Bemerald said in parting. She nodded, unable to speak. When the sound of their boots faded, she pushed the bookcase the last foot, straining until it was in place to block the door. She fell to the couch like a bag of bones, covering herself with a throw and staring into the fire, a fire made by her son and fate, his blood, keeping them warm. Bemerald. "You understand the plan?" Bemerald asked Kaj. On the way down the tower stairs and past the center gardens, Kaj filled in Bemerald more on Xander's deeds and his intent to blame Dracul for the incident. "We have to find out what they've done with Dracul first." The guard nodded. "Yes, I'll let you do the talking. We'll pretend you believe him, and we'll decide what to do once we have the information." Kaj knocked on the door of Xander's former study. "Enter," Xander said. When Kaj and Bemerald walked through the door, they found Xander staring out the window, still as a statue. "I have brought Bemerald, sir. He wants to know more about Dracul's betrayal," Kaj said. Xander cleared his throat, turning away from the window. When he faced Bemerald and Kaj, his eyes were bloodshot. "It is true, Bemerald, my longtime friend. Dracul fell victim to his baser instincts and, in a moment of rage, killed Kariana. Myself and our visitors from Feyentu witnessed it ourselves." "How did you escape from him and his fire?" Bemerald asked, hands fisted on his side. "It was a close thing, but I have always been worried this would happen. My guards have carried dragon weapons with us this whole time, should it be needed. Feyentu must have felt the same. They were also prepared to assist with their unicorn hair and horn-encrusted weapons." "What foresight you and our visitors have, General," he said, refusing to call him by his knight title. Knights were supposed to save and protect their charges, not murder them. "King," Xander corrected. "King, is it?" Bemerald asked, tone even. "Who else? Dracul is gone. Azalea is but a child," Xander said, and leaned against his desk, crossing his arms. "And where is Dracul now?" Kaj asked, hovering near the door. After we incapacitated him, he eventually shrunk down to human size. Rahul is taking him down to the docks now. They have a prison suited for beasts like him." "So do we, Xander King. The underground cells with the chains created before we sided with Dracul. Go stop Rahul. We can keep Dracul here and interrogate him. The dragons are our responsibility," Bemerald reasoned, both hands up as if to placate him. "It's too late," Xander said with a shake of his head. "Nothing is too late," Bemerald pleaded. "If I can just get Dracul back, Azalea will have at least one parent." "No, Bemerald. In exchange for their silence on the event, Rahul requested to keep Dracul in their cells. They have a use for him. If we didn't give him over, he would not keep our secrets. We have to keep this quiet. How would it look if people knew her pair killed her?" he said, pushing the narrative again. "You have wanted a war for years. Bring him back and let's have it," Bemerald said with forced levity. "My daughter would not want war," Xander said. Kaj's sharp inhale echoed in the room. Meanwhile, Bemerald had the opposite reaction. He froze, his jaw clenched and eyes closed briefly for the emotional turmoil the statement caused him. "Your daughter," Bemerald seethed, "didn't want to be murdered by her father, and yet here we are. Don't pretend to care what she thought. Call off the deal, do right by her, and protect her pair." They dropped all pretenses. There was no reasoning with him. "Bemerald is right. We have to stop this before it's too late," Kaj said. "Come with us to stop Rahul." Xander's cruel laugh shared his answer before his words did. "I would say I am surprised, Kaj, but I'm not. You are as weak as I thought you were." He turned back to Bemerald. "And what is your plan now, You have Lorraine. I'm sure Azalea is with that traitor, and you had my daughter's affection. What's next? Do you want to kill the dragon yourself so you can be king? You always wanted what I had." Bemerald's eyes grew wide in disbelief. "You are mad, Xander. I knew you had an ego, but I did not know you were capable of this." "Go away, Bemerald Captain, before I make you go. Take Kaj with you, since loyalty means nothing to him. Have Lorraine bring Azalea here. If she doesn't, or you all run, I will find and kill you all." With each word, Xander drew closer, using his height to impose. Bemerald backed up until he hit the wall, cornered. Xander punctuated his point with a snarl, towering over Bemerald. "I can't allow that," Bemerald said, regretful, and angled his hidden dagger up through Xander's ribcage. Xander's eyes widened, and with a gasp, blood sputtering from his mouth onto Bemerald's shirt. "I have a duty to uphold." 35. Fly home. Ember, present day. When Ember got onto the ship to Feyentu, never did she imagine what she would find. Talking to Colonel through Willow was a unique experience, especially knowing his part in Karwyn's kidnapping, but Ember believed him when Willow translated his regrets. The prospect of the dragons being released startled Blythe, but he knew with Colonel and Willow in agreement, he had to agree and side with his son. They ended up needing to tell Hasley and Arsenio after Willow's warning that it would be tonight. Arsenio was upset that he had been trading real dragon blood this whole time, without his knowledge, while Hasley was the most surprised about Dracul. "Will he take over as king again?" she asked. Ember didn't know how to answer. She was also unsure what she would prefer. But at least she knew she was wrong to distrust Hasley and her new pair. "The past is behind me," Ember reminded herself. "I can't hold on to it while also fearing letting people in. A lot has changed. Just because some people and events ended up different to what I had thought, that doesn't mean it's not worth trying again." Splitting up, Hasley, Arsenio, and Amick went into the province with 24 of Coleman's guards and a charge to keep all citizens indoors, just to be safe. It was still early morning, but many would be on their way to their purposes soon. There was no telling how this situation would go. Adavina went back to help her father after Coleman told her the dragons could be working on their escape that second, so she would be waiting for them when they arrived, with the monarch's blessing or not. With Willow in human form, Colonel as his usual griffin self, and Coleman beside her, Ember strode toward the monarchs, fists clenched to hide their trembling. Nausea churned in her stomach. She had wondered all her life what had happened to the dragons, not knowing they were her ancestors until this past year. And the answer was here. Wally, Zayev, Nor, and Balthazar fanned out behind them. King Blythe stayed by the door, hands folded in front of him, as if he supervised the proceedings. Kaylin sat with her parents on the dais, looking at Coleman with a raised eyebrow. "Brother, what are you doing?" her expression seemed to say. Her parents both wore crowns made of unicorn horns, like a sparkling beacon. Hopefully the unicorns died before they took the horns. "What is the meaning of this, Embryn's dragon daughter? Why did you call us together at this early hour?" Aemon asked. Though her tone was calm, tension lined her face, and her knuckles grew white as she gripped the arms of the throne. "I believe you know why," Ember said. She held Aemon's stare, unwilling to be the first to break. Aemon's nostrils flared almost imperceptibly. For a long moment, only the crackling of torch flames could be heard in the open space of the throne room. Finally, Aemon spoke. "I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding." "Torturing dragons is hardly a misunderstanding," Ember said, her words laced with venom. "The supposed synthetic blood you've sold to Grydasia for years and used to dismantle Ashcadence's walls, alive and well in your freckle caves." Kaylin's eyes widened and snapped to Ember. Something about her expression made Ember pause. Wouldn't she have looked to her parents first if this was a surprise? "You knew about the dragons, Kaylin?" Ember's voice was restrained, her jaw tight as her eyes took in Kaylin. I, Kaylin stuttered, sitting up straight. Now she looked at the monarchs as if they would jump in to save her. "Embryn's dragon daughter, whatever you heard or saw, we want to assure you that we would never initiate such a thing. We appreciate and care for our beasts. We would never take someone else's beasts from them," Fade said. Careful words, Ember thought. Would never initiate it? That doesn't mean you wouldn't continue it. Coleman stared at his sister, hands fisted at his side. In the distance, the howling mountain roared. "Almost out of time," Willow said, staring in the distance with a glazed expression. "Aemon Monarch, Fade Monarch, the time for games and half-truths is done," Ember started, stepping closer to the dais. "Willow, one of your own unicorns, confirms that the dragons need to be freed, or you will face the consequences. The unicorns stand with the dragons, as do the griffins." Colonel chirped beside them. Luke, Prince of Grydasia, nodded beside him, a prince now part of 2 worlds as she was. For him, the griffins by birth, but also the unicorns by pair. And Ember, born of both dragon and merfolk. It was time for Feyentu's royal family to celebrate what makes each person different, rather than use them for profit. The gods have confirmed with Willow that if we do not release the dragons, they will escape on their own, and they will not be happy. Do not discredit your unicorns by denying it now, and do not disrespect us again with another lie," Ember said. Aemon and Fade looked at each other. Aemon audibly swallowed when another rumble sounded from outside the compound. Standing up from her throne, Aemon walked down the steps to Ember. She attempted to take Ember's hands, but Ember pulled back. "I am sorry, Dragon Daughter, for our history in this conflict. Don't blame Kaelin or Coleman for what our ancestors have done, nor punish them or our people for it. Kaelin was told only recently, and we kept Coleman in the dark intentionally. You can trust them." Aemon turned to look at her pair from behind her shoulder. "We, on the other hand, have not been trustworthy. When my parents told me of the dragons, I let it continue out of fear of change. I see now," she paused and nodded to Willow, "that we were wrong." "Good," Ember said. "We can talk about it further after they are released. We must do so now or suffer further consequences." "Wait, let's discuss this. I'm sure there is time to craft a mutually beneficial plan for both of our kingdoms," Fade interjected. Aemon sent him a silencing look. "Let's be frank," Ember said. "If you don't cooperate in releasing the dragons, now, I will recommend war." At the threat, the guards of Feantu took a defensive stance and drew their swords, directing their weapons toward Ember. The Ashcadence guards responded in kind, pulling out their weapons and surrounding their princess. "You are part of their release, or you are not," Ember said, not sparing even a glance to the swords pointed at her. "The dragons, your unicorns, Gridasia's griffins, and me, the only representative for the merfolk, the official messengers of the gods, will know what you choose." "Stand down," Fade said with a raised hand. The guards lowered their weapons cautiously. Nor, Wally, Zaev, and Balthazar kept theirs drawn. "There will be no need for bloodshed today," Aemon agreed softly. Relief washed over Ember, but there was one thing left she had to know. "I'm curious, when each generation of Feantu leaders was told about the dragons, were they told exactly which dragon in particular you have in your mountain?" "No," Aemon said, hesitant. "What do you mean?" "Then at least you aren't intentionally committing treason," Nor said. "Let's go. We are leaving now to release them." He turned around and gestured for the rest to follow out the doors and to the stables. "You have my king," Ember said, letting Aemon and Fade's fear linger behind her. By the time their party rode to the Howling Mountain entrance, there were several guards strewn on the ground and slopes, either unconscious or dead. The smells of pine and brimstone lingered in the valley. They fought to keep the Pyridun door closed and the Freckle Caves covered. The dragons had yet to escape the mountain, but they were out of their shackles based on how close the sounds were to the door. Glancing around, she saw Alanwol and Adavina in their scaled suits, sitting under a tree as a guard tied their hands together. Did they undo the shackles? "Monarchs of Feantu, the dragons are rebelling," the guard in the center called to them. "Get to safety!" "It's the Dragon Daughter's fault. She saw them and they haven't been the same since," another said. Ember marked him with her eyes. On Unicornback, the royal family of 4 looked like magic. Silver-haired beasts with horns and riders with shimmering silver in their own hair, they shone brightly amidst the chaos. If only it had stopped before it reached this point. "To the sides, everyone, clear room for the doors," Aemon called out to the guards. When they protested, she called out again, "Move or deal with the consequences. We are setting the dragons free." "That's right," Fade echoed, projecting his voice. "We are righting our wrongs today. Everyone step back and take cover." The guards shuffled hesitantly to the side, some quickly ducking behind trees, while many stood awkwardly holding their swords, looking at each other. When a few came forward to try and convince the monarchs not to continue, still astride their unicorns, They shushed them away. It seemed like the guards would not listen at first, until the Pyridun doors shuddered with thunderous roars. "It's time, Fade, to make this right," Eamon said. Slowly she moved forward on her unicorn. Fade followed behind her with one last look to his children. Kaelin moved to follow, but Coleman reached for her reins and tugged them back. He shook his head no, letting their parents go forward alone. When they reached the entrance, they dismounted and each took a door. Pushing, the howling mountain opened to the throes of the dragons. Once the door was open, they quickly stepped back against the wall to avoid the rushing dragons. Giant beasts erupted forth in a storm of wings, claws, and tails. Eamon and Fade pressed flat against the stone, trying to take up as little space as possible. The Pyridun shook as dragon after dragon emerged. Wings cracked against the archway like whips, nearly knocking Eamon and Fade off their feet. They clung desperately to the rocky surface. Scales and talons whipped past dangerously close. Kaelin and Coleman rushed forward this time, their unicorns rearing forward to reach their parents. Roars surrounded them, and a sixth dragon emerged, and they dodged around it. Getting to their parents, they each extended a hand. Kaelin picked up Eamon, with Coleman reaching for Fade. Ember jumped off of her horse, walking into the fray of dragons with Noor close behind her. "No, stay back," Ember said to Noor, pushing him behind her. "That's not happening, Em. Don't bother repeating it," Noor said as he grabbed her hips. Somewhere behind them, a tree fell and a scream came after. "Keep close," he said, and they walked together. Around them, the voice of the dragons commingled with the surrounds of the forest. Free, fly, home, pain, why, pain. The world grew hot around them, fire streaking above their heads as the mournful and confused dragons flooded out on shaky legs. Some tried to fly and failed, falling back down, not used to their wings after long decades of disuse. Ember's eyes tracked them, estimating about a dozen dragons. Alan Wool and Adavina shook in their bindings, begging the guards to let them free so they could help. Ember signaled to Coleman and he went to release them. Hopefully, the dragons saw them as friends too, or their help may cause more harm. Meanwhile, Zaev, Wally, and Balthazar fanned out, collecting weapons from the guards, making sure none retaliated. It wasn't as much of a gamble as the guards were making it out to be with their protests. If the dragons fought, there was no measly sword or dagger alone that could stop them, but if the dragons saw the guards try, they'd be more likely to retaliate. A deep groan sounded and they turned, finding the last dragon to leave the howling mountain. Ember's body reacted instinctively, a tingling rushing down her arms. She gasped, hand to her chest. "My scales!" Dracul walked out on all fours, an angry and broken beast. Ember ran to him, jumping to hug around his neck. Noor tried to pull her back, but she resisted him. "It's going to be okay. You are free now," she told the king. Dracul shuddered against her grasp, shrinking. She stepped back as his wings flapped close and shriveled to smooth skin. One by one, his scales vanished until only a few speckled his chest. He fell to the ground naked, bracing his hands on the soil. She kneeled beside him. "It's over, I promise," she said. "Where?" His voice cracked. "Is Azalea?" Dracul looked up, meeting her green eyes with his own green and gold. Ember forward. At his hesitant nod, she took his hand. "I'm so sorry. Azalea passed away, peacefully, of old age. I am your great-great-granddaughter." The sound of his anguished cries pierced through the noise of the other disoriented dragons. The world became still again, mourning with him. 36. A king. Draw cool. Present day. A wretched sob escaped Dracul's throat as the reality crashed over him. His flower dragon, his azalea, was gone. She grew up without him, started a family, and eventually died, while he remained alone in the mountain's depths. Anguish consumed him as he shed hot, bitter tears. Dracul raised his face to the sky and roared. The sound was primal, ripped from his power and spiraling into the world as grief. The sky seemed to share his sadness. Gray clouds rolled in, ominous and heavy. The once bright sunlight faded to a dim haze. He had lost his pair and thought he still had a daughter, but the world had moved on without him. "What's your name?" he asked, with a voice cracked from screaming. "Embrent's dragon daughter. Everyone calls me Ember," she said with a small smile. "I never imagined that I would meet you." "Ember, thank you for finding me. I knew it must have been years." His voice cracked again. "But I thought my daughter would be here. He lost all words, shoulders slumping, his back caked in dirt. His great-great-granddaughter pulled him into a hug, proof that Azalea had been fated, blessed, and lived. He held her tighter. "I'm so sorry," Ember said again as she patted his back. Nor came forward holding a pair of pants. "Where did you get that?" Ember asked from over Dracul's shoulder. "I figured he didn't need them," Nor said, gesturing to an unconscious man a few feet away. Dracul took the pants and pulled them on hastily, looking around them. A few dragons circled in the sky on hesitant wings, unsure of where to go or what to do, while Dracul was in human form. Other dragons sat huddled together, hissing at any humans that tried to get close. In the distance, there was a dragon barreling through the forest, like he wanted to destroy anything in sight. He left splintered wood and scattering birds in his wake. When Dracul's eyes settled on the unicorns and the humans that stood in front of them, he zeroed in on their sparkling crowns. Dracul stalked toward the monarchs. "You killed her. You killed her," he said, punctuating each word as his grief and fury blazed together. The scales on his chest sprouted dozens more, engulfing his chest as he seemed to grow larger by the second. Aemon staggered back, her hands raised in supplication. "Dracul, Dragon King, we apologize for the mistreatment of you and your dragons. We should have freed the dragons as soon as we knew, but we are here to help now." She shook her head emphatically, trying to reach through Dracul's fury. "I promise we have killed no one. Who do you speak of?" Fade asked, and stood angled slightly in front of his pair, his feet planted as if ready to run or fight and take Aemon with him. "You are right. I am Dracul, Dragon King." Dracul's voice reverberated, growing louder than it should project in the crowded valley. "And do not dare apologize for our treatment, as if it were a minor inconvenience rather than decades of torture." The unicorns neighed, shuffling their feet behind the royals. Willow tried to speak, but Luke and another unicorn pushed her back behind them. The dragons stirred, uncoupling from their group and fanning out around Dracul. "Rahul Monarch and Xander Knight killed my queen and ripped my life from me," Dracul added, a guttural tone lifting from his throat. "Xander is long gone now. You are all that is left to feel my wrath." Dracul's arm raised back and his hand grew, talons pushing out from his hands. Faye jumped in front of Eamon, covering her body with his. Before Dracul could strike, a slender form darted in front of them. "No!" Ember cried, scales erupting like glittering armor. She felt powerful, centered even, as she felt the scales grow across her body. Nor and their guards rushed to protect her, but she halted them with a raised hand. This was her purpose. She met Dracul's frenzied eyes unflinchingly. "If you punish Feyentu for what you say Rahul did, then you would also have to punish me for what Xander did. What happened was wrong, and we'll make them pay for it, but not like this." Ember shook her head, hands outstretched, hands that were now studded with gray, purple, and black scales. For an endless moment, the world balanced on the edge of a blade. Dracul saw Ember, looking at her for several long moments. Slowly, the fight left him. His clawed hand lowered, and he shrunk down several inches, back to his fully human visage. His shoulder dropped. "This is my family," Dracul thought. "For Azalea, I will try." The choice was made. "Ember, your scales," Wally whispered. Zayev helped Eamon get to her feet. Ember studied the scales peeking out of her shirt sleeves that stretched up to her fingers, her hands drifting to her neck where she found more scales, but saying nothing when she looked back at Dracul, making sure he stayed down. Dracul turned from the scene, sitting on the ground to center himself and take deep breaths. He was distantly aware of people moving around him, and the monarchs leaving at the request of their children, with a march of many feet behind them. More guards, he assumed. There was some shuffling from Ember. She was talking to people and seemingly making plans, telling them what to do, but he tried to tune it out. His heart was like thunder in his chest, unrelenting. To help the dragons that were trapped with him, he needed to be clear-headed. Dracul opened his eyes when Ember sat beside him. She said nothing at first, just picked up a few rocks from the dirt, handing him 2 of them. "What are these for?" he asked, moving the small rocks from one hand to the other. They were little bits of white stone. "Hold one in each hand," she instructed. He did what she said and asked, "Now what?" "Squeeze when you need to," Ember said. Dracul tried it, finding it easier to breathe when he did so. "How old are you?" he asked, looking at the ash-cream face of his descendant. He paused on her hair, taking in how it changed color as he moved his head to different angles. "I'm 17, Ember answered. She picked up a few rocks of her own, but not to hold. She put them in a little pile beside them while they talked. On her wrist was a bracelet similar to the one he and Kariana had worn. On the opposite hand, there was a ring made of pearl. "You know a lot for your age, but so did Kariana," he said somberly. "She was only 19 when we met, 20 when she passed." "There's a lot I still don't know. I didn't know I could do this," Ember said and gestured to her scaled body. "It was a surprise." "You hadn't transformed before? It seemed like you knew what you were doing and how to protect yourself," he said, thinking of his scaled daughter and the unanswered question. "I have, but not into a dragon. I'll tell you the family history later," Ember said, knowing it would be a long conversation. "We can talk for a few more minutes, but if you feel all right after, we should help the dragons settle." "I don't know what to tell them," Dracul admitted. "There is nothing I can say that makes what happened to them okay." "Then don't try," she said. "What do you mean?" Dracul asked curiously, one eyebrow lifted. "It's like you said, nothing can make it right. Don't discredit that by trying, Ember explained, with the wisdom of someone who has seen too much. All we can do is help them move on. They are welcome to come to Ash Cadence should they want a place to heal, or wherever dragons have been all this time, they can go back there. What do you mean? Dracul asked with a furrowed brow. Wherever they have been all this time. Dragons stopped coming to Ash Cadence about 60 years ago, Ember explained. You all are the first dragons I've met. I assume whatever island they lived on before, they stayed there. I can only guess from my history lessons on what happened to you, Dracul, and everyone after, but history lists you as dying of a broken heart. For a time after, there were some dragons that would visit, but their visits dwindled, and until now, the royal family couldn't talk to dragons anymore. Dracul pondered that, wanting to read the history books that claimed his passing. When I left to be with Kariana, I chose a successor for the dragons. I wonder if he called them back. The dragons that were with me, they didn't all come at once. They had already captured some before me, but others came over the years, but I can't tell when it stopped. As a dragon, time moves differently, fast and slow at the same time, Dracul said, holding the stones tighter. What you focus on, you can spend more time on, but if you don't focus on it, you speed through. They must have stopped coming to Ash Cadence for their safety, if so many had gone missing. He laughed bitterly, then added, As a human, it is all a slow, painful crawl. I can't let any thought pass me when I'm like this. I have to hold it and ruminate on how it feels. Come back with me to Ash Cadence. You can feel those things with us, she said, inviting him more personally. And do what? He asked. There is no place for me. Rest, be with family, with me, Ember said, and took his hand, the rock still between them. I would love to get to know you. After you feel better, however long that takes, you can decide again. If you want to be with other dragons, I would understand, and while you are with us, some or all of these dragons can come too, if they don't want to leave you yet. We can try that, he replied weakly, giving her a grateful smile and squeezing her hand. He let it go and turned to the confused dragons in the valley. He took off his pants and transformed again, walking towards them. Ember loosed a breath, and her scales fell away. Ember. Dracul had been talking to the other dragons for some time. At least she assumed he was. There were some grunts and puffs of smoke from their mouths and noses, but they made little sound. They stood gathered together in the middle of the valley. Adavina and Alanwol went back into the mountain, waiting for further instructions. Despite their best intentions to help the dragons, there were mixed feelings once the dust settled from their release. Many were nervous around their caretakers. Whether they were kinder than others had been did not matter. I wish I knew what they were saying, Ember said. Your skills will grow with time and exposure, Willow commented in her twinkling voice. You have a knack for giving people encouragement, Luke said to his pair, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Blythe muttered something about going to check on Colonel, who was squawking adamantly with the unicorns again. Ember didn't know what to make of the Grydasian king, but he seemed the most aloof of the rulers. They spoke with Balthazar about stories of her mother while they waited, laughing at the spirit she brought to his life, and then all that he did afterward in Grydasia. Luke engaged in the conversation, asking what he thought about different events and experiences from the point of view of an Ash Cadence citizen in the Grydasian kingdom. A roar broke through the discussion. It wasn't coming from the dragons Dracul spoke to. They all turned as one, and the humans followed their gaze. A long green dragon was bucking his tail through the copse to the right, fire sputtering and catching the trees. Ember remembered that she had seen an upset dragon in the treetops, but it seemed no one had noticed he stayed there. Dracul broke from the crowd and ran on all fours to the dragon in question. With his size, he was there in seconds, the smaller green dragon a mere fourth of the king. Dracul used his size to try to intimidate the dragon, get him to submit, but the small one did not agree with this plan. It continued to spew fire, the crackling of burning wood and smoke clouding the scene. Ember broke into a run after them, with Nor at her side. She screamed to the other guards, "Go inside! Get the fire buckets from Allenwool!" Ember felt her scales come alive again, running across her skin. "Let me through," a voice said from behind them. Ember looked over her shoulder, surprised to see Karwyn on their heels, her lavender hair streaming behind her. "It's dangerous! Get back!" Ember said. "I can't!" Karwyn screamed. "I have to be there!" She jutted her chin to the fiery forest. "Why?" Nor called behind him. "I don't know," Karwyn said in frustration, "but I won't ignore the call." Karwyn pushed past them, her legs and arms pumping faster. Ember and Nor were right behind her. Coleman screamed in the distance for his sister to stop, but she did not. The heat of the fire thickened the air, and Nor and Karwyn coughed, covering their mouths. Ember's body reacted, the scales climbing up her face. When they encrusted her nose and around her eyes, she could breathe and see through the growing danger. "Behind me!" Ember called. Nor listened, a hand to her hip as he covered his face with the other. She felt his coughs on her neck as she walked through the debris of burning trees to get to Dracul. In the distance, the guards were shuffling dirt into buckets to snuff out the fire. They weren't working fast enough. A blur of purple ran past them, and Karwyn jumped over a fallen log. A roar followed shortly after she was out of sight, and then there was silence. Ember glanced nervously back at Nor. "You should go back," she said. "Don't waste your time arguing," Nor bit back. "Keep walking." They walked to where the roar had come from, finding Dracul blocking the path, still in dragon form. He swiveled his head to look at her, and then back to what was before him. Walking around his body, they found, in the center of a crop of burning trees, a sea of golden light. One dragon, one Feyentu monarch. "I'm here now," Karwyn said to her pair. "I'm here." 37. A bargain. Bemerald, 117 years ago. Xander's body fell with a thump. Bemerald's eyes glazed past it, unable to look at what he had done. Now was not the time to think on it, but the coppery scent of blood was unavoidable. "Run! The docks!" Bemerald said, wiping the dagger and sheathing it behind his back. His hands trembled, blood trapped under his nails. Kaj threw the door open, and they raced down the halls and out of the castle. Bemerald's heart pounded wildly, adrenaline and panic surging through his veins in their frantic footfall. Horses stood tied not far away, and they both pivoted towards them instinctively. Climbing on, they raced toward the harbor with no plan, clinging to the reins of their horses as the landscape blurred around them. "What will we do when we get there?" Kaj asked between grunts as they rode on. "I don't know. Honestly, Kaj, I don't know how we are going to make a difference at all," Bemerald said, glancing at Kaj. "But we have to try." Sweat beaded both of their foreheads in the exertion to make it to the docks. He continued, "Most of our guards are spread out across the provinces now. Those that were here today worked for Xander and let this happen, so we can't call for their help. We are two people. with 2 swords and 1 dagger, trying to save a dragon whose kidnappers have an hour head start. It felt hopeless. Doubt lingered in his words. They were 2 against an army that had already won. "Sounds like we should ride faster then," Kaj said. They doubled their efforts, the sound of their breath and the gallop of the horses the only companion to their hearts. When they arrived, the docks were teeming with life. They dismounted and ran across the boardwalk, looking for signs of Rahul's crew on the ships. There were 2 ships out of the harbor, already small dots on the horizon. With dread, Bemerald realized Rahul could be on one of them. His shoulders sagged. "We're too late," he whispered. "You give up so easily," a commanding voice said from behind them. They spun to see Rahul Monarch approaching, flanked by a dozen guards. His cold eyes glinted with satisfaction. His suit had a speck of ash on the front. Bemerald's rage boiled, face twisting in pain and anger. "Come to see your king off?" Rahul mocked. "I'm afraid he is indisposed at the moment." Kaj gripped Bemerald's arm, preventing him from charging at the Feyentu visitor. "Xander is dead," Bemerald spat. "Your deal was with him, and that deal is forfeit. Give back our king or face the consequences." His voice shook with restrained anger. Rahul scoffed. "I shouldn't have trusted that crusty old bitter man to solve his own problems. Fine, let's talk." He sighed dramatically, as if this inconvenience did not involve kidnapping. "How about a new bargain? I take your king and leave you alone. I don't tell anyone about Xander's betrayal, and we won't go to war." "That's the same deal," Bemerald said, hands on his hips. "And what we want is the king." "Okay, you got me there. That is the same deal. But the difference is, you'll take the deal for the right reasons, while Xander General took it for the wrong ones," Rahul said with a smirk. "What do you think are the right reasons?" Kaj asked, unable to hide his curiosity. "Think about it. This is a favor. It's embarrassing that the general that led Ashcadence for decades with a positive reception from his citizens destroyed his own family for his greed. That knowledge will break your newly formed kingdom apart. And after years of peace, you want to bring everyone back into war? How is that going to go? And all for the beast that, until recently, was your enemy? Will your people be okay with that?" Rahul tapped his head. "Think about it," he repeated. Bemerald's chest tightened, not wanting to consider it, but he knew some of what Rahul said was true. He felt as if he was Xander in that moment, a dagger dragging through his heart until he had no choice but to succumb. "Another way to look at this," Rahul said, gesturing to his guards, "is that you have no choice. You are 2 people. I have over a dozen guards, and my ship is ready to go. I'm going to get in it, leave with your king, and you can't stop me." He spoke matter-of-factly, no concern or worry evident. The guards beside him smiled gleefully. Many were covered in soot, having left the burning forest where they witnessed murder and did nothing. "If you decide to put your kingdom into war and risk leaving your pair's granddaughter all alone in the world when you both die, be my guest. I'll see you then," Rahul concluded, punctuating his point by turning and walking away. He didn't wait for a response, a victor unworried about consequences. Watching his smug retreat was too much. "Rahul Monarch!" Bemerald yelled, chasing after him. As Rahul turned around, Bemerald's arm went back, and he punched Rahul in the face. Pain exploded across Bemerald's knuckles, and blood coated his fist, but the brief satisfaction barely registered through his blinding anger. The monarch screamed, clutching his nose as blood dripped down his face. His guards jumped on Bemerald, punching and kicking him. Kaj tried to push through the crowd, but guards blocked his path. Blow after blow rained down on him until Bemerald was curled into a ball. His bruised ribs screamed in protest as he struggled to draw breath. When Bemerald was sufficiently beaten, the guards let him go. Kaj leaned down to help his limp body up. "You will never win this," Rahul said, face drenched in red. Even with his crooked nose, his eyes glowed with a triumph that glared against Bemerald's defeat. "Don't come back," Bemerald said. "We'll take the deal, but you can't come back here. Fae and 2 royals will never set foot on Ashcaden's soil again. Do you understand me?" The words tore from his throat, raw and mournful. He didn't know what he could do, if anything, after he killed Xander, but at least he could give his pair the peace that she'd never see her daughter's murderers again. "There is nothing else I would want here," Rahul said, strolling away unpunished. Lorraine, 3 days later. "No, don't disturb the earth," Lorraine said to her lady-in-waiting. "Call the landscaping staff. Ask them to bring me some rocks." Lorraine put her granddaughter into a small basket on the ground. Azalea cooed as she looked at the sky. "The sky is your home too, Azalea Dragon Queen," Lorraine said with care, glancing at the child's scales. When the gardener returned, she helped Lorraine put rock barriers around the pile of ash that was once the Queen of Ashcadence. "I want the area around here to have more foliage, more flowers, maybe one for each province. I think Kariana would have liked that. And let's add more trees to replace the ones that burned," Lorraine said, looking at the sparse spot of trees. It was the first day she felt strong enough to leave her room. With Bemerald still recovering, and her heart still broken, she wanted to hide away forever. The guilt of it ate her alive. "That's a great idea, Lorraine Matron," the gardener said. "Call me Lorraine Dragon Matron now, please. And when we are done, can you call the Council of the Scribes so we can document our changes? I'm ready to talk to them." When the gardener nodded, Lorraine kept talking to herself, outlining the plan she and Bemerald had worked through over the past few days. All dragon daughters will become dragon queens upon the birth of their first child. When a dragon daughter becomes a dragon queen, the former queen must retire to dragon matron. With my daughter gone, Azalea becomes queen early. "That is wise," her lady-in-waiting said. The gardener agreed. "No, not wise, but necessary," Lorraine said. She could not bring herself to say she was wise, not when she didn't catch on to her ex-pair's deplorable plan. She picked up her granddaughter. "I could not save her, but I will save you, my dear," Lorraine said quietly to the baby. "Dragon Matron," the gardener said. Lorraine turned around, seeing the gardener holding out something for her. She picked it up, brushing the dirt away, to find Kariana's bracelet. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." A tear ran down her cheek. "I am not you or Xander. I can't mount a war. We're in a den of fire, nowhere to turn." She put the bracelet in her pocket and carried the baby to the table they set for lunch. She waited for the scribes, practicing her speech in her mind, but her mind kept going back to her daughter, her regrets, and all that she wished she could do. The kingdom was told that Xander Knight, who many still called Xander General out of habit, had passed away. She would tell them that Kariana Dragon Queen, too, was gone. They devised a clever cover story and made sure it reached the servants and the papers. They decided to wait a few weeks to say Dracul was dead. For now, they believed he was in mourning. It gave them time to clean up the guards that were part of the attack, to find each one of them. They could not mount a war, but they could seek revenge on their own soil. Kaj said he knew just the right people to help them accomplish it. Lorraine left that dirty work to him. She told herself it was better that way. They didn't know what Feantu was doing with his body, but they knew it could not last long. He would be dead soon. Even if they had gone to war, it may have already been too late. Looking down at Azalea, she pushed away her regrets and her doubts. It's too late. She can't feed into those monstrous feelings or all was lost. Kariana, I promise I will honor you and share Dracul's heritage as much as I can with your daughter and our people. I will tell her about you both, the first fading, and keep your father's betrayal a secret. Lorraine looked up at the sky, abandoning her food, staring at the sun shining through the trees. I will tell your daughter a partial truth. Tell her of a happy ending that ended too soon, so she grows up without worry of what could have been. I'll try, I promise. Please forgive me. The scribes arrived to find their dragon matron sitting in all black at the table, looking up at the sky. A red leaf fell down from the tree, fluttering gracefully through the sunshine, and landing on Azalea's face. The baby cooed, small stubby fingers batting at the delicate offering. 38. A dream. Ember. Present day. That was impressive. Nothing at all like what I expected when I came to rejoin you, Zayev said conversationally, a cane strapped to his saddle should he need it. It was also a backwards compliment, not that he noticed. I think I'm in shock, Wally commented. Maybe we're actually dead and this is a dream. You can't dream when you are dead, Zayev said back. How do you know? Wally retorted. We're not dreaming, Noor said as his hands pulled Ember closer to him. They rode on one horse together, giving Dracul the horse Noor rode in on. Kaelin sat atop the green dragon, who had yet to turn into human form. The dragon didn't fly, but rather walked calmly beside the horses and unicorns, so unlike the demeanor displayed an hour ago. After what the dragon had been through, there would likely be a transition period. For them all. Alan Wool and Adivina rode astride Kaelin's unicorn. The rest of the dragons flew above them. They stretched and zoomed across the sky, getting used to their wings again, flying up and back down in clumsy swoops until they leveled out again, reminding themselves what their bodies could do. Dracul told her that most of the dragons wanted to go back to their home after they saw him off to Ash Cadence, with a small set that wanted to stay with him. As for the state of Feantu's trade, that was up to the monarchs to fix. It was not Ember's responsibility to solve that problem, nor would she want to. The dragons had done enough. Arsenio, Hasley, and Amit Keyholder met them at the compound and helped them pack. Naomi and Coralie woke up to the commotion, more than surprised to learn about the events of their night. Ember's energy was draining after being awake for 36 hours, but she could rest once they got back on the ship. They were supposed to be here for several more weeks, but nothing at this point would make her stay longer than she had to. Except for saying goodbye. She sat with Hasley in her chambers as their company carried their luggage to the ship. Tears fell down Hasley's face. I'm going to miss you. Me too, Ember said with a choked sob. It feels like I've been missing you for a long time, Hasley admitted. Even though we came back to each other, it's like we've been separated since the moment you became the princess. But now it's more permanent. I know what you mean, Ember said. And I'm sorry, Hasley, for what I've said and done that made it worse. I've had to learn a lot in this 1.5 years. I haven't always handled it well, but I'm trying. Hasley leaned forward and pulled Ember into a hug. Me too. I'm sorry. Are you sure you want to stay? Ember asked one last time. Hasley nodded. This is where I'm meant to be. I understand that, Ember said, and for once, she really did. They stayed like that for some time, sharing stories of their time together at Ash Cadence. When a knock sounded at the door, they stood up and walked to the docks together. Once again, Ember stared out into the sea from the deck of a ship. She didn't know what would come of the next years in her life. As the world grew, she grew. As she learned more, there became more to learn. She welcomed this expanse in her life and knew that no matter what she faced, there would be more, and she was learning to be okay with that. For every enemy, there were a dozen friends. Mutrine and Alea provided balance to the world, but it was up to Ember to see it that way. It was up to her and her alone to find joy separate from sadness. As for her kingdom, Ash Cadence, and whether she would be queen, that remained to be seen. Ember had to decide if she and Nor wanted it. There was time. Even if they ruled temporarily, there was her sibling to consider. For the first time, there would be another option. Actually, there were three. With Dracul free, who knew what the royal line could look like in a few years. Dragons had returned, the merfolk were no longer hiding, and the time of the beasts was upon them again. The madness of fatelessness would likely take years more to resolve, and more trips across the seas to help reconcile as many pairs as possible. But the support was with them. After a nap on the ship, she was a bit more refreshed. She changed her clothes, wearing a dress for the first time since she discovered her tale. Ember smiled at the turning sea. "How are you?" Nor asked, lifting their entwined hands to kiss her knuckles. He noted her outfit, raising an eyebrow at her decision to wear a dress. He knew how touching the water had become a fear for her. "I've never been better," Ember said. The smile on her face was as bright as the sun. When Balthazar came up beside them to talk some time later, Nor dismissed himself after a time to talk to his sister. She seemed more clear by the day. Ember hoped Naomi would recover as quickly as Hasley did, but Naomi had been sick for longer. Talking with Balthazar, Ember asked him about Jedediah. With Ominox dead, there was only her mother and Sandrea to answer questions about him and how he came to be the pretend knight of their realm. "He said he was a gentleman and waiting for your grandfather?" Balthazar laughed. "He liked to see things from his own point of view, that's for sure." "More lies, then," Ember said, a bit perturbed by it. Jedediah had been scary in a lot of ways, but he was the first father figure in her life. She didn't want it to be all bad. "I wouldn't see it like that, Princess," Balthazar said. "Jedediah did work in Krulendime all his life, and he helped your grandmother and grandfather when they visited the palace. He was someone they trusted, or Ominox would never have used him in this plot. I saw him around often, but I can't say we ever had a conversation for more than a few minutes." He shook his head. "I still can't believe all of that happened. But anyway, sometimes people need to believe the half-truths, to feel better about the things they've done." Balthazar turned away from the water, looking instead at the crew moving about the ship. Ember studied his expression. "Most people know, deep down, when they've done something wrong, and they justify it rather than face it," he added. "You know you did nothing wrong, right, Balthazar, Captain? My mother asked you to go. She needed to save someone, anyone she could, from what was to come. I know it must have comforted her to know you weren't trapped in that with her," Ember said consolingly. "I hope so," he said solemnly. Ember walked across the ship, talking to the crew and guards that came with her, thanking them for their help in such a strange visit. When she reached Dracul, she stood silently beside him. He didn't need more noise or conversation. He would have too much of it in the coming days. As Cadence was coming into view, the debris from the wall already taken away. In its place were flowers, the only kind that could grow in the ashes of Bloodfire and Pyridune. Stalks of purple and white flowers grew plentiful like the kingdom, adding color along the coast. The flowers, named after their first queen, Dracul's pear, a flower that rises only from the ashes of dragon flame or blood fire. "They are called Kariana's tears," Ember whispered, looking to Dracul as he watched the line of their home grow closer. She hadn't imagined it, but with the walls of Ash Cadence destroyed with blood-fire explosives, it created the perfect environment for these rare flowers to grow. Ember understood Kariana's sadness now more than she ever thought she would. Kariana left behind everyone she loved. Ember hoped Kariana knew Dracul lived, and that he made it out of the mountain to start life again. Maybe if Ember grew into her ability to talk to the beasts, the gods would listen to her too, and she could request they let her spirit know. "Watch this," Ember said, putting a hand to Dracul's shoulder. When he looked at her, she gave him a dazzling smile and jumped from the boat into the water below. Dracul nearly jumped in after her, but stopped as he watched her scales expand as she hit the sea. "I'm all right," Ember called up to Dracul and the crew that ran to the edge. "We're home," Ember said with her hands wide. She leaned back, kicking her tail for all to see. Ember made a mental note to swim back out here with Mirandus to pick up her shoes from below. Dracul smiled his first smile since entering the Howling Mountain, glee sparkling across his face. Noor, Wally, Zayev, and Balthazar whooped at the sight of her, calling out their care for the princess. Wally notably yelled, "Can I ride on your back? Looks like fun!" Zayev smacked Wally on the side of the head playfully. "Respect your charge," he scolded. Wally responded by jumping on Zayev and tickling him. "Hey, if anyone gets a ride, it's me," Noor joked back. Zayev glared at him from the floor, doing his best to look serious as his pair accosted him with fingers to the ribs. Balthazar tisked at the group, like they were squabbling kids, but he was relaxed and happy, in sight of the home he had been away from for nearly 18 years. Amick joined him, asking about his past and sharing his story too. "There is nothing strange about me," Ember thought again, this time in a joke to herself. The dragons soared above her in the ship, their outstretched wings and joyful cries filling the sky. The sun warmed Ember's scales as she swam on her back, watching the dragons. Her muscles uncoiled after so many days of tension. For the first time in weeks, months really, her body and mind felt free. This is who I was supposed to be. Epilogue. A beginning, 1 year later. Karwyn Dragon Queen gave birth to the first Prince of Ash Cadence, Alaric's dragon son. Like his sister before him, Alaric's had scales. His were orange, a trait rare in both merfolk and dragons. The newly expanded royal family, Dracul included, were ecstatic to see the person he would grow up to be. Every kingdom had a new blending of beasts. For Ash Cadence, merfolk joined the dragon bloodline. For Grydasia, unicorns mixed with their griffin line, and for Feyentu, dragons to their unicorns. Kaylin and her dragon pair were officially chosen, with her brother's approval, as the heirs of Feyentu, a new, peaceful beginning for all. Ash Cadence's next queen or king, now that there was a boy in the line, was uncertain. not for any reason other than that Ember wanted to keep her options open. With Dracul involved in the family, and Jedediah helping under the advisement of Karwyn and Mirandus, Ember had enough parental figures to help her decide if this was right for her. For all she knew, her brother would want a quieter life and she was back at the helm. Options for her also meant options for her brother. She had to be prepared. Dracul helped guide the family as much as he could, but he also spent a lot of solitary time in the skies. It would take some time for him to heal his heart. The kingdom was fearful at first, of their king and the dragons that accompanied him, for his re-emergence into their world was unexpected, but soon they saw him as a spiritual figure of rebirth, as well as tragedy. Dracul did not like that interpretation, but he also didn't disagree with it. Ember and Nor spent their days improving the kingdom, reading, baking, and eating bread, making jewelry, and all the other things that brought them joy. She no longer hid her scales and could control how far they spread with her mind. She went out swimming with her father daily. He encouraged her to venture out into deeper water, getting to know how he spent his life before moving in with them. But Ember wasn't ready yet to see what lay beneath the sea. She would be, one day. Balthazar, his pair, and their child fit in well with their growing family. Ember found herself talking about Icarus and Julimore with them often. Hearing them referred to as Eleonora and Juline was a change, but knowing more about them and their life before her brought a smile to her face. They were heroes, hidden with her for so long. She'd never forget that. Hasley and Arsenio visited a few times that year, but ultimately stayed in Feyentu after their trial period was up. They grew closer with the monarchs and became two of their civilian advisors. Hasley claimed the monarchs were repentant, and that their new daughter in fate of the beast variety didn't let them forget what they had done. Ember planned to let them simmer in their guilt for a while. After all, it was 100 years. Wally and Zayev had a child. Mutrine blessed them with a surrogate and new family member. Their blended home and small red-haired baby seemed to soften Zayev, but he never lost his self-righteousness and spunk. He wasn't always right, but he did what he always believed to be right, and she admired him for that. Together, Wally and Zayev would do the hard things that many weren't willing to do. That was a skill Ember admired. After hiding for most of her life, and a little over 2 years now in a more public role, she was getting the hang of that balance between doing what was right, even when it was hard, while also learning what to do when you were wrong or afraid. And there were many more years left to figure it all out.